The manhwa begins with a young guy. His name is Bai Chi. He's a streamer in his 20s. Not the most famous, but lately he started to be recognized, all because of one unusual play, which he used to stream. It was an open-world action RPG called Throne of the King of Souls. A universe where the Western Middle Ages collided with the crash of an alien ship. Fiction and antiquity were intertwined, creating an atmosphere that was impossible to look away from. The difficulty, however, was relentless. Players gave up, and spectators came to watch streamers suffer. Bai Chi, with cunning and cunningness, turned his agony into a real show. When things finally got going, fate cut things short. He died. But is the body alive? Or is it a new life? A voice sounds and the boy, not realizing who is speaking, freezes. The timbre seems strangely familiar. The system explains that he's in a new reality now. And now it's getting to him. It's the voice of the Game Plus World Platform Assistant. Things are starting to come together. System continues. Death has activated a special reward, the Key of Rebirth. He now lives again inside the throne of the King of Souls, being born anew in this dark world. The thought becomes clear. That was the point of the award, though death remained a blurred episode. Resurrecting once is okay, but why didn't I end up in a romance game with cute girls and a happy ending? The system, as if hearing the internal perturbation, reports, the Key of Rebirth is absolutely unique. No other game has it. And then the guy realizes, the gift is more like a trap. The bonus doesn't even smell like a bonus here. Game pain is familiar to him, and this game is definitely not one of kindness. She's smirking too much. He demands an explanation, but the system just says, do what you know how to do. Become king. As a reward, you'll get a time travel key and be able to move between games, even back home. This is the first time a young man has ever been interested in a prize. It sounds much more serious than the usual in-game plushies. But if such a reward is hidden behind this suffering, couldn't the terms have been given out right away? However, the path to it is thorny. In the world of the Throne of the King of Souls, even a stray dog is capable of tearing apart. No second chance at rebirth, but all is not lost. The player has access to 100 games on Game Plus World, in each of which he has accomplished something. Their characters, skills, artifacts, and mechanics are available for use. The thought is overwhelming. One senses that the system has a strange sympathy for him, though it does so with its own zest. Bai Chi loved even marginally popular projects, from AAA to text quests with no graphics. Now he can bring it all together to survive and succeed in the new world. While the mind tries to realize all the options, the system throws up an alternative. One can become a mere human being. The boy takes his time to answer. Safety is an illusion, for in such a world even the peaceful would die of starvation or misfortune. The system seems to be purposely pushing him toward the royal path. The final question that worries him is, are there deadlines or penalties if he chooses the path of power? The system answers simply, don't worry. Then it's clear. The guy confirms the decision. He signs a contract. From that moment his journey begins, the journey from ordinary player to ruler. Immediately afterward, the system congratulates, meeting the ancestors. Or rather, triumphantly returning to the throne. Good luck to you. With a slightly barbed retort, the guy teleports to a new location. In front of him are people hanging upside down, discussing something among themselves. One of them, a mage named Gray, throws in a chuckle. You almost died, didn't you? We thought you were dead. But you're alive. Immortal or something. Before the monsters come back, figure out a way to take us down. We'll get out together. The other, a warrior named House, snickers. Seriously, Gray? You think that slob's gonna save us? He's been calling for his mom lately, shitting his pants. If it wasn't for the traitors, we wouldn't be in this shit. Next, a third, Tiger Lord Hunter Datko intervenes, grumbling, screw Princess Mina, knights, and the crown. I'm sick of all this. Enough destruction. And the one in question, Princess Mina, is silent. The girl seems to be unconscious. She's unusually calm. And what's odd is that it's as if Bai Chi already knows who's who and what role everyone is playing. An unsettling feeling flashes through his mind. All these people are NPCs. But how can a newcomer get to them right away? It's not even a starting point. If he had chosen the path of a mere mortal, he would have died immediately. There it is, the true price of a high level of complexity. And oddly enough, it seems appropriate. Now the young man clearly realizes he is at rock bottom. A simple man with no class, no advantages, and no right to make mistakes. During Bai Chi's rebirth, the plot had completely collapsed and much was now vague and unfamiliar to him. Previously, in the game's first episode, the story began with a man who was born in the village of Anka progressing through the initial levels 1 through 10. He later headed into a blazing forest of heat and shadows to complete a mission and accidentally activated the storyline. Between the 20th and 30th levels, the man found himself in a dungeon where he pulled out Princess Mina and her companions hanging upside down. They made their way outside, determined. But in this new life, everything went wrong for Bai Qi. Realizing that there was no turning back, the guy focused on choosing a profession. He didn't hesitate, he immediately called up the system window to decide on a class. A list appeared before him. The first was a warrior, a close combat specialist, clad in armor, wielding a sword and shield. Next stood the mage, a master of ranged attacks, armed with a book and able to heal. Third on the list was the assassin, a hybrid class using daggers and knives. It was characterized by its speed and agility. The fourth was an elementalist, a bow-wielding elemental lord who fought both up close and from afar. And finally, the last one was a nub, a shameful choice. Devoid of skills and armor, with rags instead of armor and a wooden stick. Without hesitation, Bai Qi chose the nub specifically, causing the system to be surprised. The system was perplexed, for the choice was clearly unwise. But the guy took pity on her confusion and decided to explain. The point of the choice was uniqueness. For the throne of the King of Souls, it wasn't just the style of combat that was important, but the ability to survive. The path of this class is thorny. But by overcoming the first agonizing levels, hidden abilities could be obtained. Thoth cleared the characteristics, giving complete freedom to choose any profession without boundaries or conditions. Classes could be changed indefinitely, collecting the achievements of all paths in a single playthrough, without the need to restart. Yes, the risk was huge, but the guy was consciously going for it. His level was 0, and that was obvious. The system has updated the main mission. The goal is to survive and get out of the dungeon. The reward is 1 unlock point. The system message made Bai Qi realized that the first thing to do was to get out. Therefore, the guy moved to complete the task. There were voices. Someone began to command as if addressing a subordinate, "Cut the rope, we will fall and get out." They assured him it was simple, all they had to do was release them. But the man knew the danger of cutting that rope. He froze, watching. After a while, however, he did as requested, for which he received discreet thanks. Now they weren't hanging there waiting to die. But whether falling was the best fate is an open question. There was no time to argue. One of the companions urged to concentrate on waking the princess. Someone grumbled, someone tried to wake her up with lazy gestures. But then something unexpected happened. One of the men slammed sharply into the wall as if he had been hurled by a giant. Everyone froze in amazement. A monster appeared in front of them. The leader of the mutated beasts is Blood Modic, level 30. And the humans in front of him are just food. The princess guards immediately realized who it was. The leader of the mutants. But why is he here? While they were guessing, Bai Qi grinned discreetly. He knew if he saves them now, the main boss of the dungeon will appear ahead. And fighting him was certain death. After all, he had no level, no characteristics, and no equipment. The first priority is to survive and gain experience. The rest is for later. Let these NPCs be important, saving them is not a priority right now. So the man pretended as if he hadn't noticed anything and walked away. The guards shouted after him, indignant. Would he really leave them? They did not believe that someone without brains and courage could survive alone. But none of that mattered. The answer was simple, believe it later. And as scripted, a monster appeared. He was slightly surprised to see Bai Qi in front of him. The one was ready. The beast rushed to attack. One of the guards noticed even a level 5 monster is too strong for a level 1. But the guy didn't move. He realized even if one escapes, a fight can't be avoided. Fighting with such a creature is almost impossible, but not hopeless. Using 0-level skills, Bai Qi deftly dodged the attack. The people around me gasped. Dodged twice in a row. It seemed like incredible luck. But someone realized it wasn't luck. The movement seemed rough but perfectly calibrated. He was no ordinary rookie. He wasn't a genius, but he wasn't a simpleton either. The other NPCs began to realize that they were facing an extraordinary player. With a slight smirk, Bai Qi noted body and mind acting in unison. Even without level, armor, and characteristics, the experience stayed with him. The enraged monster threw a grenade in an attempt to finish off the escaped prey. There was a massive explosion. Everyone was sure Bai Qi was dead. But out of the puffs of smoke he emerged unscathed like a god. With a regular stick he started throwing punches. Without stopping, the guy hit with small but precise lunges. Then he straightened up sharply, pointing the stick at the monster, preparing for the decisive blow. The beast is furious. Level 1 and dares to humiliate him? But the monster's fate was sealed. Bai Qi lunged forward and with a single blow its head flew away. Guards couldn't believe it. Nub with a stick defeated a level 5 mutant. Even the character in Hello Kitty froze, amazed at what he saw. The cold observer acknowledged Bai Qi has maxed out but is still vulnerable. Ignoring the discussion, the guy lowered himself onto the monster's body, breathing heavily. Experience helped with dodging, but strength was still lacking. Characteristics remained low and weapons were weak. The system has issued a reward 100 soul points, 2 coins, weapon broken fong. Things were looking sad. It needed another 900 points. Fighting monsters wouldn't help. The main thing was to get out alive as soon as possible. Getting up, he headed onward, but someone called out to him. The voice suggested an alliance. Together there is a better chance of survival. For help, gold, equipment. Princess Mina, who had already come to her senses, stopped Gray. Weakness is no reason to humiliate yourself. If you can't survive, death is inevitable. She reminded us that failing now would make it impossible to rebuild the kingdom. Gray was surprised. He didn't realize the princess was awake. Mina looked at Bai Qi silently, assessing. Yes, his choice was a nub. Not the most sensible, but worthy of respect. She advised caution. There's a fine line between life and death. Guy felt she is smart as befits a future queen. He didn't explain, no one would believe him. But he promised to come back. House only hissed as if he had swallowed poison, accusing Bai Qi of mocking him. The princess interrupted him, reminding him, it's better to find a way out than to waste energy arguing. And Bai Qi himself continued to ponder. In the scenario, the NPCs would get out without him. But with them comes a reward, and perhaps a chance to change the course of events. Salvation is secondary. It's more important to survive and get out. The mine meant a lot, but the priority is his own life. This dungeon is the finale of the first chapter of the game. There's a lot of useful stuff hidden here. He had already looked around every corner before and knew the place by heart. He'll have to explore every nook and cranny to encounter fewer enemies. And save a key NPC. From memory, the GH got to the treasure hall and saw a strange jug. The pitcher came to life and started talking about how he wasn't a mutant at all and you shouldn't be afraid of him. He was very surprised at the talking jug, but there was a sealed man inside. He explains that he hid here from the mutants and accidentally turned into a jug, really asking for a good whack at it. Without hesitation, the protagonist swung his stick and broke the jug. When the sealed jar cracked, a person burst out. It was Lu Qi, a 27th level Lu Qi. Once free, the man immediately turned his attention to Bai Qi. Lu Qi promised to fulfill one reasonable wish. Without hesitation, Bai Qi turned to seek help. His companions have been captured by the mutated creatures. He is unable to save them himself. Asking the elder for support, the young man showed sincere determination. Lu Qi saw courage in him even though he noted that he was not very smart. Nevertheless, meeting him was a stroke of luck. Under his protection, Bai Qi could feel safe. The man took on the role of a guide. They set off on their journey, but luck, as it happens, is capricious. Halfway through the journey, they encountered a subterranean monster that was much more dangerous than expected. Although the creature seemed small at first, it was actually an 18th level adult mutant, far more powerful than Bai Qi's previous opponent. Upon smelling him, Lu Qi instantly caught a familiar beastly scent. The man realized that before him was the very monster that had once imprisoned him in the bank. Unable to contain himself, he lunged into battle with the monster's hammer. A powerful blow struck the creature, leaving it nearly powerless. The enraged Lu Qi shouted curses at it. The anger that had built up over the years came out and the man easily separated the creature's head from its body. Watching what was happening, Bai Qi couldn't help but feel admiration. This man's strength was impressive. Feeling the praise, Lu Qi raised the sword on his shoulder with visible pleasure. He felt dignified. Leading the young man deeper, the man brought him to a cliff. It was here, Bai Qi said, that the voice of one of his comrades came from below. Worried if he was alive, the guy insisted need to get down there right away and rescue the one who was calling for help. Lu Qi suggested his own way. Without hesitation, he got behind Bai Qi and forcefully kicked him into the abyss. As the boy flew downward, managing only to shriek. The man watched calmly from above. Relaxedly sitting down as if unintentionally, he revealed his true nature. A morbid urge to kick people off cliffs. Perhaps I should have held back. After all, Bai Qi had saved him. But who's to blame if not the young man himself? The reborn, in his opinion, should not live. That's the law. The guy below was stunned. How did the man know he was a reborn? Bai Qi's puzzlement did not go unanswered. Lu Qi added with a chuckle, that one didn't die after the fall? Half dead, with his last strength, Bai Qi smiled. If he jumped himself, he would definitely die. But Lu Qi's kick seemed to have saved his life. Although the pain inside felt real. Still, luck was on his side. There was an artifact nearby. He picked up a vial of soul blood and a rare Huiguan stone. The man, realizing that the attempt had failed, just shrugged his shoulders and, muttering, walked away. I should have stabbed him instead of kicking him. Now all that was left was to wait for him to end up in the pit. It's important to know who Lu Qi was. One of the dark NPCs, he always enjoyed throwing players off cliffs. This gameplay element has never been seen in the Throne of Souls system. And what does it mean to be reborn anyway? Guy began to realize almost all information about them is hidden. Looking at the system's fury, Bai Qi came to a conclusion: everything is too serious. There shouldn't be any mistakes. He needs to find out who is after him. Now is not the time to be asking questions. The road ahead may not lead to mutants. But with traps and dangers, it certainly won't be boring. It's time to get ready for the real challenge. Soul King's Seat is an open-world action-adventure game where the narrative is fragmented. The player finds the truth on his own in ruins, from NPCs, among monsters. The player who reached the end and collected all the achievements knew almost everything about this world. Almost, because the unknown was still living in him. At the center of Pascal's fantasy world shone a giant crystal, the soul of the world. Under its light, abundance reigned and the different species lived in harmony. But one day it all came crashing down. An alien object crashed into Pascalo, an unmanned deep space probe. The ship hit exactly in the center, right where the soul of the world rested. The balance has been upset, the foundation of the world has been shaken. Extinction seemed imminent. But the world did not disappear, but divided, giving rise to new forms of life and civilizations. The young man was now in the ruins of an ancient subterranean nation. Abandoned, silent and dusty. Deep underground in these ruins there was an inconspicuous exit. The mission required you to reach it without directions. Exploration here was free, but the path proved deadly. Mutants were not ridden, but the survival rate was negligible. Accurate calculation of the jump was vital. Missed the landing point and payback would immediately catch up. For a warrior who had been through hundreds of deaths, such leaps were commonplace. It was only important to remember, the closer the bottom, the narrower the platform and the less chance for error. Every prop must be memorized. The guy was just trying to focus, reminding himself to be vigilant. When he suddenly stumbled. But thanks to his combat experience, the man quickly regained his balance and continued his descent, keeping his cool. During a short rest, Bai Qi looked down and realized it wasn't far to the bottom, but the way there had become too dangerous. He was just reminding himself to be careful when he felt movement behind him, someone approaching. The stranger claps him on the shoulder and notices that the exit is close, so the target is somewhere near. The sudden appearance made the young man flinch and turn around in a panic. Grabbing the club, he rushed forward, expecting to strike first and not let himself be caught. The man, however, deftly dodged, was on top of it, and remained calm, as if everything had gone according to plan. The stranger phlegmatically mentioned that Bai Qi was only a level 1 rookie and admitted that scaring him wasn't a good idea. The stranger's name was Harvey. He was a level 30 elementalist, a man with an icy grin and dark intentions. The politeness was quickly replaced by a sneer, as if something inside him had made up its mind. This guy has to die before he realizes what's happening. The man did not understand where this man had come from and what he wanted, because he was pretending to be a noble warrior without any reason. But then an episode from the Abyss came to mind, where Bai Qi himself had found a useful tool. This person was already there. This memory convinced the young man. Before him stands one like himself, reborn, worthy of respect and fear. Barely had the realization come, Harvey jumped in and reminded me of the injustice of rebirth. I myself started at level 28, and this poor guy started at level 1. He saw him as a minor character, not an adversary, but merely a minor figure in a larger game. Despite his words, the attack followed immediately. Half of his health disappeared and his body was paralyzed. The young warrior felt pain, coughed, clots of blood spurted from his mouth. His body was shaking as if he was hopelessly ill. Grasping his wound, he tried to understand the reason. After all, there were no hard feelings between them. Wouldn't it have made more sense to unite? But the one with a chuckle reminded, the reborn are enemies of the world, and the enemy is the one from whom you were reborn. It was the law. He who did not know it is not worthy of a second chance. And this young man clearly missed his. It was humiliating for someone like Bai Qi to be helpless. But he tried to fight back, if only for the sake of honor. The stranger didn't take his words seriously. He didn't even pay attention. The resistance only amused him. He looked at the newcomer with contempt, as if he were garbage. He looked at the newcomer contemptuously, as if he were trash, but decided to let him live, either out of pity or for profit. Harvey disappeared, leaving the young man with a pile of questions, alive but humiliated. He did not hesitate to turn to the system. He was looking for answers. He wanted to know what kind of world surrounded him and why the reborn were doomed to war with each other. The answer came, well, first, in this world they are considered dangerous, almost demonic. Hunting them is allowed for all. B. Second, anyone who has been reborn in this world, regardless of race or class, is called a genius. High-level reborns are able to unmistakably recognize those below. Why this is so is still unclear. Each reborn starting class gives unique knowledge of the world. The exception is the Nubians, who learn later. Death, it would seem, should have put an end to the story. But the story is not over for Bai Qi. The author has clearly prepared something else for him. The young man rushed forward like a wild ape and, soaring into the air, managed to cling to the rock. He was not yet ready to die. As he struggled to reach the ledge, he swore to himself, "This is no place to die." The chance to be reborn came at too high a price. There was not much left. The bottom of the dungeon was near, and it was necessary to endure a little longer. There was no stopping the pain. The bet was on. And with that desperate persistence, the boy reached the bottom. Paralyzed, weakened, but alive, he landed and exhaled with difficulty. He could still laugh, for death had bypassed him. The exit was only 10 meters away. He could barely move, but he knew he had to get out of here, no matter what it took. But suddenly a sound, a smell. Luck had always eluded him. As soon as there was hope, reality struck. A rare monster appeared on the way, a level 25 beast with sharp teeth and rage in its eyes like a demon from Legends. The guy froze. There weren't supposed to be any monsters here. The appearance of this monster proved strikingly odd against the backdrop of past encounters, especially when the man was on the verge of death. It confused him even more as to why the plot was once again being spun so ruthlessly and unpredictably. The guy quickly realized he should back off while the monster's first form still had speed. But just a moment later, the giant disintegrated into many smaller forms and the strange creatures rushed at Bai Qi with fury. Faced with this threat, it was as if the man realized something important. A suggestion popped into my head. It could have been that reborn that attacked him before. He had purposely directed the monsters towards him. Once the creatures attacked, it was as if they went mad, greedily devouring everything in their path. The arrival of another genius ruined the plans. The situation was getting out of control. If nothing changed, the man was unlikely to survive. And while he was thinking, the monsters were already rushing forward. Despite the heavy wounds, the guy struggled but still dodged using what was left of his former speed. Although the situation was desperate, his spirit did not break. He was hardened by many battles and trials. The man managed to dodge, but was caught in the acid eating away at his flesh and felt the pain piercing his entire body. There was no exaggeration in this. Over the millennia, the polluted stream has become a poison that destroys all life. Although the pain was worse than death, the will to live did not allow me to give up. Staying alive was the only way out. By now, even the little monsters were drowning in acid. While the monsters were slowing down, Bai Qi tried to drag his body to the exit before they started a deadly fight. He knew that rebirth was not a gift, but a chance. A chance not to be wasted on boredom and hopelessness. Growing up in a poor mountain village, the boy dreamed of going to a city school and changing lives through knowledge. He left his mother and home, hoping that studying would provide an opportunity to get ahead. But dreams of great success were shattered. The man washed dishes and endured constant insults. He was yelled at that dirty dishes don't disappear on their own. Either he hurries up or gets out. Then they resented it why Bai Chi gets up so late, he doesn't study during the day, and at night he disturbs the sleep of those around him. He was threatened if he shines his light at night and disturbs people, he will be made to stop. Despite the hard work and exhausting studies, the boy did not lose hope for a bright future. Fortunately, he got into the coveted university. Unfortunately, his mother became seriously ill. The man's world collapsed, years of effort wasted. He dropped out of school, got into debt, worked without sleep, but could not save his mother. Later he got a job as a delivery boy, but even there he faced discontent. Every time he was late he was threatened with complaints. Bai Chi's world revolved between delivery and streaming. Though progress was unobvious, fame came from playing the game. And at the height of that fame, a mysterious death. Although he had previously been skeptical of life and death, this murder was a real blow to him. Waking up in the world of the game, betrayed and dying, the guy couldn't accept such a cruel fate. Gathering the last of his strength, he tried to rise. Bai Chi overcame the pain from the monster's blow and, clenching his teeth, rushed forward, determined that he wouldn't die in this place. Dying before becoming king of this world is something he will not allow himself. Perseverance has brought him to the door and the system has reacted. Bai Chi player, you have successfully left the lair. Unlock points have been obtained, choose one of the options. Use your old account or get a new account with new items and skills, but only 25% ability to use them. The man chose the first option and received 25% of the items from his past account. Immediately after leaving the lair, the sky lit up with a magical light. That was the signal items begin to appear. The first were potions of sacred essence, full recovery and plus 30 to level. Followed by bloodthirsty shadow and assassin's equipment that enhances dexterity, intelligence, and the shadow strike skill. Then the scarlet dagger of combat, a legendary assassin's weapon that grants an attack bonus and unlocks the scarlet flame ult. As soon as the guy took the gear, a beam of light erupted from the weapon, instantly cutting through the monsters. A silhouette in a black cloak emerged from the glow, a figure that held on to the end. So Bai Chi appeared in full gear. The remnants of the former monsters loomed in front of him, those rushed to attack, not knowing that he was no longer the same. But now, having received a welcome bonus, the man slid past without difficulty and wiped out the monsters in a heartbeat. He understood keeping the old account was the right thing to do, it wasn't worth risking the new one. Even a quarter of the previous inventory was enough to dominate the early stages. Weapons, armor, resources, all from the elite category. Let them try to do harm now, the real story is just beginning. The monsters, realizing they couldn't do it alone, joined together to form one creature. They took on a huge form again and broke out into an eerie shriek. Bai Chi remained unfazed, looking at them like noisy children losing patience. Next second the system updated, hidden task activated. There was no point in waiting any longer, the guy quickly baited the merger closer. He knew the reward is near. Everything he's been waiting for is in front of him. 2 blades fly into the air. Scarlet flame activated. Without a second's hesitation, the man rushed into the decisive battle. Thanks to the upgraded equipment, this guy now seemed completely different, as if his former appearance had vanished without a trace. He now had the ability to easily confront the monster without the vulnerability of before. From past life memories, the man already knew all the attack patterns of this monster, nothing seemed unexpected. To prevail, all he had to do was act fast enough without wasting a second. He skillfully used dexterity, slashing the enemy's body with precise blows as if avenging all his experiences. By linking basic techniques with new skills like Scarlet Flame, he amplified each strike. This deep red flame effect caused painful lacerations and dealt damage for 15 consecutive seconds. Followed by the Devil's Pain debuff from Shadow Assassin's skills, which left cuts all the way to the bone and caused agony. After the guy lured the monster out into the open, he didn't hesitate and decided to deliver the final blow. To do this, he used the Shadow Assassin's main skill, Shadow Masquerade, creating multiple clones at once. These copies were completely invulnerable to physical and magical attacks for 5 decisive seconds. Bai Chi used them to launch a furious attack, cornering the monster and causing it to let out bestial howls. As if on cue, all the shadows leapt from above, unleashing blows on the monster in frightening synchronicity. When the battle came to an end, the system notified, the rare united monster Kritazub has been defeated. In addition to the soul points, the man also gained new skills and his level increased by 8 levels at once. Such a leap was rare, 8 levels at once for defeating a monster in a battle between levels, an unprecedented achievement. He once told viewers on live TV about the rules for getting soul points, not too helpful, but a lot of people liked it. While the man was pondering what had happened, the system produced a new list of rewards: 108 gold coins, black hole condensation, prayer, cursed infiltration. Prayer and cursed penetration caused 3 series of blows with a radius of 3 meters, swords emerging from a kneeling posture. He remembered how he once did 30 scrolls in a row without getting a prayer, and now he got it right away. Even with a full set of equipment and maximum dexterity, the assassin had to focus on further enhancing it. The monster was defeated, but the guy was unlucky with the drop. Only the shadow assassin's outfit was worthwhile. The rest looked useless, and he made the decision to unlock more powerful sets for future fights. First to go was the Blood Dragon set, a berserk armor that increases strength when equipped. The second is the Celestial Oracle Magic set, which is designed for star magic and requires intelligence above 100. It came with a staff made of golden meteorite and a powerful effect that activated star magic. While it wasn't possible to use both sets at the same time, already unlocking them increased the chances of survival. Sitting on a rock, the man began to ponder whether to go back and rescue Princess Mina. It was clear to him that he could have acted alone and survived, but the presence of other travelers was a game changer. Not knowing how they would affect the course of events and what other elements had been rewritten, the guy didn't want to take any chances. Until the situation is clarified, he decided to join Princess Mina to share the danger and gather more information. In the original storyline, saving the princess made her an ally important to future events. Even if she later betrayed or tried to kill, he had the resources to protect himself and keep her from being caught off guard. Unafraid of her detachment, the man headed back resolutely, intent on performing the rescue. The dungeon where the princess was kept was full of fighting and swarming with cave-dwelling monsters. He's done away with the smaller monsters, but soon bigger, far more dangerous ones appeared. However, thanks to his equipment and skills, Bai Chi had no difficulty even in such battles. These encounters gave him the experience he needed, and he soon reached level 10. The reputation system was also unlocked. You could now keep track of your fame. When the man saw the reputation window, he realized single-player style does not give any advantages in this world. The princess faction reputation was displayed on the screen. Her attitude towards him became hostile due to inaction. The man was not surprised. He was sure he was now being scolded with every possible word. As expected, Mina's squad got a chance to take over while he was hanging upside down. Their rage poured out in harsh words. In their opinion, the level 1 rookie refused to be saved and went to certain death, forgetting his responsibility. When anger peaked, Princess Mina silenced everyone and pulled herself together. She admitted that the blame lay with her, since she was the leader and the weakest in the group. Her guards tried to comfort her by reminding her of their oath to protect her until death. They complained not out of fear, but out of bitterness. Their plan to revive the kingdom was ruined by someone, then unreasonable. While they were in despair, something swept through the air and cut the ropes that bound their bodies. All 4 collapsed downward, but the guards were not confused and rushed to protect the princess even as she fell. Before touching the ground, Manhwa covered Mina with himself, cushioning her landing and avoiding injury. His look was funny, almost cartoonish, but at that moment expressed a slight sadness and relief. He quickly got up and helped the princess up, checking to see if she was hurt from the fall. Worst of all was Gray. He was lying on the ground trying to figure out who their savior was and how he did it. Bai Chi finally appeared and stated that it was his response to their recent curses. The princess group reacted with surprise at the familiar voice that sounded as if from nowhere. The guy took off his cloak, allowing them to see his face, and confirmed he had indeed come back for them. But the real surprise was yet to come, for in a minute the real battle was to begin. The shackles fell off everyone, but confusion gripped everyone. The only thing that was obvious was that this was the guy who had saved them. However, the sudden appearance of the leader of the beast-taming squad raised suspicions of his true intentions. Whatever the reasons, all felt a debt of gratitude. Without it, they would have been left to perish. The guy, however, did not accept the gratitude. He stood in front of them, reminding them that gratitude can be expressed by action. There were 40 seconds before the boss appeared. He suggested grabbing weapons and retreating together would be the best reward. The words had an effect. Everyone felt anxious except the one with the Hello Kitty ears. He seemed happy to see what was happening. Chaos, flamboyant and arrogant, rose, not hiding his threats. His warning was as cold as steel. There was Gray standing nearby. He looked at Bai Chi's parameters, amazed from level 1 to level 10 in half a day. Bai Chi reminded, without his strategy, they couldn't do it. Alone, the group didn't stand a chance. But his level seemed pathetic, only 10th level. The contempt for him only grew. And yet he was confident we'll win. Tensions were running high. Everyone was ready to snap, but the princess stepped forward, stopping the conflict. She reminded them that they were facing an enemy, not a stage for internal strife. Emotions have no place here. Everyone went into combat mode. There are many questions left, but now the main thing is to use the chance of survival. Obeying the princess's order, the guards stopped complaining. Everyone concentrated on the coming fight. Bai Chi grinned to himself. Everything had gone according to plan. Princess Mina remained the same, fair and firm. The guards weren't hostile because of his awakening. They just saw how he didn't come to their aid. But now, in a boss fight, they would be able to act together. Bai Chi hoped that this would change their attitude. 10 seconds before the boss appeared, the guy activated a trap. It was a thunder trap, cunning and paralyzing. On contact, the trap exploded, making a loud sound and paralyzing the enemy. The battle has begun. Bai Chi's body became transparent. He asked the group to hold on for 3 minutes. The moment he disappeared caused consternation. No one understood why he was taking the time. As expected, the boss appeared right after the guy dissolved. An explosive wave swept across the field. The leader of the beast squad appeared, a level 30 monster. He has a rusty axe in his hands and a cruel intention to slaughter his prey. However, his path had already been predicted. The trap worked perfectly, luring the enemy right into the kill zone. Thunderbolts rained down on him. His health was decreasing, though not critically. Nevertheless, this gave an advantage. Mina's group decided to attack first. The boss, feeling the blows, became furious. He considered them to be a bunch of meat not worthy of confrontation. He scoffed at their attempts at resistance, not believing in the possibility of losing. Suddenly an assassin entered the fray. But the enemy instantly noticed him and swatted him away as if he were a pesky fly. Such an attack did no harm. The boss demanded a fair fight, calling the indiscriminate blows an insult. He then cut the ropes that bound the body. These tricks proved useless. Free, he headed towards the princess guards, preparing for another attack. With innate strength, he swung his axe, creating a whirling blow. His goal was simple, to bring everyone to agony and listen to their screams like spices to a dish. Mina's group had to activate shields. It was the only way to survive. But the attack had no blind spots, it was impossible to dodge. There was a question, where did Bai Chi go? Princess reminded, not giving up and looking for an answer. Boss was watching, all cover Mina. He realized she's the main target. The tastiest meat. He decided to eliminate her first. The defenders didn't have time to react. Just a warning. Chaos rushed forward, covering her with his shield. But even his defense could only withstand one blow. The shield crumbled. The boss grinned and went on the offensive. I wondered how they would survive now. Before he could strike a second blow, the monster roared. He was pierced with pain. He looked around, not realizing where the blow was coming from. But the answer was obvious. Behind stood Bai Chi. The guy used a stealthy attack, striking a precise blow. The blow was devastating. The monster became furious and launched a counterattack, but the boy easily dodged it. Such a maneuver from a level 10 player shocked everyone. No one expected this kind of agility. The boss finally realized it was about the River of Oblivion. The water the guy was using was causing deadly damage. Previously, he didn't believe anyone knew of his weakness. Especially not such an opponent. Insulted, he decided to end it all. Rage clouded his judgment. Everyone started to doubt, was he poisoned? The madness seemed real. But in that anger came a weakness. The group realized this was a chance. They were about to strike a decisive blow. But someone's voice stopped them. It was too late, they had already been hit by the wave of a massive explosion. That's when it became clear the enemy has not lost his mind. It's just the second phase of the battle. The boss became the Lord of the Beasts and ordered them to attack. When the battle changed form, Bai Chi returned. He told the guards to hold back the onslaught. The rest is on him. When the guards saw him fighting alone, they were shocked. They thought he was dooming himself. But Mina kept faith in the young man. Without further ado, she gave orders to follow his plan. They had to create the perfect defense and stop the beasts. Now the guy was alone against the boss. The latter only snorted. How did this weakling dare to challenge? Before the fight could begin, Bai Qi pondered. The effects of the poison would last for another minute. According to his calculations, the princess would be safe during that time, so it should be over in a minute. Seeing his thoughtfulness, the boss chuckled. He thought it was foolish to dream of strategy now. He'd better think about how not to become mincemeat. Bai Qi agreed silently and moved to action. He used the Scarlet Flame martial art technique, attacking with incredible strength. The goal was simple, not to become mincemeat itself, but to turn a monster into it. Like a gust of wind, the lad rushed in and unleashed a flurry of blows on the enemy. Before the official battle began, the young fighter recalled how he had been defeated by this boss many times before. Many times, as a mere player before his rebirth, he completely lost a fight with him. The cruel monster, with a predatory growl, proclaimed the young man a pitiful lamb on his cutting board, ready to be stripped of his hide and bones. He called his weakness mincemeat in the hands of a cook with which you could do anything. Everything depended only on the whim of the fighter. Ruthlessly grabbing the boy's head, the boss tore upward. The blood demon named Ma DK was famous for his resilience and thick skin. The young man had to die at least 30 times before he was able to defeat him. Waving a giant axe, the monster lunged at the young warrior again. The blow came down with inhuman force. Fortunately, the guy jumped up in time and deftly dodged, avoiding the deadly blow. He looked at the enemy with attention. He was fast, his blows had great power, and his weapon also restored health. The young man decided to use the poison circulating in the monster's body to gradually weaken the enemy and then enter the final third phase of the battle. Ma DK swung his axe at his opponent again. He grinned as he noted that he hoped to make him into mincemeat, relying only on evasion. He teased the young man, hinting that he seemed confident in his speed, since he wasn't looking for direct combat. Rocks burst out from under the boss's feet, rushing towards the boy. But he dodged confidently, his dexterity never failed him, and all attacks missed. Mina activated the side shield. Seeing how deftly the guy dodged the attacks, she concluded that he perfectly felt the rhythm of the boss's attacks. The poison worked. Ma DK's health dropped by more than half. Clutching his axe, the latter grimly acknowledged the young man's use of stealth, evasion, and poisoning do weaken him. But he was sure that the effect would soon wear off. He stated that it would soon become clear who would die from the poison and who would be cut by the blade. The axe was raised again. A whirlwind shook the air and bloody rain poured down from the sky. The boss announced the beginning of the third phase. The giant blade came down on the warrior again. And this time he didn't have time to dodge, the blow came on his knee. Ma DK laughed contentedly, thinking that no one would escape from his bloody zone. The young man's health plummeted, the pain in his leg intensified, spreading like poison. He realized, in this phase, the area of effect is greatly increased and it is impossible to avoid damage. Even from splashing, damage is inflicted. There was an unprecedented determination in the fighter's gaze. He noted glumly that this was the moment he had been waiting for. House fighting elsewhere smelled blood. He sensed the approaching denouement. No matter how secretive the young man was, this time he would die. Gray said that he would take care of the mutants alone, because he needed to focus on preparing for the boss fight. When he saw what was happening, he was stunned. Are the endless undead not his limit? It seems impossible to contain them alone. Ma DK and the boy came together again. The boss took a swing, wanting to finish off his opponent, and confidently predicted the young man's death from the next blow. But he straightened up, calm and centered, calculating every move. As soon as the giant lowered the axe, the blade split, only the illusion. The monster was at a loss to realize. The guy had disappeared. The warrior used Shadow Strike, taking the enemy by surprise. Ma DK's surprise knew no bounds. Instant teleportation at this level seemed impossible. He recalled how in the past such attacks had only been met by high-level players who only had to retreat and increase their distance. Such battles ended in agonizing death. But now in this phase, close combat was crucial. The boy was instantly close to the enemy. Ma DK didn't have time to react. He tried to make a sound, but it was cut short. The young man understood that in this phase, the boss attack speed would drop and his defense would decrease. He had to use Shadow Strike to get close and exchange blows, ignoring the splash damage. A few precise strikes reached the monster's back and then the warrior landed gracefully. He smiled at the corner of his lips and mentally challenged it. The pain made Ma DK scream. He didn't understand why the guy liked stabbing back so much. House, watching this, was shocked. At that risk and close range, the guy could have died instantly. Gray repeated his words, watching in confusion as the boss screamed in pain. Looks like the course of the fight has changed. The guy found the boss's weak spot. Maybe he'll find his own. In a rage, Ma DK started swinging the axe frantically. But the warrior dodged it by spinning on the ground. The young man's eyes are bloodshot. He lunged forward, activating the flash of fury. The barrage of blows didn't stop. The boss appeared distraught, but he wasn't about to give up. His health was down to 10%. The poison and burns caused unbearable pain. He screamed, fighting for life. When the attack was over, the young man gently lowered himself to the ground. Ma DK gathered the last of his strength to deliver the final blow. He recognized that the young man was not just mincemeat, but someone who was able to corner him. The monster regretted wasting a life-saving artifact on such an opponent, but he had no choice. His eyes flashed with a deadly light. He raised his hand and a circle of energy swirled around him, rune of blood absorption, an artifact that disrupts space itself. He used it to start drawing blood from other monsters, restoring health. There was a threat in his voice. Once restored, he would smear the enemy on the ground. All poison and burn effects are gone. The young man was in a panic. The boss was not supposed to have such an ability. Another change in combat that was not in the original version of the game, and it was at the most critical moment. A magic circle suddenly appeared under the monster's feet. It was the barrier of inhibitions, a shield that completely isolates the target from the outside world. No healing, blessings, or external effects went inside. Ma DK was shocked. His artifact had been neutralized. The shield was created by Princess Mina. After putting away the weapon, she calmly explained that the one in front of him was just a copy of the artifact of space. She assured the others that even her magic could break through such an obstacle. Such a barrier. Exposed, Ma DK roared with rage. Swinging his axe, he lunged at Mina, cursing her for ruining his plan again. The three fighters, House, Gray, and Dekao, found themselves surrounded by the undead. They watched as Mina was under attack, unable to help her. House realized in desperation that he wasn't going to make it. Dekao anxiously called out to the princess. It was at this moment that Bai Qi, the savior who had become a shield for the lady, appeared. He managed to block the blow, losing almost all of his health. He had about 10% left on his panel. Mina called his name in alarm. Her lips trembled. She only managed to whisper an apology and could not say anything else. Seeing a worried Mina, the man stopped her with a gesture, concentrating on recovery. A golden glow filled his body, bringing back half his strength. Ma DK angrily clenched his weapon, his gaze blazing with fury. He was determined to destroy this enemy. The guy got between him and the princess, holding his weapon at the ready for the final life and death clash. This determination confused the enemy. He could not hide the inner tension, feeling a strange anxiety and the smell of someone else's blood. Seized with doubt, the man turned abruptly and fled, throwing a parting phrase as if he were giving life to his enemy. Those around him froze in shock. It was hard to believe that the formidable boss had decided to flee. As soon as he disappeared, all the undead he was controlling became exhausted and collapsed to the ground without any signs of life. The three companions rushed toward Mina, regretfully recognizing that they had not made it in time and might have put her in danger. The princess gently pointed out that the most important thing was to stay alive after encountering such a monster. Meanwhile, the man reappeared, warning that it was too early to relax. Danger was still around and could strike again. However, Mina quickly stopped him, insisting that he retreat. Now was not the time to continue fighting. It was better to conserve his strength. The guy abruptly snapped out of his seat without hesitation. He wasn't about to change his own plans. With equanimity, he reminded that the enemy must be destroyed, and at the same instant he unleashed the Shadow Assassin's blow. Ma DK didn't have time to react. The attack hit him suddenly. The man howled in pain, his strength fading rapidly. The guy got the upper hand by not letting his enemy slip away, otherwise the consequences could have been unpredictable. Once the boss was defeated, the four allies, Dekao, House, Gray, and Princess, immediately leveled up. Everyone celebrated the victory with delight. The man towered over the enemy's body, a frightening power emanating from him. He gained 2 levels and became the 12th. Inwardly, he realized that he had overcome the most difficult point of the Howling Cave and could now afford a short rest. The system gave out a new ability, Bloodstorm. It allowed you to wield a bloody axe in the chaos of battle. The second trophy was a book called Manipulation of Corpses, which can grant power over the dead up to level 30. The third item turned out to be the Blood Absorption Artifact, a fake spacetime relic. The princess moved closer to the guy, recognizing that she shouldn't have interfered with his decisions. They always turned out to be the right ones. She also expressed gratitude for the rescue, believing she now had a debt to him. The man noted that she owed him something too, but the discussion could be postponed until a more appropriate time. His thoughts then focused on what was happening. The man suspected that the anomaly might be related to the awakened ones. He realized that procrastination was fraught with unpredictable dangers. It had to be dealt with as soon as possible. House, Gray, and Doko walk up to Bai Chi and Princess Mina. Gray noted with respect how much this guy had changed in a short time. He had become amazingly strong. Doko crossed his arms and stated that although he wasn't acting at full strength yet, Bai Chi was already showing signs of being awakened, and after thanking him, he would like to fight immediately. House placed his palm on his chest and bowed respectfully. From the beginning he had disliked the young man. He had said too much and now he felt deep shame. In front of him really stood a brave man. At this point, the system reported receiving Princess Mina's faction favor for saving her life. Reputation level friendly. The man noted to himself, reputation grows, but what it brings is still a question. He decided that if the rating was raised, it would be wise to start gathering information. With that thought in mind, the young man clarified why everyone was so concerned about his awakened status. Princess Mina explained that the status was indeed special, but she too, along with the others, were banished. Moreover, it was as if fate had collided them with the awakened, for besides him, they were helped by another unusually strong member of this rare group. The guy was surprised and wanted to know more. Because he had just been reborn and needed all the information he could get. The princess nodded, looked back at the young man, and offered to continue the conversation on the road. It wasn't safe here. The five left the cave. One of them could not contain his joy at finally getting out of the cursed place. Bai Chi reminded, it's not the time to relax because although the boss has been defeated, there are still many monsters in the cave. On the way, Mina started a story that could answer Bai Chi's questions. She explained that the awakened ones were a special group of people. All of them had once died, but for some unknown reason came back to life. After the first Star Wars, the first information about their unusual abilities came to light. The thinking of the awakened was different from ordinary people. Most were ruthless, ignored laws, and followed only their own desires. They looked like outsiders in this world. At first the governments paid no attention, but soon ancient prophecies began to surface as if the world would fall and only the reborn would be able to rebuild it and become rulers. That's why states recognized them as heretics and a threat and set rewards for their capture because they couldn't accept that the source of the awakened one's power was an internal rift, not an external threat. But the awakened man who helped them was quite different. He turned out to be strong but noble, polite, and reserved. The princess noticed that Bai Chi's aura was remarkably similar to that person's. Taking an embarrassed step forward, she confessed that she considered meeting him a stroke of luck. Though her fate was already full of pain, something heavier awaited the man. The world's hatred of the awakened was beyond description. Suddenly she threw a knife in his direction. The gesture was solemn, a gift addressed to him. The man caught the dagger and examined it with interest. He wanted to know what he was holding. Mina explained that this dagger was once given to her by another awakened one. The guy checked the item's parameters. Mystery of the Shadow, the artifact concealed its true form, remaining only outwardly an ordinary dagger. Amazingly, it masked the wearer's identity in such a way that it was impossible to discern without a top-level artifact. On receiving the description, the man hesitated. This was the first time he had seen such an effect. The princess added that the artifact hides the nature of the awakened one, thus reducing the danger to the world and will help it in its search for that mysterious man. House could not hide his surprise at seeing the princess hand over such an important item. He noted that it was too risky. Revealing Mina's identity could have cost her everything. Gray supported him, believing that even if Bai Chi had helped them, one could express gratitude with something less important. But the girl only smiled softly. Her decision was a considered one, and there was no point in discussing it. The guy kept looking at the dagger. He realized how valuable reputation was. This item will really come in handy because thanks to it you can hide even from high-level awakened ones. The young man thought that despite the princess' kindness and honesty, she was unlikely to become queen. It was these very qualities that prevented her from rising to the top. He glanced at the girl, who was still looking at him with a warm smile. As the last heiress of the magnificent star empire that once united the entire world, she was to live in luxury and honor. But then disaster struck. Theonly's stone guarding order was destroyed by an alien invader and the world was plunged into chaos. Although there was no life aboard the ship that came from the depths of space, unknown genes caused the creatures to mutate and humanity was on the verge of extinction. The kingdom of the magnificent star sent an army, gathering 8 lords to fight the mutants, which is what started the first Star Wars. They managed to defeat the bulk of their enemies, but their forces were running out. The 8 lords stalled and eventually the monarchy collapsed. The lords declared independence by dividing the 8 shards of the world stone among themselves. Since then, Mina has remained the last female member of the imperial dynasty. To the 8 powers, she was an unnecessary reminder of the past. They watched her every move, ready to destroy her at the first mistake. But the harder she was pressed, the more stubbornly she moved forward. The princess has assembled an army led by House, Gray, and Doko, her most trusted allies. Gray noticed Bai Chi's hesitation and suggested that he might have interrupted the taming squad along the way. It was a brave thing to do, and it's a good thing the guy turned out not to be the enemy. The journey continued and there was a glimmer of light ahead. Doko happily pointed to the exit and exclaimed that this time he was sure to survive. The princess stepped toward the exit, full of determination, for they were so close to freedom. After a long time without seeing daylight, the girl was nearly blinded when she came to the surface. She covered her eyes with her hand. The 5 stood in the open air, a world filled with sunlight and the majesty of nature spread out before them. The princess spread her arms and inhaled the air with pleasure. The warmth and light seemed almost forgotten to her. This feeling of freedom was indescribable. House silently admired the scenery. Doko happily stated that such moments give meaning to life. Gray couldn't contain his amused laughter, glad that he no longer had to breathe in the damp and stinky air of the cave. At sunset, the princess turned to Bai Chi and thanked him, for it was only when she was free that she truly realized her worth. The guy politely replied that the gift was already reward enough in itself, and then inquired as to what was now in store for them. He looked at her back, knowing their plan, but deciding to clarify in case something had changed. Mina hesitated for a moment, then announced that they had a new assignment waiting for them. The boy looked at her with interest and asked what it was. With a slight chuckle, the man made it clear that it was something very important. The other man standing next to him crossed his arms, taking a serious look. He reminded them that it was this young man who had saved them and that he was trustworthy. There was nothing more to hide. The woman gave her companion a soft smile and agreed that the truth was more important. She was only embarrassed by the need to say it out loud, so she ventured to tell the next step. They had to spend a lot of money to gather a strong and experienced army of mercenaries. No one expected that at the most important moment these people would betray them, leaving them unprotected. They were deprived of both resources and fighters. But most importantly, the traitors had stolen something really important, and she wasn't going to let it just go. The boy immediately guessed what he was talking about. He remembered the star core, a chain forged from the heart of a shattered world stone. This artifact was a symbol of the Star Kingdom's royalty and played a key role in the original story. The girl exhaled heavily, reproaching herself for her naivete. She had believed their words too easily, mistaking the lies for the truth. At this point, the man next to him could not forgive himself for the slip. He struck the stone with force, then rested his chin on his palm and contemplated. He didn't blame her, but himself. After all, it was their weakness that had prevented either her or the precious artifact from being safe. Another participant lowered his head, unable to hide his guilt. He admitted that although they were weak, the main reason was their gullibility. They failed to recognize lies and tricks. Another man who seemed wise only nodded, admitting that even his keen sense of wisdom was powerless. He had picked up nothing strange about these people, and it was now almost impossible to detect their tracks. The girl's eyes darkened, but her voice was firm. She would not stop until she found the traitors, even if she had to cross the world. The young man did not let her finish. His confidence sounded clear. There was no need to go far and waste time. He knew where to look for enemies and only wanted to find out would they believe him? All 3 could not contain their surprise, their eyes widened with shock. House sharply demanded an explanation, looking at the others. Who knows where those bastards are and where that information even comes from? No time for jokes. Gray immediately spoke without hiding the tension. Does Xiaobai realize how important all this is to them? Dokgu continued to hesitate. It sounded unconvincing. Mina hesitated without uttering a word. Bai Qi, seeing their confusion, looked sternly. After all, he hadn't fooled them once since the beginning. House noticed the seriousness and nodded. Despite all the weirdness, the guy always remained honest. Gray noted wistfully. If all this is true, their plans they've been working toward for so long might just fall apart. Dokgu, still wary, asked a direct question. Is it really as simple as it seems? Mina, quietly lowering her head, apologized. Despite her disbelief, her doubts were now almost dispelled. Her heart told her it was still unbelievable, but she was prepared for the worst. Guy gently placed his palm on her shoulder and tried to reassure her. Can't explain the reason, but sure, mercenary base will only bring evil. Mina was confused and blushed, feeling the warmth of his touch, but nodded. She believed him. House, noticing the look on her face, sharply inserted a remark. You can't behave like that with a princess. Gray grinned as he watched this and made a joke about House. What a scene. And the princess herself didn't say a word. The sky in another area is cloudy and fires are raging everywhere. The system has signaled the coal forest is ablaze all year round. This place is a veritable arena for a fight for survival where only the strongest wins. The lizard attacks the tiny creature with fury, swallowing it whole, blood dripping down its mouth. But suddenly something stops the predator. How this happened is unknown, but the result is obvious. The lizard was finished off and roasted. There were voices from outside. The coal forest is clearly not a place for ordinary people. The heat here is unbearable, but the lizard that was cooked was unexpectedly delicious. In front of us is the Justice Mercenary Alliance, about 30 people from level 20 to level 30. They had set up camp right in the woods. One of the fighters laughed. A little bit of mud wouldn't hurt, especially considering the possible reward. The other, chuckling, supported. Thanks to one naive girl, they had gotten their way so easily. Several experienced mercenaries were warming themselves by the fire, snacking on roasted meat and discussing recent events. Michel, sitting at the edge, wondered why they were still stuck in the forest. He longed to get to the city and spend his earnings. Kula, tearing off a piece of meat with a chuckle, reminded the older man had said there were reasons for that, though he didn't reveal the details. They should just wait. Yuri, a fire mage and deputy commander, also joined the conversation. This climate was pissing him off, despite his own strength. Hides, the head of the squad, stared silently into the fire, not reacting to his subordinate's words. Yuri tried to get his attention again, but got no response. He only sighed. Ever since the leader had gotten the necklace, it was like he'd been hovering in the clouds. Yuri still couldn't figure out where the necklace came from or why it was affecting him so much. At this point, however, Hides broke the silence. He continued to guard the camp, trying to prevent any surprise. The worst part would be if that woman got out of the cave. He regretted not destroying her sooner. His fist clenched with anger. Michel thought the leader was being overly cautious. It was impossible to survive in the cave with their level. Kula agreed, joking that all that was left of them already was bones and fertilizer for the local predators. Yuri, grimacing, remembered it was her own fault for rejecting their help. If she had agreed, she could have easily gotten her country back. But with such stubbornness, there was no chance. The scene came to mind. Bound Mina, with desperation in her eyes, was still trying to talk about justice and trust. Hides gagged her roughly, his voice sounding cold. In their world, good and evil could coexist. He reminded us that everything depends on the reward. There is no betrayal here, only deals. His gaze turned cruel as he lifted her chin. Rebuilding the kingdom will work, but not without effort. He demanded the necklace and emphatically offered her to be his, promising an easy way out in exchange for submission. Mina contemptuously refused. Let him kill her, dismember her, but he'll never get the necklace. Hyde snorted, snapped his fingers, and grinned. In his opinion, she just didn't value her life. Then he shifted his gaze to her garrison and remarked with disdain, he doesn't need pity, but their loyalty deserves respect. His subordinates immediately bared their weapons, ready to execute any order. Hides looked at the girl testily, checking to see if she was willing to watch her men die. Mina froze with horror, her body trembling involuntarily. The guy proudly put on the necklace and gave the order. A useless princess has no place in this world. They would remain on duty for one more night and then leave for Enka's village in the morning. The camp murmured approvingly, applauding the leader's wise decision. Michel clenched his fist and hit his knee with it, then roughly grabbed the pretty girl's arm. The man said he was finally leaving the damn forest. He needed to vent his rage. He threw the girl on his shoulder and disappeared into the tent despite her cries and pleas. Nothing could stop him. Desire had taken over. Yuri smirked at them, commenting on the behavior of his comrades, either fighting or not letting women go. He turned to Hades and asked the question, what to do with the necklace? It's clearly not just bling. In his opinion, it's worth selling it to a neighboring state since half the countries are after it. If you organize everything correctly, you can gain wealth and power. But a mistake will cost too much. At this point, a furry creature ran up to Hades and made a strange sound. In anger, he stabbed the creature with his sword, showering it with a spray of blood. It all happened in an instant. The boy had no doubt he had made the right decision. Who would have thought a simple escort mission would lead to such wealth? Gotta make the best of it. He was already thinking through the deal. Pushing the animal carcass away, he grimaced. The whole of their country is made up of poor artists. It's much more profitable to offer a hide-beauty necklace. The locals are much richer and more generous. Yuri was wary and reminded that there was an ongoing border conflict between the Earls of Hides and Wambach. They only had time for people like them when they had to deal with the necklace. Hides lifted the necklace with a chuckle. The man believed the jewelry held a power that was underestimated. For him, the essence of any war was profit. Even in such turbulent times, profit has not lost its power. According to legend, a necklace stone inherited from ancient kings had the power to change the world. In his opinion, all the benefits of any war could not compare to even a tenth of the value hidden in that stone. Yuri was amazed and couldn't contain his admiration. It seemed to him that with such an artifact they could have founded their own state. The man did not hide the fact that he was thinking about it. However, in a few days he had not noticed the slightest manifestation of power in the stone. To him it was just a beautiful stone. He warned, life is too short to play with what you don't understand. And forces beyond reason always lead to trouble. With these thoughts, the man stood up. Everything was clear to him. They were neither a cult nor fanatics exchanging flesh for magic. He believed the point of their lives was not to suffer but to earn their comfort and live out their time in peace. Yuri looked at him with admiration and then could not resist. He was interested in how the man had so much knowledge about the hidden and forbidden. Hides turned around, a grin flashing in his eyes. He gave no answer to the question, but told the others that tomorrow the journey lay to Enka's village. The battle would begin there. Yuri nodded silently. He didn't need more words. Everything was clear. At this time, away from the camp where Mina's group had recently killed 2 mercenaries, one of her fighters broke the silence. He didn't believe that those bastards had set up camp in the charred forest so easily. The enemies were being overly cautious. If it wasn't for the actions of Bai Qi, who eliminated the patrol beforehand, the skirmish would have been noticed immediately and the entire camp would have been on alert. Princess Mina took cover in the bushes, watching without a word. Her main concern was how, with their strength and numbers lagging behind, they could get the necklace back while in such a disadvantageous position. House looked around the area. His desire to rush forward and take the necklace by force was overtaken by common sense. It would be suicide. Dejiyu suggested diverting the bulk of the enemy forces so that the rest could strike at the heart at the commander. Gray, glancing at him incredulously, was doubtful. The trap seemed naive to him. He thought it was better to sneak in at night and carry it off quietly without taking any risks. Bai Qi, hearing their discussion, intervened. According to him, it was too dangerous to wait for night. They had no more than 3 hours left. If the patrol changed and they found bodies, the whole camp would go into motion. The mercenary commander was too cautious to let that happen. Nevertheless, Bai Qi assured me that everything was still possible if one acted wisely and wasted no time. Mina's group was stunned. No one had expected him to have a clear plan. They wanted to know exactly what Bai Qi was up to. The guy crossed his arms and said confidently that the enemy's main weakness was their numbers. That was what he was going to use to his advantage. He knew of a den of fire spiders hidden deep in a coal canyon. Although their level was low, 10 to 20, there were countless of them. The idea was to attract as many spiders as possible and direct them toward the camp without approaching danger. Angry monsters could wreak real havoc, distracting attention and weakening defenses. That could be enough to get in. However, there were doubters among the squad. Mere monsters couldn't handle well-trained mercenaries. Bai Qi knew this. His plan wasn't to defeat the enemy but to wreak havoc. And the key to success was to lure the most dangerous monster, the Red Widow, into the camp. The group reacted with shock. Everyone was amazed at his intention of single-handedly attracting a level 30 boss spider. The Red Widow was huge. Her paws, sharp as blades, could pierce through a tree. She was not to be trifled with. The guy heard this plan and remarked that it was interesting but almost unfeasible. First, everyone needs to get out of the battle covertly, and that's impossible. A man named House backed him up. Just the princess and Meow Meow have stealth magic. Guy nicknamed Meow Meow was embarrassed and reminded that he wasn't a cat at all, but a tiger. Princess Mina walked in silence, deep in thought. Her stealth magic only worked on her alone, and it didn't work on everyone at once. If she's with Meow, Meow disappears, all the monster's fury descends on House and Gray, which is too risky and could result in casualties. The boy flinched at her words, even he couldn't remain indifferent. House tried to dispel the tension and let him know that he would be all right. As long as they get the necklace back, this risk is nothing. Even if he dies, Meow Meow will have to protect the princess. Meow Meow just shrugged. Stealth wouldn't work here, we'd have to go straight ahead. Let the spiders tear it up, it was even adrenaline. Bai Chi confidently stepped forward and suggested to strictly follow his plan. If done correctly, no one would die. He tossed items toward the princess group, important artifacts needed to carry out the plan. The first was one in the shadows, a bath with a dark solution that gives temporary invisibility. Side effects unknown. You can also drink it, but no one guarantees you won't get diarrhea. Water from the dark river gives invisibility without class restrictions. The second subject was the God Whisperer, a primitive deep space device. Only a third of its functions have been restored. Point 4. The last was the Ice Grenade artifact, a magical organ that compresses the elements into a closed vessel. Dr. Gerald created it. The three young men were overwhelmed by these gifts. House was stunned. In front of him lay the rarest artifacts, and they're giving it all away. Gray could hardly believe his eyes. In his hands was a real spacecraft. Even one of these is a tremendous value. Deji had the same expression on his face as his comrades. Hecole hardly believed that someone could have gotten all of this without having royal blood. Bai Chi knew the truth, all obtained by repeatedly farming. And even now, these devices were barely enough to advance in unlocking. He looked at Mina's group and calmly reported, the important thing is not the source, but that with these artifacts, the plan will be executed perfectly. Princess Mina looked at him carefully. She admired the slight detachment in his demeanor. Not everyone could do such a thing. Even 8 kings couldn't have gotten that many space devices on their own. They were only for the upper classes. Granting such artifacts was considered a special honor only to the most worthy knights on behalf of the royal family. After the advent of the Deep Space Rapture Academy, mass production of fakes that only superficially resembled the originals began. In 8 countries, there was even a religion worshipping these devices. They were honored by both nobles and common people. The Academy was independent and outside the jurisdiction of all 8 nations. It turned discoveries into weapons and sold them to the highest bidder. On the one hand, it drove scientific progress, and on the other, it increased the belligerence of humanity. There were real wars on the black market for original devices, and the prices were unaffordable. Guy knew that for the sake of hiring fighters, the princess had sacrificed a family heirloom by selling it on the black market. No money and no necklace. The girl wondered how he knew that, but the man only smiled confidently. He knew much more about her than she could imagine. Bai Chi looked at her gravely, promising to return everything he had lost. He doesn't throw words to the wind. Mina flashed, touched his cheek, and whispered agreement. The thoughts in her head were confused. His words seemed to warm her from within. She tried to suppress the feeling. After all, this was no time to get lost in such emotions. A battle awaited them. System notified, main quest updated, return gold stars. Reward, 1 point to unlock. The guy rejoiced. If you manage to open more accounts, the task is complete. So far, 3 quests are active. He pulled his hood up and realized there was a long way to go. But with the return of the Star Core, the task of unlocking it would be closer. The man led Mina's squad. The team had to be ready. There was a lair of spiders ahead, and they had to work together. All synchronized. They were ready. A lair opened before them. Legs glowed like lamps, cobwebs strewn everywhere. Small fire spiders began to appear from the depths. Their level was no higher than level 5. The squad proceeded with the plan. With their feet they crushed the spiders, destroying them one by one. House couldn't contain his joy. Such a process was strangely relieving and even fun. Gray nodded. It was indeed a stress reliever. He suggested the princess try it too. There was already a pile of corpses underfoot. Mina joined the fight, then reminded time is of the essence. You need to follow Bai Chi's plan and destroy the eggs to summon the boss. House chopped a few eggs with his sword. Everything was going according to the script, but he wondered if Bai Chi had calculated everything to the last detail. Gray, using his strength, was breaking the eggs. He felt that until there was a better plan, one should trust Bai Chi completely. Meow Meow agreed with this, also enthusiastically breaking eggs. Everything was going according to plan. Finally, an adult level 18 spider finally appeared. She roared when she noticed the group. Everything was going as planned. Mina ordered the retreat strictly according to the plan. It was too early to use Bai Chi items until they reached the camp. Everyone agreed. The princess's troop ran forward, followed by a wave of angry spiders. It was all happening as calculated. Meanwhile, deep within the den, a level 30 widow sensed the doom of her descendants, her eyes filled with bloody rage. Her scream shook the cave. She felt who invaded her world and destroyed it. At that moment, Bai Chi appeared in front of her. His face was calm, his steps confident. Everything was going according to plan. She looked at him with hatred. The man stood firm, holding his swords in both hands. When the spider realized it was a human, it lunged forward and threw a sharp claw. The rocks shattered under its paws. There was a furious snarl. The woman, in a fit of anger, did not understand how someone dared to break into her den, provoking a fight. The guy didn't look in her direction, but the glance cast at the spider woman was direct. He didn't hide his intention. The response was a sharp attack. The man swung his saber, marking the paw of his opponent, and stunned her with the accuracy and speed of the blow. After a moment, the monster reappeared as a woman with hair as scarlet as blood. She looked at the fighter, studying him. Her eyes reflected not rage but curiosity, a strange mixture of attraction to power and the realization of her own defeat. The woman grinned. Her offspring had been destroyed, but her desire to possess a strong man didn't seem to have disappeared. The spider woman moved closer, voicing her thought that she could keep him around to continue the lineage. The guy remained cold. He heard not passion in her suggestion, but a hidden threat, poison, delusion, and death. He rejected it, unwilling to become prey or food, even if the creature wore human form. The solution came instantly. The man struck a precise blow and severed her head, cutting off any continuation. Stunned, she let out a beastly roar. The mask of the man disappeared, revealing the fury of the true form. The body contorted, returning to its original form, and an angry scream, full of resentment and pain, erupted from the belly. The spider lady promised him a painful death. She believed he had chosen his own path of suffering. A stream of green gooey liquid erupted from her body, eating away at everything it touched. The guy moved with ease. His speed allowed him to avoid the deadly drops falling from the sky. He realized that the fight no longer mattered. Inwardly, his attention was focused on something else. Realized that what was important for victory was not to win the battle, but to lure the monster out of her territory. The man stopped abruptly. The spider caught up with him from above, and for a moment he lingered in motion. The enemy began weaving threads, preparing an attack that would shackle him to death. Dexterity and reaction came into play again. He ducked with precision, driven by experience. Memory suggested, in the original version, the monster defended the territory and would not leave under any circumstances. The spider woman kept up. She hovered over him and mockingly reminded him of his escape. The man paused, looking around. He had driven the beast to the very edge, almost beyond her lair. Inwardly comparing her to the one before and looking for signs of change that would give him an advantage. But if hatred didn't work, there were other ways. He decided to seduce her. The man hesitated briefly, determined to reveal the purpose of his arrival by hinting at the Silk Thread Guild's orders. Webthread is a rare resource, and he said there were 36 warriors stronger than himself outside the camp. The words didn't go unanswered. Something shook in the monster, and a strange excitement flashed in her gaze. She didn't hide her desire anymore. She wanted to get the power of these fighters and breed new offspring. The spider lady demanded that she be brought to them as soon as possible. Otherwise, she threatened death. The man ran forward, a shadow of glee on his face. His plan had worked flawlessly. He realized the laws of this world are much the same as the game system, but new moves are possible here. The groups under Princess Mina's command managed to lure a whole horde of level 20 fire spiders after them. As they ran to take the monsters behind them, the guys chatted. How was happy. Bai Chi's plan was brilliant and worked perfectly. Gray, on the other hand, stayed focused, reminding the others that the mercenary camp was just a short distance away and it was important to stay on track. Princess Mina was working out the next step at that moment. We need to lure the spiders to the border of the camp and push them against the mercenaries. The essence of the strategy was to split into 4 squads and surround the enemy, leaving him 0 chance of escape. Such a thing had seemed impossible before, but thanks to the things Bai Qi had passed down, they had a chance to realize what they had planned. We had to work together without wasting dark items. The girl's gaze radiated determination and inner focus. Soon she gave the order, immediately split up and move in 4 directions. The spiders synchronously followed the squads. At this point, elsewhere, Hyde's squad discovered the bodies of 2 slain guardsmen. One of the guards reported the situation. They were already gone during the change of posts. Everything happened silently without noise or traces. He didn't realize who could have done this. They had checked the area thoroughly and found no one, perhaps a beast? Hyde crouched beside the bodies, scrutinizing the wounds. It was not the work of a beast. The throat had been cut cleanly with a single movement. His conclusion sounded cold-blooded. Someone had used a dagger. Only a master could do such a thing, but there was no such person among his own. The guard, hearing this, became alarmed. Could it really be the girl who had run off with someone to avenge the cave? The man frowned. Coldness glinted in his gaze. The weapons and techniques were precise and lightning fast. But then who was behind it? At that moment, a wounded mercenary came running toward them. An arrow had pierced his leg and he was bleeding. Panic was in his voice. He tried to catch his breath and reported the camp was under attack from all sides. Spiders were coming from everywhere and none of the fighters could get through. He only managed to escape because he was patrolling the outskirts of the camp. And most importantly, he saw a girl and a man among the spiders. She seemed to vanish into thin air after one look. Before she disappeared, she had time to make a strong impression. The man was stunned. Had she really left? It looked like witchcraft, no other way. What the hell kind of magic was that? Meanwhile, in the mercenary camp, everything was in chaos. The firebrands were rushing in and flames engulfed the whole place. People screamed. There were cries of terror and pleas for rescue. The whole structure of the camp seemed to crumble under their onslaught. One by one the fighters fell, trying to resist. One of them screamed in despair. He did not want to die like this, senselessly. The next moment a huge spider grabbed this warrior, sank its venomous fangs into his skull and flooded everything with blood and a horrible hissing sound. Marshall, Kula and Yuri fought to the last man. The first one was cursing through his teeth. He had been taken by surprise, not even allowed to get dressed. Kula was furious. After all, the rumors said the spider's nest was far away and no one expected them to show up now. Yuri was losing patience. They couldn't do this without hides. Without a commander, they have no plan, no chance of survival. Finally, Hyde himself appeared. He did not hesitate to strike the nearest spider, sending it into unconsciousness. His warriors shouted with relief. Their leader had returned and with him came the hope of salvation. A few fighters pleaded, let him lead them in a counterattack. They are ready to fight to the last against these things. But the man, barely out of breath, sharply cut off. There will be no counterattack. They are trapped. There is no way out. He demanded that we gather everything of value and retreat immediately. Kula asked in alarm, what about the others? Their brothers in arms? The man threw a cold stare in response. The survivors will save lives. The rest of us cover the retreat. The warriors nodded and rushed after the commander, reminding themselves the main thing now is to survive, only that makes sense. Suddenly, a level 30 fire widow appeared. The huge creature demolished everything in its path and gold coins soared into the air. The mercenaries froze at the sight. A greedy gleam was in their eyes. They were so sorry to part with their money. The Spider Queen looked them over with interest. There was a sneer in her voice. There were indeed strong men among them. She decided this was a great place to lay her eggs, and began weaving a sticky net, growling merrily. Kula turned out to be the first victim. The web instantly wrapped around him, paralyzing his body. He cried out, unable to move. Hyde dodged the attack and bounced aside with a curse. But the widow switched to him, continuing to shoot the thread. She remembered him. He was the one who sent people after her cocoons and webs. Now he just ran away when he saw her. The man was getting tired. Questions ran through his mind. Is this really that guy's job? What is his purpose? But if that young man was part of Mina's team, did the princess really know what he was capable of? Hardly. Suddenly, Yuri grabbed Hyde's leg. His body was paralyzed. His hope of survival was melting away. He begged for rescue. The man lifted his comrade with one hand. Yuri had time to thank him, but was immediately thrown into the enemy's mouth. The scream spread through the neighborhood. While the widow was busy with her new victim, the commander rushed away. His face darkened. Without the trump card, he can't stand. The only way now is to retreat. He used the corpses and fleeing allies as cover. Alone, without ballast, he moved faster. Just a pity for the prey. The desperate cries of those left behind could be heard. They were calling for him, but he disappeared into the woods. The man gritted his teeth. He had put his soul into this legion, and now it was all falling apart. But he still had the necklace. With it he would rise. The fugitive continued on his way until he saw a familiar figure. It was the same girl. He had no doubt that she was the one who had set the whole thing up. She had escaped from Morbik's cave and was now running the game in her own territory. But the man wasn't going to forgive her. Clenching his fist, he leapt forward, ready to strike. But it turned out to be only an illusion in front of him. Underneath the mask was a deep space machine, a high-level item. It's impossible to believe she had it. At this moment, Bai Chi appeared behind his back. The cold blade was at his throat. His eyes flashed red. The man froze, unable to answer. For 5 long seconds he stood still. Then sharply attacked, but Bai Chi dodged. He recognized the weapon in the young man's hands. It was the same dagger, so it was the one that had started it. He chuckled as he realized the truth. He had overestimated the situation. There was a level 10 assassin behind the attack. The plan was brilliant. But stealing face-to-face? That's too audacious. He thought the young man was playing around. With these thoughts, the man rushed forward. Bai Chi dodged. The punch was strong but missed. The young man landed easily behind his back. A hunch flashed through his mind. Perhaps the opponent is above level 10. He stood opposite and made a defiant gesture with his hand as if calling a dog to fight. He challenged them to see who would stay. Haidas coldly reported that Bai Chi had missed the best chance to kill him, not rushing right away, not striking stealthily, not seriously injuring him. The guy replied calmly, explaining that due to the passive effect of the Wanderer, stabbing him in the back would do no good, only rattle his ears and lose his initiative. The man grinned, noting that Bai Chi, though low-level, was knowledgeable to the point of envy. He admitted that he had underestimated the stealthy opponent. His palms suddenly burst into flames and he was full of power. He declared that he would give his opponent a painful death. With a sharp jerk, he rushed towards Bai Chi, fury blazing in his eyes, reflecting a lust for destruction. Swinging around, the man tried to cave in the blow with icy determination, hoping thereby to stifle regrets. The boy deftly dodged, relying on his training and natural flexibility. Hades, seized with anger, furiously unleashed attacks. Muttering that evasion won't save because every lurker hates wanderers. He continued his assault on the protagonist with a relentless onslaught. Bai Chi dodged, realizing that much of the lurker's arsenal against the wanderers was simply useless. Then he stopped, straightened up without taking his eyes off his enemy and stayed where he was. Haidas, confident of victory, sprang forward. The young warrior reflected on how combat experience reinforces professionalism, but it is still skill, not experience, that decides. With these thoughts he began to dodge the flurry of blows again. Haidas transformed his arm and glared at his opponent with a smug smile. The man acknowledged that the guy continues to fight back even under a barrage of attacks, and the experience is amazing. But the difference between experience and skill is blurred. He noticed the guy had a skill, but no more, and it wasn't enough. Wings flapped behind Haidas' back. Bai Chi quickly calculated his parameters, 10 base levels and 30 advanced levels, no skill growth, just characteristics. He knew that in front of him was a full-fledged level 30 Wanderer, Sacred Beast class. The enemy's strength was truly terrifying. Haidas, without delay, threw himself at the young man again, eager to get at him and then at the woman. Bai Chi had about 60% of his health left. The man swung, gave a sharp horizontal kick, and pounced with a scream. The guy's hood was torn in several places. He felt the threat of the end. But in the depths he did not retreat. He grabbed the edge of his cloak, turned around to face his opponent, and was determined. The guy was confident if he decided to go out to fight, it means he has a way to defeat his enemy. He quickly assessed the current situation. After a series of attacks, his survival rate was only about 40%. Hyde snorted, expressing doubt that the guy was capable of winning. Bai Chi took out a purple glowing diamond-shaped artifact. The smile on his face was ironic. In his hand was a scroll that amplified abilities. It was a level 50 disposable artifact that activated skills for 3 minutes. He made it clear that he was going to use top-rank stealthy skills to destroy the opponent, and immediately activated the scroll. Behind him, a phantom assassin emerged, radiating menace. It was a demon cutting through space and summoning phantoms from the Shadow Realm. The man tensed up. He was clearly interested in what was happening. He wondered where the enemy got such an arsenal. He said that, after the victory, he planned to take it for himself. They converged again, their blows shaking the ground, chunks of stone flying into the air. The next clash made it clear. The advantage was now on Bai Chi's side. Soon Hides lay unconscious. His wings were crumbling. He could not believe what was happening. Suddenly, new wings sprouted from his back. He recognized the level 50 power, felt its oppressive power. He realized he couldn't handle it, and the only way out now was to flee. The man couldn't fathom how the guy had obtained such a powerful artifact. It was driving him crazy. But before he could react, sharp-clawed hands grabbed his wings and pinned him to the ground. Fear gripped him. He was fixed, unable to move. Bai Chi towered over him, gaze cold. Everything had changed. He now had the upper hand. Hides tried to understand why the opponent didn't use the artifact earlier. He wondered why he was feigning weakness when he could have ended the fight much earlier. The man wondered who's in front of him. Why did it happen like that? Bai Chi chuckled. Hides had intelligence, but his overly complex logic was leading him to his doom. The man held out the necklace, remorseful, apologizing. He acknowledged that the whole thing was a setup. Bai Chi smiled, but a dagger was already gleaming in his hand. The guy admitted that he liked the look of the enemy, but now he wants both the necklace and his life. With fury, he unleashed a series of blows. Hadas screamed in pain. The dust rose. A moment later, there was a coughing sound. The man was battered. He suffered, breathing heavily, asking in desperation why he was pulling. Did he really just want to torture? The probability of survival tended to 0. He was pierced by fear. He felt helpless. Bai Chi picked up the necklace, taking his time. He explained, keeping the enemy alive because of a promise. He tossed the necklace to Princess Mina, indicating that it was now her turn. The princess reached for it, gazing admiringly at the artifact. She came up and asked a question. Why were they not killed then, but thrown into the Hell Cave? The man replied, she just wanted to see the remnants of goodness in him. He admitted regrets not finishing them off then, and now he's getting what he deserves. Guy thought that even now the enemy was playing his part to the end. He didn't finish him because he had bet on the princess, hoping she would escape. If she was saved, the enemy would support her faction, and that faction would become hostile to him. He doesn't care about the consequences for others, only his own interests matter. Hades chuckled, saying that Bai Chi's fate was far more tragic. He was an enemy to the world. House, unable to bear it, lunged with his sword, but the enemy was immediately pulled away by the net. It was the Red Spider Woman. She braided the man, claiming that he was hers now. Hadas snorted uneasily. Better to die from being sucked out than to fall from her hand. He was sure that if he survived, he had one. The Red Spideress stood in front of Bai Chi, her voice cold and tenacious. She finally found the one she'd been looking for a long time, the right guy. The Black Widow boss declared that the camp was now hers, and the only one left was the one who had brought her here. She intended to capture him and return with the trophy. The guy stepped forward and told the others to stand back. He wanted to deal with this bossy woman himself. He realized that the effect of the last talisman was about to fade, and there was almost no time left. But his allies refused to back down. He had already done too much to leave him alone. They were not going to hide and keep silent. They wanted to fight alongside him. The Black Widow roared in rage and demanded that the man be captured and the woman killed. A blazing flame engulfed her figure. Suddenly a high-pitched roar rang out, and everyone, including the boss, froze, trying to figure out where it was coming from. The anger-stricken boss tried to figure out who dared to override her voice with such a roar. Before she could finish speaking, a colossal paw slammed into the ground, pinning her to the ground. The guy was in total shock. What was happening seemed impossible. The ancient dragon Deacon Blake appeared in front of them. His level was unknown. His massive figure loomed over everyone like a rock over an anthill. The man was stunned by the creature's appearance. He couldn't understand why such an ancient dragon was here. The Black Widow tried to break free from his steel grip, but the dragon entered the fray without hesitation. Bodies trembled with terror. The legend stood before them. No one knew whether to fight or just run away. The man told the others not to move. He realized the situation was getting out of control and a way out had to be found immediately. The enraged boss yelled, calling the dragon a stupid bird and threatening it with retribution for its intrusion. The flames soared higher, enveloping her. A wave of fire forced the dragon backward and it raised a paw. The boss regarded him with triumphant fury and promised to turn him into charred ashes. But before she could finish her sentence, the dragon's jaws closed on her body, studded with many teeth. The creature squeezed her, shattering her bones and swallowed her in one motion like small prey. The man kept looking for a way out. In the previous game, everything depended on race. But now power decided everything. Disobedience was punishable by death. Fortunately, the boss's intervention gave him time to pull himself together. This allowed him to recall who the Black Dragon was. The ancient guardian's name was Deacon Blake. He was one of the 3 guardians of the world soul. In addition to black, there were red and blue. They were also legends. After the destruction of the capital city and the disappearance of the soul, Deacon Blake disappeared after the first Star Wars and hasn't appeared since. The player would only encounter him after powerful pumping. Without it, he would be doomed to death. The dragon began to build up flames in its mouth, gathering energy ready to destroy everything around it. Everyone was preparing for the worst. Those flames could burn them in a split second. The man tried to stop him, trying to explain that they were not enemies and begging for mercy. The giant looked at him with interest. The heat gradually subsided and the flames disappeared, leaving only amazement and incomprehension in the eyes of the others. No one understood what the guy said, but the dragon clearly reacted to his words and stopped attacking. It was the language of dragons, ancient and forgotten. The creature bowed his head, trying to understand how such a small one knew his speech. The guy not only knew the language, but revealed the essence of the creature, an ancient guardian of the world soul. System confirmed. The player used a scroll with the dragon's secret language, allowing them to achieve resonance with it. But the mistake could have been deadly. The man knelt down, expressing the dragon guard's utmost reverence and adoration for his former strength and connection to the star family. The creature was surprised. He was interested in how he knew all this and who the stranger was who dared to speak to him like that. The boy noted that the wound had awakened the creature's rage. In the last version of the game, the dragon didn't attack people, it was the imposter's fault. The creature was unwilling to wait and demanded an explanation, or death would be the price of silence. The man didn't argue and immediately explained that he knew him because he served the heiress of a stellar dynasty with which the dragon was associated. He pointed to the girl. She was the last member of the star family, Princess Mina. Though fear clutched her chest, the princess stepped forward, maintaining pride and determination despite the unknown. Guy reminded the dragon of the treaty with the ancient dynasty. He pledged to protect it, not destroy it. The dragon unfurled his wings and laughed loudly. He wasn't going to be a guard for mortals. For him, the contract was an amusement in an endless life that disappeared with his family. Their disappearance meant the end of conditions. He doubted one could seriously believe the words of a random traveler who decided to name someone as the last heir. The creature was on the verge of anger and stated that his patience had run out. The last chance was to prove status, or else everyone would be burned to the ground. The man nodded briefly, pulling out a necklace within which a star core shone like a star hidden in a jewel. He calmly showed it, certain of one thing: such a core could only belong to someone who carried the blood of a royal dynasty. This was enough to confirm his truth and intentions, but the man was not allowed to finish. The ancient dragon instantly unleashed a monstrous power and unleashed flames on the ground, giving no time for words. Guy rushes to the side, wrapping his arms around Princess Mina, pulling her away from him, trying to deflect the blow away from her. The power of dragon breath was devastating. One touch could wipe out all life. They managed to survive only by a miracle. The monstrous heat passed very close by, leaving behind a scorched earth. The enraged ancient beast roared, accusing mortals of sacrilege. They had touched the supreme stellar core. There was rage in his voice. Anyone who dared touch the sacred deserved to die. The man tried to finish by rebuking the monster, for he who was supposed to be the guardian of order had himself violated it. In his thoughts, he was clearly aware that despite the rescue, the loss of 2 rare artifacts from the depths of space had come at a heavy price. In response to the lad's words, the dragon spewed flames again, accusing him of insolence and a futile attempt at concealment. The creature remembered seeing this artifact once before in Star Shadow, but knew it wouldn't work a second time. The man understood the current situation was a dead end. It was impossible to break it without new powers. Options flashed through my mind: create a new path, unlock at least 25% of the artifacts, find a way to break through. But almost all tools were useless against such power, and the most valuable armor and sword required a greater reserve of strength. Understood, the blood armor and skull dragon sword could help, but he couldn't use them, not enough power. There was only one possibility left, painful, desperate, but offering a chance to change the course of the battle. Guy turned to the princess and made it clear that this path would cause her incredible suffering. She did not hesitate to give her consent. The main thing is to survive. Everything else can be survived. The man, wasting no time, touched her neck, gently blacking out her consciousness to relieve her of pain and fear. He was sure it was the only way to save himself. And now it was up to her. House, who was watching, was confused. He panicked when he saw the man's actions. Guy laid Mina down on the ground, keeping her calm, and signaled softly that nothing should be told to her. As he raised his sword over the princess's body, House didn't hold back, lunging forward, begging him to stop. House tried to find out what he was up to, but got no answer, just a look of determination. The man kept his cool, knowing he would do everything with the precision of a surgeon to minimize suffering. The blade went gently into the heart area, just as accurately extracted without unnecessary pain or fear. A drop of blood protruded from the wound, which the man carefully collected and dripped onto the core necklace. Meanwhile, the dragon, impatient and hostile, again reminded us of its presence by spewing flames. The fire attack headed straight for the guy, promising to destroy anything in its path. But before the flames could reach their target, a huge figure appeared in space and stood as a shield between them. This appearance stunned the dragon, making him forget his anger for a moment. He recognized the man. That was Manhwa Starry himself, the first king of the Star Kingdom, whose figure rivaled that of a dragon. Even the mighty monster felt fear. Manhwa's aura was too powerful, too real. The beast looked at him in disbelief. After all, this man had died 100 years ago. How did he end up here again? The dragon didn't believe it, assuring him it was a trick and no one is capable of resurrecting from the void of nothingness. The boy stood beside the king, squeezing the princess's hand as if conveying an oath and power through touch. He held the girl tightly against him, preparing for the final battle, and knew, illusion or no illusion, the battle would decide everything. The irritated dragon took to the skies, assuring that the ants before him were but pitiful ants, not worth his fury. He promised that none of their appeals would save them. It was his final blow that would erase everything. The released breath rushed straight toward the image of the king, leaving a blazing path behind it. The tremendous energy collided with the barrier, causing a rumble, explosion, and shockwave to sweep through the neighborhood. The monster laughed. Such breath would melt even the stars. No one could stand against it, not even a ghost. The dragon triumphed, confident of victory, and mocked whoever dared to summon Manhwa's shadow. But the man discreetly refuted this by urging the monster to open its eyes and see who it was facing. Manhwa remained unharmed by the monstrous impact, standing in the center of the blast like an immovable giant. He put his foot down on the ground, and a powerful shockwave spread across the plain, making the air shake. There was no mistake. The real Manhwa stood before them, alive and unyielding, not a ghost or an illusion. Guy knew the dragon had once seen his own demise, but he couldn't imagine that a star core would yield such power. Manhwa threw himself at the ancient dragon. He could not believe his eyes. Is the girl really a descendant of the great hero? The creature tried to fend off the attack, but its life bar was halved from the first hit. The monster roared with rage, remembering the past when he couldn't kill that man. But now he will end his descendants. Huge tail split the air, but as soon as it touched the target, the guy activated a counterattack and froze the enemy. The mighty beast froze. Staggered counterattack reflects the blow, reinforces the response, and restrains the enemy with ice. The guards at the princess almost shrieked. How could such a monster even possess such a skill? Everything they knew about the first king came from forgotten chronicles and ruined monuments, but now the power was real. The wool on their bodies rose up. To see this power in person was to witness an ancient legend. Bai Qi mentally acknowledged, there is no doubt about the ruler's might, but mistakes are inevitable. The battle must end quickly. Dragon cackled, holding back fear. Same technique over and over again. Why even centuries later does he still feel that pressure? Memories came flooding back. First encounter with a man who called himself Manhwa, king of men. That day the man demanded union, called for guarding the world soul together, and this angered the creature to the extreme. The dragon was shocked. How dare a mortal stand before him without trembling and still offer friendship? A battle broke out between the two, and the then young dragon soon found himself in a desperate situation. He exhaled, "A man can kill, he can let go, but he himself is not going to bow down to people." The sword stroke was ready to tear it apart, but suddenly it stopped. The king noticed a tremor in the body of the beast. Perhaps he is still afraid of death. Despite the immortality of the flesh, his soul is still vulnerable, The monarch gave a choice, either cooperation or a fight to the death in the future when the time comes and fear gives way to rage. The dragon was tormented. How could such a short human life cause such awe? But resistance was futile. He would soon kill him. A man from Star Shadow stood before him. A mighty warrior who could not stand up to all his enemies in the first battle fell. He couldn't forgive himself for not killing it himself, and now his shadow haunted the dragon. The wind from the new sword strike cut through the woods. The very heavens themselves seemed to part, but the creature held on. The dragon glared at his opponent. Fear still lived in him, but memories should not subjugate the will. The monarch struck again, applying a back kick and forcing the monster to retreat. The astonished creature didn't understand. Was he really going to be forced to submit to the descendants of that very king? Rage gripped him, and he roared, rejecting the very thought of submission, and spewed a torrent of slimy slime. Inside turned out to be a chest. A roar filled the neighborhood, and the beast disappeared, activating a terrible escape. The guards and Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief. The enemy had fled. Victory had come to them without a final showdown. The princess wondered why he didn't finish the monster with his final blow. The guy calmly explained there was no animosity and the ruler's summoning time had expired, so scapegoating was the best choice. The dragon had not recovered from its encounter with the first Star Shadow. Mental trauma was holding back its power. At the princess' current level, even a summoning of the king wouldn't keep the beast under control that long. The system soon reported Bai Qi defeated the Justice Lord, the Scarlet Whip, and the ancient Dragon Guardian. The reward was points and a chest that exuded a bad odor, but inside could hide everything from great power to a death trap. And yet it was worth opening it. This moment could bring both riches and doom. Meow Meow anxiously noticed that Bai Qi had suddenly increased by 2 levels at once, but why? Then no joy was felt. Gray admitted what he saw was beyond anything he could have imagined, and his own power seemed tiny. House reminded of the most important thing, the princess's health. Her condition is the most important thing right now. He noticed that the core of the star was still active and wondered what exactly had happened to its body. Bai Qi explained, physically she is intact, but her soul has been injured. It will take about 10 days to recover. Core energy is incomprehensible to ordinary people. It only responds to the blood of royalty. For safety reasons, the guy asked everyone to keep the secret, otherwise the proud princess would risk getting hurt again. He had to take this step to survive. He made no excuses, just apologized. But his entourage did not condemn him. On the contrary, they felt indebted to him for saving them. The princess took part voluntarily. Her determination and strength are worthy of eternal protection. It was time to leave the scorched forest, but something was still lingering. No one could have left the chest. It shone too suspiciously, hiding something important inside. Everyone remembered the preface, wealth or death moment, and it made you think. House wanted to understand exactly what that meant. Bai Qi explained, it's most likely a trap inside, since no such item existed in the original game. The battle is over, but a new mystery has arisen. What is this ancient chest hiding? Gray stopped the guy named Bai Qi, reminding him of the possibility of the trap he himself was pointing out. Daegu intervened as well, noting that it could very well turn out to be a monster sunduck, and if careless, everyone would be in trouble. Guy knew about these creatures. They are soft-bodied monsters hiding in chests that lure treasure hunters. When the hunter succumbs to temptation, the chest swings open and the creature swallows the victim whole in an instant. Such monsters usually dwell in ruins or in the depths of mazes. Guy was killed by them more than once in the game. Although he hadn't seen anything like this here before, his intuition told him that this was the chest in front of him. Gray decided to be cautious and instructed him not to open the chest until he counted to 3. Bai Qi, now focused, nodded and prepared himself. When 2 sounded, the guy hit the lid of the chest with force without waiting for the count to 3. Gray barely had time to express his displeasure before the lid flew off and a flood of gold coins came rushing out of the chest. The coins flew in a fountain. Shining gold filled the air and dazzled everyone with its luxury. The guide turned out to be right. The chest turned out to be an ordinary vault. His description was a trap, a defense against thieves. System confirmed. The team did open the chest and obtained many rare artifacts. First among them was the majestic coin of the first king, an ancient and priceless relic representing the glory of Monadal. Next came the key of exile to hell, covered in scarlet symbols as if exuding the heat of lava and the smell of blood. Next was a scroll with the coordinates of the dungeon of exile, a location hidden by time, with a history forgotten even in the original game. The last was the soul calling bell, whose ringing echoed in the afterlife. Gray picked up the gold coin, unable to believe his eyes, and gazed in amazement at the find. Its value was beyond ordinary riches. Daigu excitedly tossed the coins into the air, letting the gold shower down on himself from head to toe. The guy offered to let the others take all the gold, saying he was keeping the rest of the artifacts for himself, but warned against possible traps. House, perplexed, noted that he could have taken everything. After all, he was the one who ensured the victory and there was no need to share. However, Bai Qi explained that this was not generosity but an investment in rebuilding the kingdom that he was counting on for the future. House laughed and recognized in the boy not only a warrior, but also a visionary who could think strategically. He accepted this gift on behalf of the princess, hoping that when she woke up, her heart would be filled with joy. The team decided to keep the previous plan. The alliance had been concluded. It was interesting to see where Bai Qi would go. Guy admitted that he originally wanted to round up the mercenaries and go to Baron Robbie's place. Now that the princess is weak, that's exactly where she should go. The Baron's name was familiar, a noble and violent aristocrat of the Duchy of Alina, powerful and unpredictable. He held no grudge against the Star Dynasty, for his kind had enjoyed its favor. The princess would be safe there. The boy cast a farewell glance at his comrades and said that he was heading for the village of Anka, where his path diverged from theirs. They were surprised. The place was not well known, but he confirmed that it was not far away at all. Gray wondered what Bai Qi was going to do there, but the answer never came out. The guy preferred to keep his intentions to himself. House hoisted the princess on his shoulder and said that they were on their way to the Baron's house. If Bai Qi wanted, she could drop by later. They said their goodbyes. House promised a toast in his honor and even a duel. Daegu gave a final meow and told him to take care of himself. The guy waved back, promising they'd see each other again, and told him to tell the princess to apologize. System recorded. Bai Qi's reputation in Mina's camp has peaked. The screen plunged into a new scene created by Monadule. Hands began to sprout from the ground. There were more and more of them. They reached for the sky with an intimidating roar. The Weeping Cave location, designed for levels 20 to 30, has been 100% explored. Fully exploring the 3 maps of the first chapter unlocked the final quest. But now things have gone differently. The order has been disrupted. Blazing Jungle, level 10 zone, 90% explored. Scooter of Souls is an open location. The beginner quest could have been skipped, but the player couldn't afford 90% because he was aiming for a perfect score. The village of Anka with levels from 1 to 10 or even 110 has not yet been explored at all. Since his rebirth, the guy hadn't found peace, couldn't rethink everything and plan his future. Anka seemed to be the right place for him. She was poor, but safe and harmonious. It had a special spirit. The residents kept hope alive even in the face of apocalypse. And all of this was due to a headman named Incarvel. He ran the village and helped the player at the very beginning of his journey. But something was clearly wrong this time. The surrounding silence seemed ominous. No insects, birds, or evening fireside gatherings could be heard. The road seemed darker and more desolate than in memory. This sensation could not have been a deception. Suddenly there was a heartrending scream, piercing, desperate. Something terrible has clearly happened to this place. It had to be dealt with immediately. The road leading to the village was permeated with the sounds of mysterious chants accompanying the ancient ritual. 3 hooded and masked men held the young man tightly, preparing him for the macabre ritual. The boy wriggled in a desperate attempt to escape from the stranger's grasp, but resistance was futile. One of the participants suddenly spoke up, accusing the young man of running away, betrayal, and indifference to his parents. He assured me that it was useless to resist. Ascension would be his ultimate choice and his only salvation. The young man continued to struggle, unwilling to accept another's will. The mask with a hoarse voice signaled for the start. One of the cultists took out a sealed vial. The utensil held back something strange. Bringing it to the victim's stomach, the other pulled up his shirt. A green centipede with a toothy mouth slipped out from inside and slid right into the open belly. The creature let out a monstrous roar that cut the air with a frightening echo. The bound boy tried to scream through his clamped mouth, his eyes filled with mad terror. The chants filled the space again, growing louder with each note. To the sound of the songs, the monster gnawed into the body, as if penetrating the essence of the flesh itself. The young man's body began to distort. Veins swelled on his face, turning him into something alien. Suddenly a dagger flew in from a great height, cutting through the sky like a flash of anger. He pierced the centipede, chaining her to a tree behind the young man's back. The hooded figures did not hide their shock. From the shadows, Bai Chi appeared with an indifferent calmness. He assessed what was happening, thoughtfully asking who these people were and what they were doing in Anka village. The two wailed in panic, realizing the loss. The sacred insect died, it's unforgivable. One of them picked up the dead creature and shouted with mad fury, accusing the stranger of sacrilege. The man called the creature the crown of creation, the holy star mother insect, and demanded retribution for the killer. Bai Chi pondered, this name is foreign to the game. It wasn't present in the initial villages. What is this thing doing here? Suddenly, a man wrapped in a black cloak burst out of the crowd. He was level 5 and was shouting, calling for Bai Chi to be killed. The man was raring to fight, wanting to use his body for a sacrifice, for the sake of the insect mother's gift. Bai Chi easily dodged their blows, moving with honed agility. He retaliated with a swift blow. The two attackers fell dead before they realized what had happened. Looking at the body of one of the enemies, Bai Chi recognized the familiar tattoos and realized it was an imposter. His old lair was far from here, but now he somehow ended up in Anka. The leader summoned an insect spirit, his voice full of anger. He called Bai Chi a blasphemer, said the holy star mother's gift is beyond the comprehension of those like him. A wave broke from his body, knocking his breath away. Two minions shook in agony. Their bodies began to contort, their flesh twitched. They began to change. Bai Chi, covering his nose with a cloth, recognized the familiar process. It all started with the parasitic beetle. It was that form of the Great Feast, a foreign plague from deep space. The leader exclaimed with madness in his voice that this was the true appearance of the Ascended Ones. He scorned the attempt to interfere with their ascendancy and released another spirit. The creature trembled, and the mutants began emitting a poisonous powder, a neurotoxin from the Great Pyre's arsenal. Bai Chi covered himself with a cloak. Breathe in and you see illusions while the body decomposes. They struck with their claws, one of them laughing, assuring me that resistance would only increase the suffering. But their claws only tore the fabric. Bai Chi abruptly jumped forward and delivered a crushing blow. He turned to the leader to ask about the gentleman, but only a furious hissing sounded in response. Two mutants were about to pounce on the protagonist. The boy chopped through the mutants, his sword slicing through their bodies with ease. There was no response. The leader was horrified. How could such a blow destroy two ascendants? It's impossible. Bai Chi gave one last chance to find out who this ascended one was and who gave the order. But the man continued to resist. The old man shouted that the stranger was interfering in the affairs of the village. He escaped, not realizing that even with Pyre's gift he remained a prisoner of the logic of the beginner's zone. Bai Chi finished the job by piercing the man's head with his sword. The man wheezed, emitting his last sounds. System notification confirmed. Bai Chi received 180 soul points and the insect summoning sword. The sword's tail emitted special vibrations, stimulating the parasites hidden in the creature's bodies, could reveal their true form, awakening the alien essence within. If someone was hiding behind this weapon, he's an imposter. But why bring Pyre to a village of newcomers? The parasitic beetle are eggs from deep space that ended up in this world after the ship died. By merging with local life, they caused catastrophes and mutations. The feast parasitizes everything: plants, animals, humans. Symbiosis has 3 forms. The first is death of the host. The second is latent symbiosis with no visible signs. The third is a dangerous mutation with increasing strength and intelligence. The consciousness of the infected is preserved but is subjugated to the collective mind. It's the Pyre's way of survival. In the original game, there was a cult serving Pyre, but these called him Holy Mother. Perhaps this is a true form of the plague, or a new, infected version. What is happening cannot be explained except by the appearance of an imposter. The young man who had escaped from the ritual was panicking. He pressed his hands to his head and said that he did not agree to the ascension. His name was Dinah. Second level. He knew Bai Chi. The guy had once followed him to the newbie village, being a cheerful NPC with a lot of potential. He admired Bai Chi, dreaming of becoming a strong and courageous warrior. Even getting the meat seemed like a feat. Smiling, he was proud of every step. What had happened to him? Bai Chi lowered himself next to the young man, trying to calm him down and find out the truth of what was happening. The boy said that the head of the village had gone mad, turned into a monster, and enslaved others. Those who resisted were killed or imprisoned. His mother is now in the dungeon. He managed to escape, but there was no one to ask for help. He was panicking, his voice sounding doomed. If his mother is turned into a monster, there is no way to save her. In a fit of desperation, he jumped up and ran, screaming that he had to save her. Bai Chi placed a mark on it, a medium marking rune. It showed the location of the target. The duration was 1 hour. That way, the guy wouldn't disappear from the radar. The one who was thought to be a benevolent headman turned out to be a traitor. But one cannot judge by appearances. You have to get to the bottom of it and uncover the truth. Main objective: investigate the anomaly in Anka village, clear it, and return the old world. The reward is 1 account unlock point. The village of Kafr Anka spreads out among the hills like a lost mirage. Its houses, weathered by time, held the secrets of ancient rituals. The silence was broken only by the whisper of the wind and an anxious foreboding. This was the beginning of a story full of pain and unexpected twists and turns. The situation in Kafr Anka was rapidly deteriorating. The man inspecting the ruins recalled the rare moments of warmth associated with this place. The shadow of the looming threat contrasted with the past. Every crack in the walls seemed to scream of imminent trouble. The boy clenched his fists, rejecting the darkness that was about to consume his mind. His eyes burned with determination like a flame in the darkness. Every movement spoke of struggle. He would not let darkness dictate the rules even as the world crumbled around him. Bai Chi confidently walked forward in order to fulfill his mission. Despair tore at his chest. Hitting his fist against the lock only made the pain worse. Inside screamed why he was weak, mixed with shame. Doubts choked harder than chains. If even the castle doesn't yield, how can those who believed in it be saved? A voice from the darkness urged to flee, leaving the others to their fate. The words sounded like a sentence, robbing them of their last hope. But the guy stepped forward, ignoring the advice. His eyes spoke clearer than words. He would not betray those he promised to help. The man said to himself, through clenched teeth, that he would not leave them. His hands trembled, but his will remained unshaken. Every word was an oath. Even if there was no chance, he would fight to the end, transcending fear. He would do it even if he had to sacrifice himself. Suddenly a hand gripped his sword. The enchanted castle glowed with an ominous light. A voice from the shadows insisted that only precise action would save those trapped inside. Magic required sacrifice, but the man sought another way. His plan was born in agony, like a spark in ashes. A man was confronted by a stranger whose appearance aroused sharp distrust. Suspicion fell on the alien's connection to a hostile principality threatening to destroy the village. The voice trembled, urging urgency to leave the danger zone. The warning sounded like a last chance to avoid imminent death. Words about past sacrifices increased the anxiety. Every step forward seemed like a step into a trap. The boy demanded information about the lair of the mutated creatures. The answer was vague, pointing only to the underground labyrinths beneath the village. Uncertainty complicated the plan. Without accurate data, it became almost impossible to rescue the hostages. The kid's desperation translated into pleas for help. The only solution was a risky plan to use the boy as bait. Fear mixed with hope. The willingness to sacrifice for others outweighed the horror of the unknown. The woman rejected the idea, begging to save her son. Her words breathed with a mother's pain and fear of losing the last of her son. The decision was hard. Even in hell there were those who were ready to defy fate for the sake of their loved ones. Faith in the child's perseverance became a ray of light. His tenacity, unbroken by hell, inspired desperate action. He accepted the plan. Every word of the mentor sounded like a sentence. From now on, everyone's fate depended on following instructions precisely. The young man accepted the sword and all instruction at once. The scene has changed to a dungeon corridor. The question of missing persons hung in the air. The presence of the fugitive caused bewilderment and a latent threat. Silence was the answer. Each second of silence increased the suspicion of betrayal. The man rejected the hypocritical promises of the village head. His anger was directed at the one who had turned his native place into ruins. The words about goodwill sounded like mockery. Behind the facade of nobility there was a monstrous truth. Suddenly one of the cultists began to release tentacles from under his cloak to grab the small one. The sword didn't help him, and the evil freak began to strangle the child. The mother was terrified, demanding her son's release. Her voice trembled, mixing anger with despair as her hands clung to the last shreds of hope. The boy rejected his father, calling him a monster. The ascension ritual turned the bond of kinship into a nightmare requiring immediate action. The words of the family reunion sounded like a prayer. Faith in holy grace was the last stronghold in a world where the foundations were crumbling. The question of the missing hung in the air. The silence of the answer only emphasized the anxiety like the shadow of impending disaster. The cultists were discussing the search for the 3 people who performed the ritual on the little hero. The father coldly rejected his son, seeing him only as a tool for ascension. His words breathed contempt, devoid of parental warmth. The son accused the father of betrayal and violence. The cult of the holy insect mother became an excuse to destroy everything that was dear. Suddenly the man in charge stopped in horror. He learned that not only had the 3 minions been killed, but also a holy animal very important to the ritual. Remorse mixed with a search for the guilty party. The failure to defend the sacred being exposed weakness and fear of punishment. He shouted loudly and questioned his son to tell about the murderer. The man faced fierce opposition. His actions drew the ire of his interlocutor, whose questions sounded like a rebuke for breaking the unspoken rules. He summoned his huge, mutated sword from his hand. The threat to break bones hung in the air, mixed with the demand to hand over the initiative to the village head. Violence became a tool of control. The decision to enter the unknown was followed by a cry of pain. Doubt was replaced by forced determination, leaving questions unanswered. Small thought in shock, did he really do that? The door slowly began to open, exposing a red, ominous light. The source of all the troubles was named aloud. The words sounded like a verdict, pointing to the root of the disaster that had engulfed the village. The man turned his attention to the chosen young man, emphasizing his vigor and uniqueness among the residents. The choice fell on him for a reason. His potential seemed the key to the future. The chapter said of the one who is worthy to inherit his intentions only the little one. The older would pass his ambitions to the younger, assuring that in time he would realize the meaning of sacrifice. The legacy of power required patience and faith in hidden goals. Before the ritual, the young man was told the secret of the epidemic that had killed half the village. The past tragedy became the basis for new, darker plans. That's when the head realized how weak people are. The pain of helplessness during the plague remained a scar. Tears and regret seemed the only way out of the chaos then. But suddenly there was a strange guy who not only cured the plague, but also left hope. The appearance of the larva of the Holy Star womb changed everything. Her growth under care became a symbol of hope and future exaltation. The old leader's ascension was incomplete. The body could not bear the burden. Responsibility for the fate of the village required a new bearer, or a new form of host. The burden of power has shifted to the young. The strength and potential of the young man became the last stake in the game for the survival of the community. Disgust at the proposed fate resulted in a sharp refusal. The thought of becoming a monster like his mentor was only terrifying. The promise of collective intelligence and power did not convince the young man. His refusal sounded like a challenge to the entire ascension system. He picked up a rock and hit the beetle with it with all his might. The man in charge started screaming. He had spent a lot of effort on this royal uterus, and the boy had killed her so easily. Anger and bewilderment were in his voice. The young man's refusal ruined his carefully laid plans, leaving only bitterness of disappointment. The door became a symbol of a dead end. The spider freak mentor didn't want to let the boy out. The guy's mocking reply sounded like a challenge. He wasn't going to give up without a fight. The lock clicked, isolating the space. The action spoke of determination. Now it depended on who was left on the other side. The old man didn't even realize what he was talking about. Regret was replaced by rage. The interlocutor cursed his choice, realizing that he had trusted the wrong person. The spider's sharp claw almost embedded itself in the boy's head. The sudden appearance of the stranger caused shock. Questions hung in the air, mixing fear with curiosity. The new character introduced himself as the bringer of hope. His words sounded like a promise of salvation, but there was a mystery behind them. The old man only grinned at his role as savior of the village and launched his attack. But the protagonist deftly dodged the blow, which left cracks in the floor. The argument over methods of saving the village reached a peak. The old man blamed everyone around him. Accusations of insanity and betrayal split the already fragile alliance. The fighters started arguing during the fight about whether it was worth becoming a monster for that kind of power. The determination sounded like a final chord. Even in the face of a collapse of plans, the man refused to change course. The gas filled the confined space, forcing the man to seek a way out. His attempts to escape became desperate, but the poisonous fumes followed him everywhere. The poison turned out to be a unique weapon, capable of killing even without high concentration. Its properties endangered everyone in the affected area. The old man instructed them not to resist and just breathe in the gazette quietly. The headman threatened to use the boy's body as a receptacle for maggots. His words sounded like a nightmare scenario devoid of humanity. The old man is shocked. How can this guy move after such a dose of gas? The mask of purification was a lifesaver. Her filters neutralized the poison, giving her a chance to continue through the toxic fog. The effectiveness of the mask depended on the level. It was fortunate to have it. Without protection, the man would not have survived the battle. The headman could not believe in the invulnerability of the enemy. His poison, always failsafe, met with resistance for the first time. The man from the past disappeared without a trace. Only emptiness and bitterness of loss remained of the former acquaintance. The argument about helping the stranger divided the villagers. Some saw him as a threat, others as a chance to show mercy. The man was greeted with gratitude for the delivered meat, seeing it as a symbol of rebirth. The weak old man recognized that the protection of the village now rested on the shoulders of a new generation. The old man first offered to stay, but then joked back. His words were emphasized: true strength lies in the freedom to find one's way, not in boundaries. The request to remember the origins sounded like an admonition. The village remained the starting point, but the world was calling for new horizons. Now the masked hero fights an ordinary monster. Each step forward was a farewell to the past and a step towards the unknown. Time has passed, and now the old man begs him not to kill him. There will be no defense left for the village. His health level has dropped completely and he can barely breathe. The man was stopped abruptly, reminded of his sacrifices for the village. His answer sounded like a bitter confession. Even those close to him did not understand the depth of his choice. Suddenly, an electric shock passed between them. The question of fear was cut short. The memory of dead relatives hung in the air like an unspoken curse. The offer to receive the holy insect met with resistance. The weakness of the flesh resisted the promises of power, leaving the choice between faith and doubt. The ritual began under threat of failure. Every movement was accompanied by pain, turning the ritual into a test of the limits of one's abilities. There was a cry of pain. The first stage of transformation is always painful. The instant connection to the headman's consciousness was unsettling. The progenitor's true motives remained a mystery, mixing hope with suspicion. The interlocutor doubted Bai Chi's knowledge. The past that changed the world became a wall between them, leaving unanswered questions. Past ties became an argument in a dispute over the defense of the village. He pointed a claw at his stomach. The question about the guy's abilities sounded like a test of his loyalty and strength. And died right at the feet of the protagonist, dropping a shard. He won and got an old rusty wrench. And also picked up this weird purple shard. He realized that he could not accept the old man's request, yet it was not in his power to do so. The man clearly divided the tasks: to save the civilians and destroy the mutants. Doubts about the future of the village mingled with a mystical feeling. The link of consciousnesses repeated itself like the echo of an unsolved mystery. The discovery of a cave underground caused bewilderment. Its scale belied the modest appearance of the abandoned village. A fragment of the world's soul glowed in the darkness like a living entity. Its presence was a game-changer, opening up new horizons. The old man's death revealed an interest in the mysteries of Bai Chi. The mystery of his origins became the key to a larger intrigue. Courage in the face of death took physical form. The lust for life overcame fear, turning vulnerability into strength. The search for the soul fragment of the world continued despite the vague clues. Each step forward led to both clues and new questions. The death of the village headman caused chaos. The villagers hastily gathered forces to find and destroy the one who had disturbed the fragile order. The cultist church gave huge bursts of energy directly into all directions of the village. The arrival of the strangers in the village of Anka caused alarm. They could no longer be saved. The orders of the church left them no choice. A young girl with a large bust appeared. She was the head of her team. The order to destroy the village to the ground sounded cold. No one had to survive to erase it from the memory of the world. The question of faith hung in the air. Every word sounded like a hint of power beyond the reach of mere mortals. The strange intruders turned their attention to the girl and immediately attacked the girl with their entire purple band. The stench of mutated insects filled the air. It was no accident that church messengers disappeared here. The danger was omnipresent. She jumped in and gracefully began fighting them off with her team. A cry of pain echoed through the neighborhood. Even in the silence, hell continued to move, leaving no chance for respite. The weakness of the enemy did not deceive the vigilantes. Even without his former might, the threat remained as real as a blade at his throat. The guy stood there, faced with a choice, to attack or to retreat. His posture was determined, but there was a shadow of doubt in his eyes, as if fate itself were weighing the options. An emotional outburst cut the silence. Chains wrapped around this hot girl's arms. The secrets of the village went beyond mutations. The church's interest in the place pointed to something more, perhaps a key to ancient powers or curses. This girl's mysteries were still unsolved. They had to be gotten to. The headman's family had kept a shard of the soul of the world for generations, unaware of its power. Their mission became a blind faith devoid of understanding. The reborn unlocked the artifact's potential, using it to amplify the cosmic parasites. His knowledge surpassed the naivete of the guardians, turning the power against them. The soul shard of the world turned out to be one of the highest treasures. Its value surpassed even its contaminated counterparts, capable of creating entire nations. Even tiny fragments of artifact changed destinies. Purity determined power, and beneath the village lurked a shard that could tip the balance of power. Becoming king alone is impossible. Guy realized, to change the rules, you have to take possession of the shard, even if the world is cruel and requires sacrifice. Mutants cannot be saved. Their death became a necessity. So the man tried to stop the chain of suffering, torn between duty and pity. The death of the culprit brought no peace. The world remained ruthless, leaving a choice, to fight or to accept its laws. Mother taught him to keep his humanity even when the world demanded cruelty. The boy was at a crossroads: kill the traitor father or give redemption a chance. The last chance for survival was hanging by a thread. Every decision could be fatal, but there was nowhere to retreat, only forward through the darkness. The guy demanded that the interlocutor run without looking back. His words sounded like an order, hiding the bitterness of his own illusions, which now seemed naive. The request for a final blow was an act of mercy. The man saw it as the only way to end the torture while preserving his dignity. Gratitude for kindness mixed with realization. The former NPC now possessed humanity. His blood and flesh became a symbol of his unexpected rebirth. Preserving his humanity did not make the man weak. His strength lay in his ability to open doors that others were afraid to even touch. The boy talked about how the cultists shouldn't touch his mother. Anger sounded in the reproach for disobedience. The interlocutor could not accept that the young man had chosen to risk rather than to save himself. The death threat hung in the air. The boy defended the girl and challenged her, even though her fate seemed already sealed. Feelings were called burdens. The elevated mutants rejected humanity as a shackle, but there was ambiguity in their voices. The key to the village became a bargaining chip. The interlocutor despised the headman but longed for the power the latter hid behind madness. The sharp push in the back became a metaphor for choice. The pressure from the outside pushed for action where there was no room for hesitation. At this point, the little one went to hug his mother and the guy threw the key. The man looked at the key with mania. He had dreamed of it for so long. The man dreamed of meeting the Holy Father, seeing exaltation as the ultimate goal. His laughter sounded hollow. Even his promises were nothing but ashes carried away by the wind. The premortem advice sounded like a warning. A harsh order ended the dialogue, leaving only the crunch of bones and the silence after the shot. Doubts about the reliability of the deal were in the air. If the key is so easy to give away, what's to stop you from taking it back? Trust to become a bargaining chip. He used the agonizing piercing technique and scrambled all the enemies around him. Bai Chi's strength shocked the enemies, even with numerical superiority. They hesitated. Killing the headman broke all patterns of their strategy. One of the enemies started complaining to another cultist about how they were almost all interrupted by one person. The appearance of the Rose Sisters of the Order of Alina changed the balance. Their blades glowed cold and the church's mission left no room for mercy. The ringleader was definitely convinced of their appearance because of the arrows around them. They walked and shook their hips cheering on all the losers. The captain ordered the extermination of all, accusing them of heresy. The church did not forgive those who dared to challenge its authority in the shadow of the village. She grinned and urged everyone to pay attention. They had a new target in front of them. The guy froze in amazement as he assessed Bai Chi's strangeness. His cry sounded like a mixture of fear and admiration for the inexplicable. The woman moved closer and smelled this guy's scent. It had something to do with the secret of this village. The man cursed as he saw the women approaching. Their madness and insistence had disrupted all his plans. Getting hold of the shard proved to be more difficult than expected. Each step forward revealed new obstacles on the way to the goal. The narrative takes a sharp turn toward the origin story of the Order of the Rose, which obeys only the Alam throne. It's all made up of young girls who worship the cult. The girls who had passed a cruel selection process stood at the threshold of the ordeal. Their physical appearance matched the ideal, but their true strength required them to go through physical and spiritual torment. The training became more and more sophisticated. Only those who crossed the line between life and death could be deemed worthy to continue the journey. Each nun was a dangerous opponent, very difficult to defeat in a one-on-one battle. The girl immediately began aggressively flirting with the protagonist. The words about modest abilities sounded ironic against the background of mentioning legendary feats. Gratitude for the unexpected help sounded with a note of sarcasm. The interlocutor clearly underestimated the guy's abilities, which led to an awkward confession. The purpose of those who came was clear: to destroy the village to the ground. Their words left no doubt. Mercy was excluded from the scenario. Questions of innocence were shattered by the cold logic of orders. The church dictated rules where justice gave way to blind obedience. The girl took a swing at the mother and son and prepared to kill them with her weapon. But Bai Chi stood up and blocked the blow, ordering the girl to stop. But she was even glad of it. Bold and strong men had always turned her on. The death threat took on a personal tone. The interlocutor changed her plans, seeing in the guy not a victim, but an interesting opponent worthy of the first blow. Life was compared to the bloody petals, fleeting and bright, and faith to the stem that gives them support. Blossoming meant not only struggle, but eternal devotion to ideals. The woman marveled at the knowledge of an ordinary kid. It was the most secret treasure of their organization. Because of this, they decided to all attack and kill the man who knows so much together. Learning and patience went hand in hand, leaving no room for mistakes. The blood blossom technique was activated. All the women stood there wondering, how? How did he know this? The blood rose shone as the supreme symbol of the order. Its image on the shield spoke of honor bought with blood, not empty words. Previously, Bai Chi had pretended to be an ordinary person. But now he revealed his cards. The woman notified him that doubts about the decisions of the church had led to a temporary postponement of the execution. The uninfected residents of Anfina were given a chance, but their fate hinged on a higher judgment. The escape plan had matured while the enemies were distracted. There was a power behind the door that could wipe out the mutants, but the price would be too high. The stiff tentacle was already catching up with the cultist. The defense of criminals drew harsh condemnation. Even with the highest insignia, justifying their actions was considered a betrayal of the order's charter. Bai Chi clarified that his actions were not directed against his interlocutor. Saving the residents was more important than personal reputation, even if the truth remained a secret. The advice sounded like a sentence: to break the law and obey the church. The choice between conscience and survival became an unbearable burden. Suddenly, the guy activated the invisibility skill. This surprised everyone. But the minions of the Master Rose can still track him down. Which is what they're doing now. The threat of assassination mixed with calculation. Invisibility proved to be an illusion. The enemies anticipated the steps, turning the escape into a trap. 2 trials separated from the shard. Unlocking a second account was the key that opened the door to new opportunities. The new account activated hidden resources. Its potential promised to turn the rules of the game upside down, but the risks remained unknown. Age of Civilization mode has begun unlocking. Progress of 25% gave hope, but it was still a long way from complete control. The plan to build a city-state seemed utopian. In the current chaos, this was just a dream devoid of practical meaning. Finding hidden game mechanics became urgent. Without a power boost, the odds against the church were tending toward zero. The village was once again under the rule of outsiders. The brutal murder of the headman left the residents in fear, and their attempts at resistance seemed hopeless. The plea for strength sounded like a last hope. The words addressed to a higher power mingled despair with a desire for revenge for the destroyed house. The Holy Father acknowledged the devotion of some servant. His actions, though controversial, were proof of his loyalty to the common cause. Higher power was given, but with a condition. The promise made in exchange for power became a new chain that shackled freedom of choice. The caterpillar embedded itself in the servant's mouth, killing him and empowering him. It filled the body, but in doing so made it very ugly. Some purple monster shrieked in pain, and all the mouths on its body started demanding the death of everyone around it. It turned out to be a level 40 insect mutant executioner on the hunt. Their appearance marked the final stage of the confrontation where the life of the entire village was at stake. The temple keepers stood and discussed the actions of the elder and others, their exploits and mistakes. The goal of ascension took concrete shape. The presentation before the Holy Father was the final step, promising absolute authority over the world and its laws. Suddenly, 3 monster spikes flew out of the gate, which were quickly shoved into the heads of the temple keepers. And the monster came out holding their corpses on its tentacles above and celebrating its retribution. A cry of pain mingled with threats. The intention to use sacrifice to enhance power sounded like a manifesto devoid of pity and doubt. Slow revenge became an obsession. Every second of the enemy's suffering had to be turned into fuel for the final triumph. Voluntary surrender into the hands of the enemy sounded like a challenge. The man was willing to accept death, but on his own terms, retaining control until the end. Bai Qi showed himself and challenged the monster, who eagerly responded to him. He thought it would be easy for him to handle, but Bai Qi had already dodged all of his attacks and chopped up all of his tentacles, which caused surprise. The monster threw himself at the guy, threatening to kill him right now. Even after his ascension, his level seemed insufficient to justify a failure in battle. A sharp scream sounded as a reaction to the unexpected event. The monster froze, trying to realize the reason for the sudden outburst of emotion. The servant power he sacrificed his life for didn't even help him kill a level 10. Bai Qi chopped him all up with ease. He said he wasn't going to kill him. His son, the little guy Dean, wanted to deal with him. The curse associated with the birth of a son took on a tragic connotation. The man regretted the events that had led to irreversible consequences for their family. At this point, the guy got a twitch and remembered something important. He remembered seeing his father leave the house when he was 5 years old, screaming about how he didn't want a son. After that, he never went back to little Bai Qi. He tried to calm down. Past lives should no longer concern him. She shouldn't stop him from doing what he has to do. Guy puts his hands on the gate of the temple. The monster started screaming about how he missed his chance to get the key, only he can open the gate. Bai Qi stood silently looking at the crawling monster in death. Mockery mixed with questions about the essence of the key and the door. Suddenly, the heel of a woman from the Red Rose squad stepped on his head. A desperate plea to free herself sounded under physical pressure. The woman tried to break free but was held against her will. The question about Nun Rosa's involvement in the mystery of the abandoned place remained unanswered. The interlocutor expressed doubts about her motives. The mixture of languages and symbols was accompanied by an acknowledgement of interest in Bai Qi. The interlocutor emphasized his increased importance in the events. Suddenly, the executioner turned into a small monster and was about to gallop away, saying that they were going to be very unhappy soon. The son of that monster looms over him. Dean. The little devil already thought the kid had come to save him. But he had already prepared himself and jumped on the small one's face to take his life. The denial of parentage sounded like a final rupture. The man rejected paternity, calling his opponent a monster worthy of death. Suddenly his body turned into a large green nebula. The kid finally got his level and talked about joining his dad in hell later. The little one began to be praised, especially by the woman. She wondered how he was able to kill his own father at such a young age. She asked if he liked the kind of power he had gotten that way. Bai Qi interrupted her. Why would she remind him of such hard moments? He asked, didn't she do the same thing? And suddenly she got a headache. Memories of childhood came flooding back. A native cage and a toy. Then the violence from relatives. And then she's the same one with a huge torch in her hand. against the backdrop of a huge burning village of wooden houses. The mysterious images caused confusion in the companion. She turned her attention to the captain, trying to understand the nature of the sudden visions. The discussion of erased memories revealed the uniqueness of the guy. The interlocutor hinted at retained memory fragments hidden after joining the order. Sincere thanks were expressed for the help he had given. The boy promised to repay, showing his determination to fulfill the obligation. The woman threw away the key and talked about how their goal would not be accomplished. They asked what was in there after all. The offer to exchange the key for an answer sounded like a provocation. The interlocutor tried to manipulate by using the man's indecisiveness. A location check confirmed that there were no threats. The woman assured Bai Qi that it was safe, completing the preparation phase, and put the key in the door. It unlocked, and now a purple spirit flew out at once, startling everyone around, and promptly killed almost the entire Red Rose troop with his tentacles. But the main Red Rose fended off the blow. Bai Qi dodged by rolling across the ground from the tentacle strikes. Discussion of the game's rebirth mechanism caused confusion. The GG doubted his own death despite the obvious signs of it. The warning of danger outside the door heightened interest in the contents. The woman changed her mind after seeing the value of the hidden object. Leading the group to the door was accompanied by a stern warning. The man emphasized the need for caution in an uncharted area. The discovery of the World Soul Shard raised questions about its origin. The scale of the artifact belied the inconspicuousness of its storage location. Red Rose was in complete excitement at a situation so well put together. The task update activated a new mission phase. The goal was to gain rights to the shard to launch an era of civilization. Admiration for the artifact's power mixed with caution. The shining shard attracted the attention of many applicants. A level 45 boss with a codename appeared in Bai Qi's path. The man assessed the threat, preparing to fight the powerful opponent. The demand to turn into a maternal entity was accompanied by ridicule. Opponents doubted the boy's abilities, despite his determination. An alarm from an artifact indicated an anomaly. The girl realized she wasn't facing an ordinary enemy, but a reborn entity. Questions about the appearance of the reborn remained unanswered. The man commanded the group to be ready for surprise attacks. Everyone was ordered to remove their restraints and attack the reborn. This surprised Bai Qi. Half of the surviving Rose troop had directed all their forces to attack directly at the reborn with tremendous force, and a very powerful explosion. Detection of the enemy occurred contrary to expectations. He remained vigilant, anticipating further maneuvers of the enemy. The nun said the reborn's actions are too strange, they can't kill him. The monster soared into the air and said that since they knew the truth, they should die. This hit the nuns very hard and they went out of business. The enemy's blood proved to be a corrosive substance. The group was faced with a new threat that required immediate tactical solutions. The encounter with the reborn with abnormal abilities was perplexing. The woman noted the unusual traits of the opponents associated with blood and roses. Everyone in the girls' squad was leveled up and given new powers. The order to destroy the reborn triggered chaos. The interlocutor questioned the value of life, comparing the real world to game conventions. The nuns' bodies stopped moving because of the gas. The plea for an end to the violence sounded desperate. The girl begged for mercy, appealing to her mother, but her cries went unanswered. Manipulation of the heart and mind was part of the psychological attack. The sorcerer taunted the victim, demanding the return of the lost child. The sermon on rapture through renunciation of the past sounded fanatical. Memories from her childhood haunted her. Followers were promised power in return for loyalty to Byron. Doubts about the new identity created internal conflict. Baiji's name caused alienation despite the oath of allegiance. The girl twitched herself and realized she had almost betrayed her faith and she turned around and said, "You can't let him do anything," and found that her entire squad had already been practically wiped out by the hands of this monster. The guy towered over and praised the girl for her stamina. He's going to have to work hard to break the girl. She grinned and said they weren't taught obedience. The bloody bloom symbolized the connection between victims and mystical power. But in return, the guy has activated special abilities in his dolls now. He turned them into his puppets. The prophecy of souls returning to blood and roses sounded ominous. The scarlet rose became a symbol of the power to lead the girls through the ordeal. The accusation of betrayal provoked a violent reaction. The guy took the occult artifact, preparing for decisive action against the allies. The inscriptions in an unknown language caused bewilderment. Bai Qi noted the dissonance between the visual chaos and the group's attempts to act. Rose continued her attack, aiming for the monster, but he quickly intercepted her red chains. And with a swift flail, he pulled her behind him and prepared to slam her to the ground. The man continued his attack and now hit her right in the stomach with all his might. He grins, chanting his strength and ferocity, delivering blow after blow. He pulled her again and slammed her to the ground, not going to let her live. Now he threw it farther away from him, figuring he'd already wrinkled it enough. There was an explosion where the woman landed. Her strength and health had already almost run out from this. The mask came off and exposed the girl's face. Her name is actually Liloi, and now she's ready to kill both herself and the monster together. She began to build up energy in her body for a powerful and highly murderous outburst at the very end of her life as a flower. The ritual with the body as a sacrificial altar activated the blood flower. The monster watched the summoning of a force capable of destroying everything around it. Now the blood is being sucked out of the monster, and he mentions that it's not exactly good. And suddenly her plant shackles were torn apart in a second. The confession of uselessness sounded bitter. The woman compared herself with the past version that had failed to win. The decision to blow off steam turned into a death threat. The interlocutor recalled her long-ago death, heightening the drama of the situation. Recollections of the past brought relief. The woman made the decision to leave, grateful for being saved by the queen. Suddenly the tentacle was cut off, and the hero Bai Qi appeared in front of the girl, greatly surprising her with his abrupt appearance. He stood up in the rack and mentioned that it was now his turn to act. Completion of the mission of inquiry caused disbelief. Guy questioned the order to stand down despite seeming success. The girl was surprised at the order. She lost her 4 sisters for a reason. The monster saw him and thought, "Oh, another stupid NPC." The criticism of Bai Qi's strength sounded harsh. The interlocutor emphasized his tendency to intrigue rather than openly fight. The mockery of Bai Qi's tactics sounded scathing. The man was compared to cannon fodder, lacking combat experience. The refusal of help was accompanied by accusations of betrayal. The girl rejected the support, calling the savior a treacherous reborn. Bai Qi's level rose, confirming his status as a reborn. The man demonstrated latent potential. The monster stood and marveled at GH's abilities and thought about the fact that he might actually be reborn. Breaking the disguise caused a shock. The interlocutor was unable to recognize the guy's true nature despite warnings. The monster became more and more amazed at his abilities. Bai Qi had received the new information and was preparing to attack again. The offer of a free tip sounded dismissive. The interlocutor emphasized her lack of obligation to Bai Qi but gave her a chance to cooperate. Gratitude for the clarification did not hide the lack of interest. The man noted that the special feeling did not fit into his plans. The girl sat and watched the battle. She was shocked at the kid's strength. The question about combat experience sounded like a provocation. The guy was accused of panic flight instead of tactical skill. Speed was the key weapon in the fight. Even against a strong enemy, Bai Qi used his advantage to methodically wear down his opponent. The girl marveled at his abilities. The monster had registered their abilities and was now preparing to fight back. He accumulated mana and energy and soared upwards, preparing to take on a new and powerful form. Immediately afterward, a fireball flew towards the protagonist. He jumped on it, but was shocked how it disappeared so quickly and was behind his back. He was shocked at Bai Qi's speed and couldn't hit him at all. Facing a level 45 enemy required unconventional tactics. Bai Qi used speed and maneuverability to compensate for the gap in strength and experience. The attempt to escape was cut short by the betrayal of an ally. The man turned to open confrontation, declaring war on his former followers. He was ready to give his most powerful blow, the call of the insects. It was starting to drive Rose crazy because of the pain to her head. The strategy of point attacks was replaced by full-scale combat. The guy proved that tactics are more important than numerical superiority of the enemy. He pulled out the soul summoning bell and began to use it on the case. And suddenly the village headman appeared behind his back. The level 47 opponent had increased the pressure. Bai Qi adapted his fighting style by exploiting the weak points in his opponent's defense. Masterful parrying of blows made the enemy furious. The man was demonstrating skills that the enemy didn't even know he had. The guy couldn't stand the difference in strength and rushed to the crystal to replenish it. He managed to touch and our protagonist failed to save him. The flash flashed again, consciousness united once more. The mention of a past life caused a wave of questions. Bai Qi was confronted with information about his previous 40 years intertwined with current events. He remembered how in a previous life he had discovered a new function of the insect body 6, but they wanted to kick him out of the company. He asked them not to. But they kicked him out anyway. He was now living in poverty and ruin. The loss of motivation for life was reflected in the man's devastated look. He was standing on the edge of a skyscraper wondering what he should do. But suddenly his first child invention landed on his shoulder, a BB-01B. He was trying to tell him something. Revenge? A mocking laugh sounded in response to the attempted resistance. The boy clenched his fists, trying to ignore the provocative word, the meaning of which remained unclear. Ironic laughter merged with scrappy phrases of cooperative action. An explosion of emotion erupted into a desire to destroy the damned world. The guy's anger mixed with powerlessness against the system. Bai Qi once again didn't understand. Why was he seeing this right now? And ended up behind the guy's back as well. He has too many secrets. His hand was almost burned to a crisp by the touch of the crystal. But he was glad for it. His goal was near and the power of the crystal would help him get there. The girl was already screaming. They would definitely be finished after the ritual was over. Bai Qi realized he still has time to stop him. He rushed forward to disarm him. The decision to destroy a shard of the world's soul was a forced sacrifice. Man realized only way to stop the threat even at the cost of losing power. The taunt about the artifact's invulnerability sounded like a final challenge. The boy clenched his teeth, realizing that his opponent had outplayed him in tactics. Now the transmission of power through the shard had stopped and Bugis felt the full pain of the burns. The new unlocking rules flipped the usual logic. The man jumped at the chance, realizing that the power of the artifact was now in his hands. The threat sounded like the last argument in an argument. The girl prepared to attack, knowing that even partial strength would be enough to win. Suddenly the guy threw her something, and she caught the brooch of her troop of red battle roses and was very much surprised. The disappearance of the bodies and the increase in power gave rise to the hypothesis of a connection to the blood rose. Bai Qi assessed the risks of using the artifact, knowing that its power required sacrifice. She walked up to the main character and said to join him. The two of them have a better chance of winning. They lunged forward to kick the enemy's ass. The enemy's boyfriend rushed to meet them for a counterattack, but suddenly red chains wrapped around his body and embedded themselves in his skin. A cry of despair mingled with the clang of metal tearing the villain's skin. He let out a roar and said it was his turn to throw punches. He stood and 2 grenades flew directly in front of him, flying right to his feet and being activated. Flash lit up again and was now working in conjunction with the power of the red rose. They ran up and watched him take damage from such a bundle. The unexpected rise in the level under unfamiliar conditions caused mixed emotions. Bai Qi realized that killing the reborn had forever drawn him into the war between light and darkness. He got the insect summoning book, as well as an insect summoner's kit. Still got the liquid extract of hundreds of colonies, as well as the mark of the Dark Reborn. He thought about how it was a good thing he hadn't chosen the Reborn faction. But suddenly, after examining the mark, something hit him. The tag turned out to be a tool for accessing hidden data. The man wondered how to use it to analyze threats disguised in proverbs. He ends up in the dark round table room under the name of the man he just killed. He needs to infiltrate the Dark faction. Bai Qi realizes the successful acceptance of the role of the Dark Reminder. The system requires the new personality to be preserved until the mission is completed, linking him to the mechanisms of the game world. The round table is mentioned as an area of player interaction through trading and data sharing. The man suggests that the Dark Hall has become an analog of an online chat room created for covert purposes. Suddenly, Bai Qi notices the person behind him. The administrator expresses bewilderment at Bugis' sudden visit. Today is not the scheduled day of the meeting, raising suspicions of a breach of protocol. Bugis' strange behavior alarms the administrator. He points out that a visit without reason is a clear sign of trouble. The man parries with a question about the strangeness of the hall itself. The administrator recognizes the mistake. Today is indeed the day of the meeting. The embarrassed attendant apologizes to Bugis, trying to smooth things over. The administrator offers to escort the guest out, reminding him of the many years of keeping the secrets of the hall. He hints that minor lapses are acceptable in his work. The door to the meeting room is open. The administrator concludes the dialogue with a formal invitation. Before entering, Bai Qi knocks on the door, the old man standing beside him. With him and silently observes. Stone-faced, he's waiting for something to happen. Bai Qi confronts him with a glance and asks, does he really want to kill him? A level 40 character resents the offer to enter a level 60 zone. He realizes that the system rules will instantly destroy him if he violates the limits. The protagonist says that the old man shouldn't be doing such crazy stuff, he can kill him with his level as well. The minister denies personal animosity, attributing the actions to duty. He insists that the procedures are intended to maintain order, not to attack. Identity verification is justified by past cases of card loss. The administrator confirms that Bugis has successfully passed all verification stages. Bai Qi is annoyed by the constant participation in rituals. He finds the formalities of the hall tedious and pointless. Admin explains the lack of items to detect high levels. The system is unable to track players above level 40 due to the rarity of artifacts. Bai Qi strongly criticizes the competence of NPCs. He concludes that their inability to solve problems calls into question the functionality of the system. An unknown man offers Bai Qi an artifact for identity detection in exchange for a humiliating request. Finally, the guy swings open the doors to the hall and enters. There are people sitting around the table and Guy recalls the administrator's traps, avoided thanks to the memory of the previous host. This confirms his unique ability to inherit other people's memories. The meeting participants doubt Bai Qi's authenticity after noticing his early arrival. The unusual behavior raises suspicions of a breach of protocol. A direct question about Bai Qi's identity escalates the tension. The interlocutor demands immediate disclosure of the man's true identity. The man parries the accusations by reminding him of the verification he has undergone. His sharp response provokes anger in an opponent who is not ready for confrontation. The companions discuss Bugis' sudden boldness. The change in behavior reinforces their belief that they are facing an imposter. The conflict escalates over the theft of an item at an auction. Bai Qi accuses his opponents of not being able to earn money after being reborn in the new world. The threat of physical violence sounds as a response to provocations. The interlocutor demands an immediate end to the public scandal. The neutral zone prohibits direct violence. Participants are reminded of the imminent start of the meeting and the arrival of an important figure, the Duke. A complaint of public humiliation and theft of a valuable object sounds like the last straw. The character's emotions are mixed with anger and resentment. The Dark Knight vows to find his opponent's real location and eliminate him. Fury fuels his determination to break the boundaries of the virtual world. The Duke's arrival instantly changes the atmosphere of the meeting. The participants respectfully greet the dignified figure. The mysterious Duke appears before the crowd. His mysterious aura heightens the tension, mixed with curiosity. The Duke dispenses with formalities, announcing 3 topics for the meeting. Changes in the world order and military action on the frontier become key points. The Dark Reborn's successes are mentioned with a caveat: the Duchy of Allen has not joined the conflict, which calls their plans into question. A plan to bring the duchy into the war is voiced as a priority. Chaos is seen as a source of resources and power for the faction. The question of recruiting new members remains unanswered. Silence confirms the failure of the current Dark Rebirth strategy. The refusal of potential allies to join the faction is due to their desire to remain independent. The idea of freedom is at odds with rigid rules. Angry reactions to recruitment failures expose the weaknesses of the faction. Rebukes against subordinates are mixed with disappointment in their methods. The Duke demands that any method of recruitment be used, including threats and enticement. The subordinate makes excuses, the allies reject the offers, believing themselves to be the chosen ones. Cruelty is manifested in the elimination of the unruly. The Duke mocks the naivety of the victims who do not realize the immutability of the laws of the world even after rebirth. The interlocutor reassures the Duke, reminding him of the Dark Faction's numerical superiority. Worry about lost opportunities is replaced by cold calculation. Pressure from above increases the Duke's irritation. The only positive aspect, Bugis' successes, temporarily mitigates his anger. The move to praise Bugis dramatically changes the tone of the meeting. The Duke singles out his merits, hinting at a special reward. Boogie's access level increase to level 49 is justified by his sabotage against the Duchy of Allen. The new privileges open access to elite resources. The contestants are shocked by Boogie's ability to acquire weapons above his level. Envy drives them to seek out his weaknesses. Envy escalates into a plan of murder and robbery. A character vows to reveal Boogie's real identity in order to take possession of his artifacts. Bai Qi thanks the Duke for the promotion and asks for the right to recruit new members. His request sounds like a strategic move to increase his influence. Bai Qi declares his desire to increase his contribution to the faction. His opponent accuses him of attempting to misappropriate other people's achievements for personal gain. A participant in the meeting tries to warn the Duke about the boy's strange behavior. He is interrupted before he can finish his thought. Duke supports the idea of assigning responsibilities according to ability. He emphasizes the need for responsible leaders to grow the faction. In exchange for active recruitment, the Duke promises Bai Qi access to rare resources. The rewards will become greater with successful completion of the plans. The man thanks for his trust, assuring of his loyalty. His words sound like a formality hiding ambitious plans. The unexpected benefit of the side quest pleases Bai Qi. He realizes how the side plot will strengthen his position. Initial intentions to attend the meeting have been replaced by the need to play a role. Bai Qi is amazed by the scale of the new place. After gaining a high level of access, he plans to spend unlimited resources on elite goods. A level unknown pops up on the screen. The character turns to the man questioningly, noting his sudden appearance. A hot girl shows up. The emotional encounter with Marie is filled with exaggerated longing. She is waiting for the surprises of Bai Qi's return. The name Rich Merchant indicates the status of the interlocutor. Her role is related to the provision of exclusive goods. The man confirms his intention to make a major purchase thanks to the level of 49. Marie's flattery emphasizes their long-standing partnership. Marie's surprise at Bai Qi's level of access is replaced by a cordial invitation. She opens all the categories of goods for him to choose from. She says to explore the assortment, hoping to find rare items. Her interest is focused on the hidden features of the store. Guy is dismissive of level 49 items but still looks for unique lots. His experience suggests that exceptions are possible. He is surprised to find something and looks closer. A rare artifact of the Pioneer base, a drone for space colonization, is on display. Its price of 1,000,000 gold shocks Bai Qi, but its functionality requires enormous energy. The guy offers a ridiculous 10,000 instead of the requested amount. His attempt to bargain is baffling to the seller, who knows the true value of the item. The seller resents the low offer, emphasizing the artifact's status as a relic of deep space. His tone expresses contempt for the customer's ignorance. She insists on her price, pointing out that the drone has been gathering dust for years without use. His confidence masks a cunning negotiating tactic. A man compares the cost of the drone to the price of 100 slaves. He agrees to buy it for nothing to get rid of the useless cargo. The seller admits that functional uselessness has reduced access to the artifact. Even the reduced price did not generate interest from other buyers. Marie agrees to the deal but makes it conditional on a personal favor. Her playful tone hides the expectation of future benefits from the cooperation. Bai Qi cautiously accepts the condition, stipulating the limits of possible help. His response preserves room for maneuver in the future. The salesman reassures the guy, promising to use the favor only at a critical moment. The arrangement solidifies their tacit alliance. Bai Qi officially gets the base Pioneer for 10,000 gold. His contract with Bloody Mary binds him to fulfill one demand without the right to refuse. The guy leaves the store, saying goodbye to the salesman. His departure is accompanied by a reminder of future visits for new deals. Successfully purchasing the drone and unlocking Anka Village earns Bai Qi additional points. Researching the hidden background of the location is 100% complete. The historical background reveals the connection of the first King Mina Tyla to the village of Anka. His orphan past explains the anomalies in the place. The discovery of the king's origins shocks Bai Qi. He connects ancient buildings and soul fragments to the ruler's secret plan. The villagers thank the gods and the spirit of the king for liberating them from darkness. Their belief in divine intervention shifts to recognizing the merits of the lad. Dean's boyfriend disproves the myth of the gods by pointing out Bai Qi's actions. His power brought sanity back to the distraught village. The death of the old chief hands the title to Bai Qi. Residents' doubts about his age collide with Dina's confidence. The problem of rebuilding the village is exacerbated by the age of the residents. The man confidently claims a ready-made solution for heavy labor. Residents are at first frightened by the huge drone and don't understand what it is or what it's for. The robot activates and notifies you that it is fully charged and ready to work. The villagers watch the drone's movements in excitement. The automated process of repairing the walls causes widespread amazement and joy. The drone begins scanning the destroyed buildings. The system analyzes the architectural style, selecting templates from the database for reconstruction. The cosmic printing of the damaged areas begins. The walls self-repair, demonstrating the artifact's technological superiority. The girl who was the head of the Rose clan is shocked by Bai Chi's hidden powers. He offers the man to join the Duchy of Alan but is turned down. Guy declares his ambition to become king. His ambitions exclude submission to any existing factions or states. The proclamation of independence for the village of Anka raises doubts in the girl's mind. She recalls the political and military risks of such a step. Questions about resources, population, and defense remain without direct answers. Bai Chi suggests establishing diplomatic relations with the Duchy of Alina. The threat of military intervention sounds like a last argument. The girl hesitates between complying with the order and the unexpected proposal. The man keeps his cool, leaving the decision to his opponent. His final words emphasize his confidence in his strategy. The girl is surprised by Bai Chi's words and confidence. It makes her wonder. She looks at the red rose amulet in her hand and sinks into more contemplation. Rose walks away and reflects that Bai Chi is a very strange person. His reputation with the Rose clan has improved. They are now friends. Bai Chi gains access to the side quest Rise of the Kingdom. The system proposes to start building civilization from the village of Anka, combining strategy with action. 2 unlock points remaining used. The man anticipates how the account's new abilities will affect his interaction with the world. The divine perspective of the construction simulator is integrated into Bai Chi's mind. Its compatibility with mainstream perception makes him excited. The world soul fragment becomes the core of territory expansion. The artifact's 25% power limit slows development but does not stop it. The inability to build elite buildings due to low level of access does not embarrass the guy. The initial buildings are enough for a start. The fog hides unexplored areas outside the village. Bai Chi focuses on exploring the coal forest with 90% progress. From a divine vantage point, the sites of past battles are clearly visible. It gives the guy a tactical advantage in planning. The uniqueness of the god perspective in the simulation is comparable to a game bug. Its power goes beyond the standard mechanics. Bai Chi notices a strange movement in a cleft in the ground. Zooming in allows you to see the anomaly hidden beneath the ground layer. In the coal forest, an underground army of demons is discovered in a huge rift in the earth. A hypothesis arises: the sword of the first king has awakened ancient creatures from the depths. The system warns of an invasion of 299 demons and a level 30 ringleader. We have 15 hours until the attack on Anka's village. Bai Chi realizes that the residents won't be able to defend themselves. The 15-hour deadline casts doubt on the randomness of the threat. Dina notices Bai Chi's anxious brooding, trying to understand the reason. Bai Chi orders Dean to follow his instructions without question. The shock of the news of the approaching demons paralyzes him. A village elder recalls family tales of subterranean demons. The young villagers ridicule him, believing the stories to be the fabrications of an old mind. The legend of a young man who defeated demons centuries ago confirms the historical threat. The myth becomes the key to understanding the current situation. The generational conflict escalates. Some call the old man a madman, others see hidden wisdom in his words. The time for arguments is rapidly melting away. Dina rushes in and makes the inhabitants unanimously decide to take refuge in the underground ruins. Their trust in Bai Chi outweighs their fear of the unknown. Dina vows to become a pillar of support for Bai Chi in the future. His determination to change from being a refugee to an ally reflects his inner growth. Bai Chi promises that his wish will come true and focuses on choosing defensive structures. Analyzing the available blueprints becomes a priority before the battle. The system offers simplified construction schemes with minimal construction time. Each construction is adapted to the current constraints. Time calculations show 15 minutes per unit of fortifications. The tight time frame requires maximum concentration of resources. The construction time of demonic nodes varies from 5 to 20 minutes. The system highlights the available circuits by emphasizing the limitations of the current access level. Base Pioneer bonus reduces build time by 50%. Bai Qi sees the crisis as a test of ambition necessary for future greatness. The scene shifts and here Bai Qi stands in front of the drone and orders it to begin its actions. The command to launch the spatial seal has been accepted. The system starts creating fortifications in automatic mode. The scene changes again and now the demonic army is seen advancing. The demons rejoice, celebrating their release after centuries of imprisonment. Their laughter reflects the rage built up over centuries. Hundreds of years of underground captivity have come to an end. The creatures vow to use their freedom to take revenge on the human world. The lust for murder and destruction drives the demons. Even time has not erased the memory of who sealed them. A huge fat demon lord appears on the screen. The demons' goal is clear. The village of Anka is the source of their centuries-old curse. They move toward the place where it all began. The demons swear vengeance on the descendants of the caster even centuries later. Their rage is aimed at destroying the entire village without the slightest mercy for the inhabitants. They approach the gate. Short shouts reflect the creature's instincts. Bloodlust, destruction, and revenge become their only motivation. But suddenly their ranks begin to thin. Huge projectiles begin to fly into the crowd of demons, killing them. The loud roaring of the demons is interrupted by bewilderment. Suddenly the dragon statues start shooting flames, incinerating the demons. The demon lord doesn't understand. How are they almost defeated already? Where do humans get such power from? Suddenly his gaze clings to something else and now the course of the battle changes drastically. The creature's gaze focused on a lone figure in the distance. Could one such man have defeated an entire army of demons almost at once? Bai Qi comes right out to meet them and asks them how they like this prepared welcoming ceremony. The demons don't understand who it is. The demon denies Bai Qi's connection to the descendants of the ancient caster. The absence of a kindred aura reinforces his doubts about the boy's origins. The mockery of trying to stop the horde alone sounds like a judgment. The demon leader orders a massive attack, merging the forces into a single strike. Multiple projectiles fly from the castle walls and hit directly into the crowd of demons. The demon formation reorganizes for a counterattack. The synchronized preparation for the volley turns them into a deadly mechanism. The army's numerical superiority negates Bai Qi's tactical advantages. The demons are confident that his defeat is inevitable. The boy's lightning-fast maneuver disrupts the attacker's plans. The demons froze in bewilderment, losing control of the situation. Bai Qi's speed and reactions contradict everything the demons know. Their logic refuses to accept the possibility of such a development. Bai Qi notes the demons' unusual tactical coherence. Their intelligence exceeds expectations, differentiating them from the primitive creatures of the abyss. The man links the army's organization to the Lord's command skills. The ability to coordinate the masses becomes a key threat. Abandoning the frontal attack in favor of the subterranean strike changes the dynamics of combat. Demons use bodies as a barrier. And as soon as they had the opportunity, they went on the attack. The uniqueness of the demon lord shocks Bai Qi. His adaptability and calculating nature call into question the standard methods of fighting. The limitations of fighting against multiple targets become apparent. Guy realizes the need to switch to mass attack techniques. In the battle, the entrance went not only the powers of the demons, but also the huge spiked balls that smashed the walls. The Lord's taunt emphasizes the uselessness of the ground fortifications. His certainty of victory through the undercroft increases the pressure on the defenders. The comparison to the legendary ancestor humiliates Bai Qi. The demon emphasizes the skill gap, intensifying the psychological attack. The demon describes brutal methods of reprisal, mixing threats with pleasure. His words reflect a sadistic nature aimed at the physical destruction of the victim. One thing he saw that surprised him: a huge burst of energy right in front of him. The Lord thinks it's an earthquake and hears strange sounds from underground. He becomes alarmed, growing stronger with each new cry from the depths. Panic grips everyone involved in the events. A worm emerged from the ground and scattered all the demons. The emergence of the insect race completely changes the balance of power. The demons and their lord cannot understand how humans have subjugated these creatures. Bai Qi parries the demons' ignorance by reminding them of their centuries of isolation. Technological progress has become an unfathomable mystery to them. Activation of the insect call skill temporarily blocks defenses. Strengthening of attacking attributes is achieved at the cost of losing control over fortifications. The demon lord scoffs at his opponent's vulnerability. He is sure that Bai Qi will not be able to fend off two threats at the same time. The demon threatens to suppress Bai Qi by numerical superiority. His confidence in victory is bolstered by an endless stream of reinforcements from the depths. The system displays the remnants of the demonic army, 208 fighters. Despite their losses, their ranks remain threateningly dense. Guy parries the threat by demonstrating his own reserves. A swarm of mutant insects equalizes the balance of power on the battlefield. He hit the army with energy. The updated statistics show 158 demons and 50 vassals. The gradual reduction of the enemy army gives hope to the defenders. The neurotoxin in the air activates the mass mutation of insects. The loss of consciousness is compensated by doubled strength, obeying Bai Qi's will. The demon lord is furious at the transformation of his warriors. His powerlessness in the face of the boy's new tactics exposes the vulnerability of the strategy. The question of Bai Qi's humanity sounds like the final argument. The demon can't reconcile with methods that break the usual framework. The lord's determination to fight to the end does not falter. His attack becomes a desperate attempt to save face in the face of defeat. A cry of pain mingles with hoarse laughter. Even on the brink of death, the demon refuses to acknowledge his opponent's victory. The system records the remainder of the legion, 1 demon and 10 vassals. The final battle is near, but the last battle has not yet been played. Bai Qi challenges the demon, demanding to show his last trump card. His duel proposal sounds like an attempt to preserve his dignity in the face of imminent defeat. The lord's fury is mixed with bewilderment. The pressure coming from the guy surpasses even the power of the legendary king, which breaks his confidence. Questions about Bai Qi's true essence remain unanswered. The demon cannot accept the collapse of the revenge that began before its realization. The comparison to the first king emphasizes the guy's modesty. His interest in the demon's mind reveals the unusual nature of this adversary. The demon's wounded pride spills over into accusations. He rejects the idea of human superiority, attributing the degradation of the race to the influence of time. Bai Qi reveals the reason why the lord's mind was preserved. Isolation underground kept him safe from the destructive effects of the world's soul fragments. The demon associates his awakening with the fragmentation of the world's soul. His bewilderment grows into the realization of global changes in the world. Bai Qi demands to end the conflict in a fair fight. His proposal sounds like a last-ditch attempt to preserve his opponent's honor before his imminent collapse. But suddenly the staff struck the ground sharply and there was silence all around. The demon who has lost the will to live leaves his fate to Bai Qi. His apathy contrasts with his former fury. The sudden event causes confusion for the demon. His questioning remarks reflect the growing chaos in the final moments of the battle. A demon that suddenly appeared reveals the underlying reasons for the hatred of the king's descendants. Personal grudges and the desire for revenge were stronger than the desire for freedom. The obsession with soul possession of the ultimate goal becomes the key to the demon's motives. His monomania leaves no room for compromise. The demon's rage peaks when his plans are threatened. He is ready to destroy anyone who dares to approach his cherished goal. Bai Qi is generally shocked by this twist. Who is this handsome demon? The demon marvels at the grandeur of the world's soul seen through his eyes. His gaze is full of greed. The secret decision to take possession of the world's soul becomes an obsession. The desire for absolute power drives the demon to endless self-improvement. The demon's ability to change shape is ironic to the interlocutor. The transformation into a human being is perceived as a parody of heroic clichés from legends. Contempt for his own race sounds like a bitter confession. The demon renounces his kin, seeing in them only a shadow of their former power. Recognizing Bai Qi's power becomes the basis for a strange alliance. The demon offers to end the confrontation, seeing in the boy a worthy final opponent. The lord's willingness to accept death surprises Bai Qi. His calculating mind assesses the benefits of the enemy's sudden surrender. The huge worm almost ate the tough demon, but it didn't even move from its spot. Guy hesitates, seeing the potential in a defeated enemy. Destroying the demon seems like a waste of resources to him. The suggestion of using a demon as a tool to achieve power sounds cynical. Bai Qi doesn't see him as a threat, but as a strategic asset. Bai Qi analyzes the unique potential of the ancient demon. His body contains inexhaustible resources for growth, making him a valuable ally. Guy ignores threats, seeing his opponent as a strategic asset. The demon mocks Bai Chi's ambitions, comparing him to a legendary king. The man acknowledges his opponent's current superiority but hints at hidden possibilities. Guy claims the ability to accomplish the impossible. His confidence is based on unique skills unavailable to previous leaders. The recovery of the world soul becomes the key argument. The demon is already preparing to deal a crushing blow to Bai Chi. But Gigi disappears as if vanishing into thin air. The demon's blow did not reach its target. Guy recognizes the calculating nature of the new demon lord. Despite the absurdity of the idea, he agrees to risk it for a chance at change. The comparison to a demon emphasized Bai Chi's transformation. His cold determination now surpasses his earlier indecision. The demon's inner conflict exposes his fear of the unknown. He perceives Bai Chi's calmness as a hidden threat. The discovery of the world's soul fragment shocks the demon. His doubts are replaced by a realization of the magnitude of the forces behind the boy. A demon in despair questions the reasons for the destruction of the world's soul. His confusion mingles with the pain of contemplating a once great artifact. The absence of energy fluctuations confirms the artifact's death. The demon's hysterical reaction reveals his morbid obsession with the world's soul. The demon's skepticism collides with Bai Chi's confidence. Recovering the hidden abilities of the account becomes the key to reviving the fragment. The call to awaken the world's soul fragment sounds like a ritual incantation. Guy activates the hidden mechanisms, ignoring his opponent's doubts. Bai Chi begins to infuse the crystal, much to the surprise of the demon standing behind the Gigi. The demon is shocked by the fragment's revival. He falls to his knees. His delight borders on awe, though only a fraction of its former splendor has been restored. Repentance for the attempt to monopolize the artifact is replaced by a desire to feel its light again. Selfishness gives way to the realization of the value of the common good. Bai Chi confirms the limitations of his current capabilities. His promise to recover a complete soul is linked to the need to become a king. Bai Chi puts demon in front of a tough choice: cooperation or death. His question sounds like a test of the guy's resolve in the face of inevitable trials. The Lord agrees to become an ally on the condition that the world's soul is restored. His loyalty is exchanged for a chance to see the artifact's majesty in full force once more. The conclusion of the demonic contract seals the alliance. The system fixes Kamo's absolute loyalty, turning him into a tool for Bai Chi's ambitions. Winning a battle brings experience, gold, and unique items. A pact with a demon opens up new opportunities to expand your influence. We see a role reversal within the game. A new young demon replaces the old demon lord. Demon status displays 100% loyalty. Bai Chi analyzes the achievement system, realizing that the path to the throne requires many allies. Guy asks Kamo to maintain his initial boldness. His instructions begin with the practical task of cleaning up the area from the aftermath of the battle. Reviving dead demons will prevent an epidemic. Despite their limited combat value, they will be a useful resource for waste disposal. Bai Chi suggests using animated demons to repair destroyed buildings. Night work will conceal their presence, avoiding panic among the residents. The demon confirms his willingness to serve. And the scene shifts to a beautiful landscape. And then again on a pile of dead bodies of ordinary people. We see a demon's foot stepping on them. Orcs on the border of the Duchy of Blina begin a massive attack. Their goal is the complete destruction of human settlements. The order to increase the frequency of fire is aimed at containing the demons. The village defenders are desperate to keep the gates intact. The soldiers express bewilderment at the sudden influx of demons. Their numbers jeopardize all defensive plans. The scene changes to the throne room. Panic is growing among the defenders. They demand action from the commander, fearing an imminent enemy breakthrough. Their leader, Leo, calms them down and tells them that they've already sent a bunch of people in order to clear the areas. But the kid starts yelling about how they can't wait long for reinforcements. A lot of people have already been eaten and he doesn't want to be one of them. The girl next to him calms him down and tells him that the soldiers of their army are so powerful that they will soon win. But at the same time, she herself prays to God for them to do well and be helped in such a difficult time. She vows that if she manages to survive, she will never be married and will serve God. The demons almost break through the gate despite the desperate resistance of the soldiers. The situation becomes critical, leaving little time to make decisions. The counselor demands an urgent evacuation through the secret passage. The woman rejects reality, demanding the immediate arrival of help that no one can see. The girl is desperate to stop her mother, gripped by blind fear. Her hysteria threatens to derail the last attempts at organized defense. She gets up and starts running away, talking about how they need to get out of here right away. Someone's words recall a vow made long ago. A vow forgotten in chaos suddenly takes on weight in a moment of mortal danger. The man recalls his vow to be an eternal protector despite any threats. His promise remains unbreakable even in moments of extreme danger. An old warrior reaffirms his loyalty to a vow made many years ago. His questioning of his ally's faith sounds like a test of trust before the final battle. Her mother's fervent confidence in the old master's words is mixed with regret for past mistakes. Her devotion never falters despite the years of separation. The father attributes the mother's fainting spell to the effects of a long-standing psychological trauma. Her bravery in exploring the frontiers remains legendary, contrasting with her current condition. The tragic birth story has affected the woman's psyche. The daughter reminds her father of his unchanging love despite her current weakness. The father vows to remain loyal to her mother and that the daughter must become a pillar of support for her. His words become a final admonition before the decisive step. The breach in the gate marks the beginning of the final phase of the invasion. The ominous laughter of the demons echoed through the empty streets. Suddenly, one of the crowd of monsters is hit by a huge iron stick right on the head. The village head is startled to recognize the approaching figure of the Lord. His question reflects a mixture of fear and disbelief at the sudden appearance of a superior being. The Lord's presence inspires the defenders to organize the last line of defense. His authority and power become a symbol of hope for the desperate. The soldiers on the human side are cheering and rejoicing at the ringleader. But suddenly some red energy crashes into them. Loud roars and indecipherable screams fill the air. The combatants fly in different directions. An elite demon appears and taunts attempts at resistance, offering an easy and quick death to the inhabitants while the soldiers can survive. The demon's offer to leave the territory causes a rift among the defenders. Some see a trap, others are willing to risk it for a ghostly chance. The leader warns of the deceptive nature of demonic promises. Their call to maintain morale sounds like a final admonition before battle. The demon's ultimatum limits the time to make a decision. The pressure builds as the huge monster counts down. A short exclamation reflects the shock of what they've heard, and the soldiers begin to quickly drop their weapons and flee the city. The demon urges people to leave the city, accusing them of primitive instincts and senselessly wasting lives for their own ambitions. The demon gives an ultimatum, leaving 3 seconds to choose. The head of the army rejects the threats, vowing to defend the house he built with his own hands. His determination borders on fanaticism. The soldiers are trying to buy time, counting on the approach of reinforcements. Their actions resemble a desperate attempt to hold on to a crumbling line of defense. Suddenly the king is stopped abruptly by the huge mace with which the demon struck him. He asks, "Does this man really want to die?" The demon mockingly promises to grant the wish, accompanying his words with a contemptuous chuckle. His offer sounds like a trap disguised as mercy. The impact sent the man flying off to the side and crashing his back into the castle wall, losing half his health. The demon swings around and talks about how human life is too short and no amount of pride can change its end. Someone yelled stop and 3 arrows flew towards the villain. He almost fends them off, but they still dig into his spiked arm. Dad says she shouldn't have come here, but she said she couldn't just watch him get killed here. If they are to die, she wants to end up here with her father on the battlefield. The demon looks at this whole situation in shock and can't believe his eyes. He snapped his fingers and said, "Okay, these people will get what they want." Now he orders his minions to kill the old warrior and his daughter, and let them do whatever they want here. Now an army of monsters has surrounded them and are already discussing aloud how they will eat first the tasty young girl and then her father at the same time. They yell and scream about how they want to eat her, and she can't move, her body shaking, though she has no fear of death. Desperate attempts to move are shattered by the paralysis of her body. The monsters are closing in, and all she can do is beg for help. Suddenly a voice is heard, which makes the monsters turn around and look. Who is that familiar talking? They realize it's Lord Camo. They see Bai Chi riding a camo horse. The question of betrayal burns with bitterness. The rebuke of the service of man resounds loudly. Lord Horse says it shouldn't concern him, And what the Lord is more interested in is why the monsters didn't take a knee at the sight of their ringleader. Bai Qi and the Lord stand on the tower, and from below, the demons kneel down. The humiliated demon apologizes to the Lord. The girl looks at all this action and realizes that it turns out this horse is the demon lord. But there's something more to it than that. Then who is the guy who let himself be ridden by the demon lord? How strong is he? The scene is moved back 1 hour. The village of Anka shines with unexpected beauty after a bloody night. The absence of demonic bodies at the gate raises questions. The boy marvels at Bai Qi's power, dreaming of repeating his path. The demon interrupts the impulse, mocking the young follower's naivete. Horny Boy's strange nickname causes an explosion of laughter and awkward silence. A little kid calls the demon lord that, which angers him. Suddenly a messenger arrives and begins announcing a reward of 10 gold for helping the neighboring territory defend the city from demons. A man remembers the good Lord Leo Oxus, whose lands have already been invaded. The distance of 50 kilometers seems insurmountable, but the goal is worth it. He thinks of how to overcome this distance and manage to help them in time. Bai Qi's companion assures him that he will overcome the journey in his special form. Bai Qi asks, how will the demon lord be able to do that? Immediately, the demon transforms into a huge warhorse right in the middle of the square, bursts of energy all around. The creature offers itself as transportation. The enthusiasm in its voice is matched by Bai Qi's willingness to rush into battle instantly. The scene now shifts again to the events taking place in the territory of Okus. The girl rejoices, for God has finally heard her pleas. The rescued woman sees the man as a sent protector. Her gratitude is intertwined with her determination to keep her promise. The demon contemptuously refers to humans as food and tools for entertainment. He asks Lord Camo, why is there a man on it? A sharp question cuts off the dialogue. The horse asks the demon, is he laughing at him or implying something? He runs at the demon. A kneeling demon begs not to be killed, he was just asking. Bai Qi is careful to point out the demon's weakness. His remark about partial control over the elites reveals the vulnerability of an ally. The demon is embarrassed to admit the limitations of his power. The percentage of control sounds like an excuse to the master. The horse strikes with his body the demon who decided to oppose him at this status. Bai Qi also struck a few demons, calling for the destruction of the rebellious demons. He walks up to a crowd of demons and asks, well, are they ready to die? The crowd begins to calm the GG down, the demons assuring them of their submission. Now the king and his daughter ask in surprise, how could he master such power to control demons? Is he from the royal family? The man modestly denies noble descent, calling himself a simple resident of Ainki. The mention of the village is perplexing to the interlocutor, who did not know that it still exists and has such strong inhabitants. The king's account of the plague and the closing of the village sounds like a confession. The bitterness of losing a friend is mixed with a confession of helplessness in the face of tragedy. A promise to revive Anka interrupts the gloomy memories. A man's determination confronts pessimism, turning despair into hope. But Bai Qi talks about how he has already saved Anka village from all the strange things happening to it. Gratitude for saving the territory grows into recognition of Bai Qi's accomplishments. His actions saved not only the village but also his allies. An offer of reward is met with unexpected modesty. 2 practical requests substitute for gold, revealing a man's strategic mind. The first request concerns the rebuilding of Anshi's population. The emphasis on the influx of masters and youths shows the foresight of Bai Qi's plans. The second requirement is to establish trade with Axis territory. An economic alliance will be the basis for future prosperity. He can already imagine the markets of his home village filling up and life boiling over again. The modesty of the demands shocks the daughter of the head of the city. The lack of personal gain in the reward emphasizes the man's altruism. The man points out Rei's inexperience in understanding strategy. The importance of population to the territory is emphasized against the backdrop of the aftermath of the recent demonic invasion. Trading with Anka becomes a political challenge. Pressure from the capital and the church does not stop plans to rebuild the village. Lord admires Bai Qi's selflessness. His pledge of support sounds like an acknowledgement of the man's global mindset. The companion parries the compliment by calling the union mutually beneficial. His words dispel illusions of pure altruism. Suddenly the trembling voice of the mother is heard. She says the name of the dead master. Well, only she thinks he's dead. Soothing words interrupt the despair. The master tells his wife that he is alive and all is well. Hysterical screaming mingles with rebukes to the demons. The woman's deteriorating condition adds to the chaos. The daughter runs up to her mother, but her father gives the order to lead Bai Qi away from the family conflict. Victory must not be overshadowed by personal drama. A brief agreement concludes the tense scene. The girl is shocked but cannot contradict her father. She approaches the protagonist and addresses him respectfully, asking him to come with her. He asks for minutes. Bai Qi's resolute protest interrupts the attempt to evade the problem. It reflects the importance of maintaining victory without compromise. It surprises the girl. Using the elixir of mental health changes things dramatically. The mother talks about how the master has aged and it shocks the head of the city. The father's relieved sigh ends the long nightmare. The mother's awakening from the morass sounds like a release from an unbearable burden. Tears of joy interrupt the long separation. The family reunion is a stark contrast to the horror they have experienced. The girl is also crying. Gratitude to God for the rescue sounds sincere, despite the demonic horse of the Savior. The contrast of the image evokes mixed feelings. She kneels before Bai Qi and realizes that they wouldn't have survived without him. He is the real angel who saved them. The traders beg the Lord for forgiveness, admitting their mistake in leaving the territory. Their voices shake with the fear of losing their last chance for salvation. The excuses about demonic influence sound unconvincing. The pleas to regain trust sound like a desperate attempt to save oneself rather than sincere repentance. A harsh rebuff from the head's daughter exposes the hypocrisy of the returnees. Accusations of cowardice and calculation mingle with contempt for their ostensible modesty. The refusal to accept apologies intensifies the conflict. The argument that traders are unreliable collides with the pragmatic need for defenders. A rational argument about the benefits of compromise interrupts the altercation. A reminder of the risks of an uninhabited area makes you think about priorities. The daughter insists on being principled, but the father recognizes a critical lack of strength. His words reflect an internal struggle between honor and survival. The issue of trust becomes central to the negotiations. Bai Qi appears and says that without guarantees of loyalty, any agreement is meaningless, exacerbating the crisis. The soldiers' loyalty oaths are met with derision. Empty promises only emphasize the gulf between words and real intentions. Bai Qi turns to the camo and asks him, the demon lord has things with him that will be able to make a contract. The demon grins and says that of course he has such a thing. The ancient text of the contract describes an unbreakable bond through the sacrifice of the soul. The ritual requires mutual consent, sealed with an oath in a magic circle. The head puts his hand on the table with the contract on the table. Father vows to forgive the traders on condition that they sign a contract. His words sound like a last chance for the guards who have lost their trust. The soldiers look at each other in shock and don't know what to do. The mockery exposes the soldiers' fear of ritual. Questions about the sincerity of their vows call into question the entire negotiation game. The soldier says it's not. He's willing to take the oath. Trembling hands touch the magic circle. The Pledge of Allegiance sounds loud, but the tremor in his voice betrays his inner doubts. A mass signing completes the ritual. The question of the consequences of breaking the treaty hangs in the air, heightening the tension. The demon smirkingly describes the punishment for betrayal. The threat of execution by 5 demons strips the soldiers of their last illusions of impunity. The demon with a cold smile promises a quick and spectacular execution. His words about the beauty of dismemberment sound like subtle psychological torture. The soldier prefers death in battle to demonic slaughter. His cry for loyalty becomes a mantra that drowns out the fear of the future. The scene changes. The offer to stay for the banquet sounds like an attempt to ease the tension. The hospitality contrasts with the nightmare they have just experienced. The scene changes again, and we now see the demon sitting on the edge of the tower at night, contemplating how beautiful the moon is tonight. The demon's gaze lingers on the woman, who exudes a strange aura. His hint of hidden power remains undisclosed, heightening the intrigue. A disturbing premonition breaks the silence of the night. The companion warns Bai Qi of the coming trials that will keep him awake. The scene shifts. Bai Qi is lying on the bed. Dinner at the castle becomes a rare moment of peace. The taste of the food reminds the man of the value of simple pleasures in a world of chaos. Suddenly there is a knock on the door and Bai Qi asks, "Who is it?" Lei's nocturnal visit interrupts the solitude. Her name, spoken in a whisper, evokes a mixture of curiosity and wariness. The girl hesitates at the threshold, trying to find the words. Her uncertainty betrays the importance of what she wants to say. A polite refusal sounds like an attempt to avoid a scandal. The hint of gossip makes Lei think about the consequences of her move. The guy suggests postponing the conversation until morning, citing possible gossip. He's concerned about his reputation. Just as suddenly, the girl makes a leap forward and swoops at Bai Qi with her entire body. She throws it on the bed. The memory of her vow to the gods condemns her to eternal chastity. The confession of this becomes an unexpected twist in the night's dialogue. The desire to fulfill the vow turns into a sacrifice of oneself. The girl is ready to give up everything, seeing a man as a divine savior. The guy talks about how he certainly wasn't expecting such a reward, but he's willing to accept it, and now he's swooping in. He rolls her onto the bed and asks, "Is she ready?" His ambiguity heightens the tension, leaving the choice to the girl. The girl is embarrassed and turns away, but in her mind she only wishes that Gigi would do something to her. But the man rejects the initiation, calling himself not a god. His rejection sounds soft but definitive, shattering the girl's illusions. The girl rejects the rejection, insisting on the man's divine status. She owes him her life. Her unfinished sentence leaves room for hidden feelings. But then the man knocks her out with one deft blow. She loses consciousness. A man rejects the possibility of manipulation, defending the purity of her faith. His principles are placed above immediate desires. He talks about how he's not such a beast to do such a thing. A quiet goodnight wish concludes the tense dialogue. He wishes her good night and to meet God in her dreams. On the following day in the throne room, the king makes a treaty with the Bai Qi. The contract includes 300 workers of different specialties for the village of Anka. A thank you for your cooperation is interrupted by an unexpected request. The hint of a personal request from the daughter adds to the intrigue. A trembling voice interrupts the man's departure. Her request sounds like a last attempt to change fate. She asks Bai Qi to take her as his wife. He's a brave warrior and she trusts him and is grateful for his rescue. A marriage proposal hangs in the air, shocking everyone. The boldness of the step overturns previous vows and conventions. A sharp call interrupts the silence. The father demands his daughter to come up and speak to him. A father accuses his daughter of making an absurd joke. His words sound like an ultimatum, bordering on a loss of self-control. The girl insists she's serious. Her father tries to explain that her infatuation with Bai Qi is just a youthful impulse. Lord warns of political risks of alliance with Anka. Marriage to an outcast could destroy the region's delicate balance. The daughter categorically rejects her father's arguments. Her eyes burn with determination, leaving no room for compromise. The will of the gods becomes the girl's main argument. She sees a chance encounter with a man as divine providence. The threat of eternal loneliness sounds like a final argument. Her words sound more like a vow than a request. The father recognizes his daughter's stubbornness inherited from him. His surrender is emphasized by the phrase about his only precious daughter. The father reminds her of the subjectivity of feelings. He advises his daughter to first consider Bai Qi's opinion before acting. Lord apologizes for his daughter's bluntness. His laughter hides his embarrassment, but his eyes betray parental anxiety. The Lord proudly describes his daughter as the ideal of nobility. Her talents in the arts, writing, and virtues place her above all others in the neighborhood. Father calls Lei the jewel of the Oxid territory. He attributes her feelings for Bai Qi to divine providence, not chance. The attempt to justify the daughter's impulse by the will of fate sounds unconvincing. The reference to the suddenness of her confession only masks parental anxiety. The question hangs in silence, framed in anticipation. All eyes are fixed on Bai Qi, whose answer will determine the outcome of the negotiations. The man politely declines the offer, citing the difference in status. Lei's answer breaks all convention. She is willing to become a commoner for his sake. The Lord interrupts his daughter's emotional outburst, fearing for her reputation. His words sound like an attempt to save face in front of his guest. Bai Qi recognizes Lei's persistence but avoids a direct answer. His diplomatic evasiveness betrays a desire to buy time. A man reveals grandiose plans to create his own state. The dream of independence becomes a shield against matrimonial ambitions. Explaining your goals sounds like a soft rejection. The surprise in Lei's voice betrayed that she hadn't expected the scale of ambition. The Lord warns of the dangers of ambitious plans. His words mix anxiety for his daughter with a pragmatic assessment of political risks. The girl vows to support Bai Qi at all costs. Her promise of help from the Oxid territory sounds like unconditional loyalty. The joke about his daughter literally spilling the news on him hides the father's bitterness. The Lord's request to the man becomes the last hope for the stability of the region. Lei's parting words are filled with determination to wait. Her cry echoes through the hall, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. A sigh of relief ends the tense negotiations. The boy wipes his forehead as if relieved of the weight of unresolved conflict. Scene changes. Bai Qi's return to the village with a group of people causes a stir. The villagers crowd around the gate, looking at the unexpected guests. The new settlers marvel at the well-maintained nature of Anka. Their amazement contrasts with their expectations of an abandoned wilderness. The jokes of the settlers are interrupted by the mention of demons. A hint of destruction along the way reminds us of an unresolved threat. The question of the number of demons exposes the magnitude of the problem. The urgency of action becomes clear in the face of growing danger. The demon base at Black Mountain is destroyed and the survivors are sealed at the rift. The question of the number of survivors remains rhetorical. There are too many to count. The demon mentions another lord who surpasses him in power. The mystery of his current status adds to the already bleak picture. The enemy army is described as huge and ruthless. The warning about Bai Qi's lack of strength sounds like a challenge rather than a call to retreat. The uncertainty of the demon's awakening heightens the tension. His own rage once prevented him from assessing the magnitude of the threat. The discovery of a demonic rift beneath the mountain shocks a man. The scale of the disaster exceeds even his worst assumptions. A reference to the dark abyss from the game lore explains the nature of the rifts. The largest of them became a prison for legions of higher demons. The joint guard of the 8 kingdoms held back the threat of the century. Technology and troops are the last barrier before world catastrophe. Hundreds of years of relative peace prove the effectiveness of defense. But the illusion of security carries with it the fragility of that balance. A decisive call to action interrupts the musings. The characters agree, their footsteps heading towards an ominous rift hidden underground. Lava spills out all around. The demon lord's horse takes off above the lava, then allows you to effectively travel long distances in this location. The demon bitterly points to the place of his centuries-long imprisonment in this prison. The walls of the cave bear traces of ancient seals that barely contain the darkness. Finally, they stop and Bai Qi climbs off the neck of the demon horse onto the ground. The unknown dungeon is disconcerting. Its architecture contradicts all known game locations, as if the world had evolved on its own. Caution becomes the cardinal rule in this place. The vibration of energy outside the door warns even a small mistake can stir up something unpredictable. A demon lord attempts to break the seal holding back the rift. His actions reveal an ambition that threatens the stability of the entire world. The call to action sounds like a challenge to fate. The group decides to confront the threat despite warnings of the enemy's strength. A man accepts the risk of facing an invincible enemy. His determination emphasizes his willingness to sacrifice for the common good. A joking question about the wizard's strength interrupts the seriousness of the moment. Finally, they descend into the dungeon. A man asks a question about the origin of the person he is talking to. The demon confirms that it entered the human world through a dimensional rift. A boy listens to the story of an outcast demon. He has avoided the cruelty of his kin since childhood, preferring to contemplate the beautiful for which he was bullied. The fugitive explains his motives for his escape. He is beckoned by the search for the perfect world soul that has completely transformed his existence. Bai Qi inquires about the structure of the demonic world. The answer is a description of a hellish wasteland with poisonous air, primitive creatures, and soulless gold. The demon recalled with disgust the blinding gold veins. The metallic glow symbolized for him the deadness of his native world. A man interjects about the extent of the precious metal deposits. The interlocutor shows off the armor, confirming that it is made of enchanted gold. Guy analyzes the potential of demonic resources. Controlling inferior creatures and minds could strengthen his army but requires a complex strategy. The group is approaching an ominous rift. Tension builds. Demonic energy demands immediate readiness for battle. Bai Qi suggests that it's time to start taking action now, and summons 2 of his minions, a huge spider and a fat former demon lord. The fat man assesses his current form with annoyance. He finds the bulky appearance ridiculous, though he recognizes its combat effectiveness. The man praises the durability and versatility of his chosen look. Armor and attack are perfectly balanced for close combat. Baichi ironizes the rejection of aesthetics. The scene shifts to a circle of sectarians. A sudden report of an invasion forces the group to think about tactics. The demon sect leader cuts off any attempts at distraction. He orders them to concentrate all their energies on strengthening the energy flow of the rift. Matthews, the demon lord, gives orders to his subordinates. The size of the portal is still too small for a large-scale invasion by his legions. The demon demands that the expansion of the spatial rift be accelerated. Only in this way will his army be able to pour into the human world unhindered. Suddenly, our team led by Baichi and Camo bursts into his room. Camo mockingly criticizes Macius' methods. His opponent's weakness causes him to seek support in his homeworld. Matthias mocks Camo's betrayal. He considers alliance with humans a sign of helplessness and a disgrace to the clan. Camo rejects the rebuke, recalling years of humiliation. His decision to fight back sounds like a challenge to the age-old hierarchy. Matthias is skeptical about Camo's chances. Suspicion falls on Baichi, whose influence may have inspired the riot. Baichi rejects the idea of destroying the rift. His true goal is to capture the portal and eliminate the demonic leader, not to save humanity. Matthias looks disdainfully at the man in front of him. And then he bursts into a contemptuous laugh. The man's confidence in victory seems absurd to him against the background of the apparent inequality of power. But the protagonist has no intention of putting up with it. He quickly goes behind the villain's back with blades, which greatly surprises him. Here's Baichi making his first attack. He makes a very long cut on the demon's back. A sudden attack takes the demon by surprise. Baichi's determination to put an end to the taunts turns into an open confrontation. The GG openly shows his superiority, which earns him the respect of his ally. Matthias stigmatizes Camo as a disgrace to the race. The alliance with humans is blamed, emphasizing the break with demonic traditions. A huge demon attacks, saying that his kin should have come to fight alone instead of with humans. But the poison strike changes the course of the battle. Now the huge demon can't move. The mocking words sound like a sentence, urging Camo to forget the past. Camo reflects on his unfitness as a demon. Years of forced upbringing have failed to break his inner convictions. The demon rejects the judgment of others. His decision to follow his own path sounds like a manifesto of independence from the dogmas of the clan. A decisive strike ends the confrontation. Parting words are addressed to the defeated Matthias, whose influence is finally destroyed. However, the demon praises Camo for his unexpected determination. The long-awaited revolt against the oppressors takes physical form in an attack. Matthias recognizes the failure of his methods. The harsh education did not produce the expected results, but only strengthened the resistance. The irony resounds in the recognition of Baichi's role. The man became a catalyst for change for the demon who defied tradition. The scene shifts to the sectarians casting some of their magic tricks. A threat concludes the battle. The promise to fulfill their brother's will adds a grim certainty to further events. Camo is shocked at what the huge demon said. The demon says that the boy is completing a difficult stage of his journey. His last gesture symbolizes saying goodbye to the past and moving on to a new chapter. The demonic world is buzzing in anticipation of the baptism ritual. In the midst of it all stands Brother Demon Callan. The roar of the crowd merges with the atmosphere of tension, foreshadowing a future challenge. The character ponders the mortal risk of tomorrow's rite of passage. His request to take care of Camo sounds like a dying will. Matthias realizes that comparing Camo to other demons exposes hidden potential. Callan explains that behind the taunts of his kin lies envy of his unique qualities. Scene shifts forward. The news of Lord Callan's death shocks his entourage. His death calls into question the stability of the entire clan. Matthias doesn't know what to do at all now. A sharp question breaks the silence. The disgruntled look in his eyes betrays the growing conflict. He asks, "What are you doing here?" Little Camo, immersed in the search for rocks, triggers the rage of a conjurer. The reproach of dishonor is mingled with contempt for his childish pursuits. Now that a lot of time has passed, Matthias looks at the grown-up brother in front of him. He talks about how his brother Camo is the only one with such abilities that he is capable of becoming a true demon lord, even with a better chance than his brother. But a brutal ultimatum concludes the coming-of-age ceremony. The sound of steel interrupts the dialogue, leaving the choice between murder and death. Camo looks at his weapon. which is cracking at the seams from his older brother's blows. He has indeed become even stronger. The weapon breaks and Mateus stabs his little brother right in the back area. Lord Camo's despairing roar mingled with a contemptuous sneer. His older brother's offer to surrender sounds like false mercy masking a lust for cruelty. He says he will show no mercy in this fight. A sharp roar cuts short the attempt at negotiation. The demand for immediate death without resistance is accompanied by the whistle of a blade. Kamo, in his second breath, strikes multiple blows at his older brother in a fit of hatred. However, the Mateus spreads its wings and now the Camo flies back. Kamo's punch, capable of crushing a mountain, only slightly rocks his opponent. Disappointment at the weakness of the attack is mixed with bewilderment. Kamo stands up leaning on his sword. The magic circle and spellcasters amplify the enemy to unbelievable limits. The realization of artificial power changes the tactics of confrontation. He strikes at the sectarians who feed off the power of Mateus. The reproach of lack of honor is shattered by the cynical reality of battle. The pragmatism of victory overturns any illusions of noble rules. Mateus talks about forgetting about honesty in a real fight. Everyone will fight on the sly. So now they will fight 2-on-1, Baichi and Kamo against the demon Mateus. The completed ritual fills the enemy with destructive energy. His triumphant laughter buries the last hopes of victory. Now they clash in battle, and the huge demon manages to fend off even the blows of two opponents at the same time. He hits the ground, and with that, the wave carries the two guys far away and rocks them. The magic circle enhances the demon to level 55, making it invulnerable to standard tactics. Even stealthy assassins and elemental spellcasters are powerless against its power. Desperation forces the hero to take a risk by activating a forbidden technique. The decision to unlock a new system account becomes the last hope for salvation. Synopsis of the Demon Shiver reveals his origins. A hybrid of angel and dragon, rejected by the worlds. His power is born of pain and betrayal. Activating 25% of the account's power turns the hero into a threat. A single aura pulse is enough to knock back an enemy, changing the balance of combat. The shock of the enemy's power paralyzes the will. The realization of defeat sounds bitter, but the unfinished phrase leaves a hint of a hidden trump card. The new Baichi says that's it, his game is definitely over here. The phrase demon hunting time sounds like a sentence. The atmosphere of the scene shifts abruptly from despair to ruthless aggression. The pressure of the aura makes allies tremble. Terror before a master's true power surpasses even the fear of the demon gods. Panic grips the demon, rushing to escape through the gap in the seal. His cowardice contrasts with the hero's determination to finish the battle. A cold question cuts short the escape attempt. The look in his opponent's eyes promises that no one will leave the battlefield without his permission. The character violently breaks free of the grip, his screams mingling with the roar of pain. Each movement only strengthens the enemy's grip, dooming him to a hopeless struggle. A Baichi had already grabbed the hook and was flying towards him at full speed with a sword. And reaching, we see the little Baichi hitting the big demon. A shriek of horror interrupts his attempt to understand what is happening. The demon is furious, demanding an answer, but his voice trembles with fear of the stranger. The demon finally recognizes Baichi as the greatest demon hunter. He promises to see him in the next life. Baichi begins to chop the demon standing on its back. He puts the knife to his head and asks if Marius is ready to die right now. The demon recalls his century-long escape from the hunter. The new enemy is more dangerous. His rage borders on despair at the impossibility of revenge. But then he's surprised. Nothing happens, the knife is still at his throat. He turns around and asks Baichi, how come? Why doesn't he kill him? The demon lord's mock fear of death sounds provocative. His silence betrays an inner conflict between pride and survival instinct. Marius begins to boil with rage. He doesn't understand how Baichi dares to laugh at him. Baichi says that the fear of death is just the most primitive instinct of man, and even a demon has it. Refusal of the deal is accompanied by a demand for a dignified death. The character's pride does not allow him to become anyone's tool. Baichi changes tactics, seeing the benefit in keeping the enemy safe. The opponent's shock is mixed with disbelief at the sudden mercy. The demon rejects the offer, boasting of his origins. His words emphasize his contempt for humans and former allies like Kamo. Kamo offers to kill him, but the guy suggests using the enemy as a subordinate. The idea of manipulation reveals Baichi's cunning strategy, arousing the Kamo's curiosity. The demon vows to return for revenge, having regained his strength. His threat sounds like an attempt to save face, but his eyes read fear of the future. Pride prevents one from becoming Kamo's subordinate. Even in the face of death, the character prefers to preserve his dignity by rejecting a humiliating deal. Desperate attempts to get through the rift fail. Failure to understand the cause of the blockage increases panic and a sense of entrapment. The claim of controlling the rift robs the demon of its last hope. Bai Chi's calm tone emphasized his absolute power over the situation. Activating the leadership account skill blocks the retreat path. The realization of hopelessness makes the enemy question the meaning of his existence. The question of the demon family confounds the interlocutor. The concept of kinship appears to be the privilege of the elite, not all members of the race. The hierarchy of the demon clans exposes the social divide. For great families rule the world, their heads living legends beyond the reach of lesser beings. The mention of the demon god adds mysticism to the lore. Even for the higher demons, he remains a mysterious figure whose influence is felt but not seen. The reference to the original game emphasizes the paucity of knowledge about the demons. Their role was reduced to background elements, which contrasts with the current depth of the story. The contract offer sounds like a last chance for freedom. Bai Chi's persistence in recruiting the enemy reveals his strategic foresight. The question of the purpose of cooperation is met with an unexpected answer. The requirement to mine or in the demonic world calls into question the Lord's status as an elite. Bai Chi compares the greed of humans to the bloodlust of demons. His proposal to use inferior demons to mine or sounds like a cynical but pragmatic compromise. The demon agrees to the deal with a squeak of his heart. His acceptance of the terms is dictated by a lack of alternatives, not by sincere loyalty. The features of the contract reveal its eternity. The return to the demon's homeworld is accompanied by Bai Chi's ironic admonition. A system warning restricts entry to the demonic world. Only hunter status allows access, emphasizing male exceptionalism. The shock of the changes in the homeworld paralyzes the demon. His bewilderment is mixed with bitterness from centuries of isolation. The destroyed property and the disappearance of a family shock the Lord. Questions about what happened remain unanswered, adding to the anxiety. The old manager's faint voice interrupts the silence. Its haggard appearance indicates years of suffering under the oppression of invaders. An account of the Ball family's betrayal reveals the reasons for the decline. The seizure of power has turned the demonic world into a totalitarian dictatorship. The Lord's rage explodes with the promise of revenge. His vow to restore the status quo sounds like a last burst of pride in the face of collapse. The demon comments indifferently on the death of his family. His coldness is due to years of neglect by his kin even after gaining the title of Lord. The man warns not to let revenge interfere with the treaty. The demon admits his weakness, but vows to fulfill his obligations before building up his strength. A gold mine is a thrill to find. Its scale exceeds expectations, opening up unlimited possibilities. The joy of opening a mine is mixed with pragmatism. Gold will be the foundation for future plans, despite the slow conversion. The lack of manpower puts the extraction in question. Bai Chi remains calm, having prepared an alternative solution through camo in advance. Satellite demonstrates the demonic powers he has found. His enthusiasm is overwhelming. Kamo gathers surviving demons to work with. The use of even dead creatures emphasizes a pragmatic approach to problem solving. Regret for the fate of the inferior demons flickers in the Lord's words. Their eternal service after death evokes involuntary sympathy. Limiting the leader account reduces mining efficiency. Slow progress is offset by volumes of gold. Confidence in the long-term benefits mitigates frustration with the speed of the processes. They are standing near this mountain and Bai Chi is thinking that with these resources he can become the richest man in the world. The scene is moved into the night to some temple or castle. The men quicken their steps as they hear the pursuit approaching. Their movements become chaotic, their breathing hitched from the growing panic. The bodyguards suggest that the boss run ahead, sacrificing himself. Their loyalty borders on willingness to die to save him. There's some demonic debris flying around here too. And hit these bodyguards without leaving a single one of them alive. A guy in a rage tries to understand the motives behind the stranger's surprise attack. Another guard drops dead. His face is contorted with fear. His gold chains are clearly not cheap. A blade appears in front of him. Recognizing his attacker as an elite assassin of the organization shocks the man. His loyalty to the organization collides with the absurdity of the charges. The attacker coldly denies any connection to the organization. Personal revenge becomes the key to unraveling his motives, complicating the conflict. The denial of enmity collides with the reproach of slander. The accusation of destroying good deeds sounds like a mockery of man's principles. The character of the attacker combines bloodthirstiness with vindictiveness. His warning sounds like a lesson. Offenses are not forgotten even after years. A brief word of caution hangs in the air. Every rash statement could be fatal in the world of shadows. But suddenly the boss grabs the guy's leg even though he's already cut his throat. A mocking offer to stay company exposes the sadistic tendencies of the man with the explosives. The death of an enemy becomes a sophisticated game for the killer. And just after those words, an explosion flashes in front of the guy's face. The scene changes. We see an assassin who argues that the habit of holding grudges has survived even death. The assassin's professionalism is strangely juxtaposed with a child's resentment. The discovery of the Bee Gees base is disappointing in its ordinariness. Expensive reconnaissance led to a gray building in an unremarkable alley. The attacker demands bloody retribution. His words sound like a final verdict, leaving only the illusion of a choice between life and death. A day after Bai Chi left the village, it turns out that the night attack plan has been cancelled due to the flood of migrants. Entering the village openly seems safe but risky. The prosperity of the village contradicts intelligence reports. Suspicion falls on Baggies, whose actions may have changed her fate. A glance falls on a child who might know the secrets of the village. His innocence masks a potential key role in the mystery. The traveler introduces himself as a monk asking for directions to the church. A local man offers help, but his wariness is evident in his gestures. A polite refusal to be escorted ends with a brief farewell. The stranger disappears, leaving a trail of mistrust. The stranger's aura is reminiscent of a mutated headman. The odor of blood and an ominous glow make him a bearer of dark energy. Bai Chi's absence adds to the anxiety. The suspicion that the monk is connected to the arsonists makes the search for an urgent solution. Guy is determined to stop the dangerous guy before he hurts the village. He vows to keep an eye on the enemy until Bai Chi returns. A man notices that his actions have become the object of close observation. The question sounds like a challenge, revealing a hidden confrontation. Suspicion of the interlocutor increases. The boy smells blood, which makes her question the child's ordinariness. The character's face is frozen with a mixture of surprise and alarm. A sharp question about Bugis cuts off the dialogue. The boy tries to justify himself, but his words are lost in the rising tension. She insists on her innocence, inviting him to the banquet. He says he doesn't know no Bugis. The kid says if that's it, he's leaving. The reminder of the delicious food sounds like an attempted distraction. Now there's an object flying towards the guy, which goes boomerang and tears a tendon in the guy's leg. A scream breaks the silence, expressing rage and pain. The guy falls to the floor, unable to stand, and just screams in pain and grabs his leg. The denial of lies provokes a violent reaction. The hero hates deceit. His words are filled with bitterness and disappointment. Despair grips the boy who dreams of becoming Bai Chi's apprentice. The fear of an unjust death haunts him despite his incomplete training. A hissing sound interrupts the dialogue. The man admits that the child didn't seem like a threat, but now the situation has changed. Irritation builds at the dismissive treatment. He pulls out a knife. Resentment turns to anger over the deception. And now the killer kills the little warrior. Regrets for failure. The boy bemoans his weakness, saying that he could not keep his promise to Bai Chi to protect the village. The assassin doesn't understand who Bai Chi is. Confidence resounds in the man's voice. He believes that only Baggies is capable of challenging him in this village. The scene changes and now we see an alky enjoying wine. His words about being able to drink more sound ironic. It throws a mockery on the weak alcoholic. Someone lies drunk, and those around him demand to continue drinking, ignoring his condition. Shock at what he sees. The man can hardly believe that Dina is in front of him, whose appearance is bewildering. Now the man starts screaming into the night sky, shaking everything around him. A parent's bitter lament. His son has escaped the nightmare, but death still haunts him, leaving unanswered questions. The shock of the heartless act makes the hero search for the culprit. His voice trembles, mixing anger with incomprehension of what is happening. Fear gripped the man who felt the deadly message from the master for the first time. His body stiffens under the pressure of the invisible threat. The death of a child becomes a turning point. The mentor's aura becomes distorted, filled with a darkness that frightens even his allies. The darkness emanating from the master surpasses the demonic essence. Those around him are at a loss for words as they realize the magnitude of the change. A silent prayer sounds in memory of Dina. The desire for a bright future life for her contrasts with the hardships of the past. The mother's sobs mingle with her plea for her son to rest in the ground rather than be burned. The headman explains the need for cremation because of the threat of mutations. Finally, Bai Chi appears and talks about delaying the cremation for 3 days. It's an order. The woman demands an explanation from the head of the village. Her questions about the child's fate go unanswered, adding to her anxiety. The boy talks about having an idea. He covers Dean's body with a protective ice shield, which will stop the body from decomposing. He talks about finding a way to resurrect Dinah as well as himself through a magical ritual. The marks on Dina's body point to a professional assassin. Suspicion falls on an agent from the Dark Round Table whose audacity challenges Bai Chi's authority. The man activates the leader's system ability to search for the perpetrator. Data calibration begins to identify the perpetrator. The intruder's mark is displayed on the map. The system tracks its movements, revealing the intruder's position in real time. The certainty that the killer has not yet left the village is reinforced by the data. A plan of action is formed with cold calculation. Vowing to avenge Dean sounds like an inevitable promise. Even the chance of his resurrection doesn't stop the thirst for justice. The scene changes. The discovery of a fragment of the world soul beneath the village is shocking. Brother Burgess' actions turn out to be part of a larger game. The assassin approaches the great crystal, marveling that he has finally found it. An attempt to hide the treasure map from an assassin fails. Suspicions of the enemy's secret information grow. A triumphant grin accompanied the discovery of the soul fragment. All of Burgess' manipulations only made the killer's task easier. Just as suddenly, Bai Chi appears behind his back along with his revenge blade. He makes his back kick, but bad things have happened. The speed of the attack draws a chuckle. The stranger asks who this is? Bai Chi introduces himself as the one who came to complete his life once and for all. The man assesses his new opponent's equipment, noting its quality. He mockingly compares the attack to a food delivery. The joy of sudden luck overwhelms the bastard. His laughter reflects his confidence in his suddenly increased chances. The enemy's speed is surprising. Dexterity is noteworthy, but pure pumping of characteristics does not replace skills. The enemy's actions are swift and deadly. Each blow is aimed at vulnerable points, confirming his professionalism. The opponent's level is equal, but the killer's instincts are superior. He was probably a shadow master in the past. The difficulty of the fight increases due to the same skills. Bai Chi realizes that it is impossible to defeat his opponent without changing tactics. The decision to change strategy comes instantly. The man analyzes the situation, looking for weaknesses in the enemy's defense. Mocking the transition to defense. The opponent is surprised by Bai Chi's stamina, thinking he is an ordinary NPC. The demand to summon Burgess sounds like provocation. The man ignores the challenge, focusing on his current opponent. Agreeing to fight Burgess ends with a decisive action. The hero is ready for a new stage of confrontation. The shock of discovering Burgess' gear. Questions about its provenance remain unanswered, heightening tensions. Revealing his identity as the reborn shocks the enemy. Suspicions of Burgess' switch at the meeting add to the intrigue. Regret for underestimating his opponent. The man admits the mistake, but is ready to use the new knowledge in the fight. Even with Burgess' power, victory seems doubtful. The enemy is confident of his superiority despite the secrets he's uncovered. A poisonous mist envelopes the battlefield, dealing gradual damage. The enemy's tactics are aimed at exhausting Bai Chi's forces. Even the reborn find it difficult to assimilate alien abilities. The short time frame makes adaptation nearly impossible. The opponent is perplexed by Bai Chi's speed of skill mastery. He decides to take an antidote for the poison. Close range becomes the man's priority. His plan is to overwhelm the enemy in hand-to-hand combat. Confidence in the superiority of experience sounds like a challenge. The youth of the opponent is no match for the killer's years of training. It launches a narrow but quick burst of energy straight into the Bai Chi through the noxious smoke. The weapon flies into the target and killer instantly moves towards Bai Chi. A powerful punch completes the combination, shocking Messers. But suddenly a knife appears in some guy's hand and pierces the side of Dean's killer, followed by a punch right to the bastard's chest. And from that hard hit, the guy crashes hard right into the floor, shattering it into pieces. Bai Qi takes the initiative. His forward movement signals the beginning of a counterattack, changing the balance of power in the fight. The potion turns the enemy into a human/insect hybrid. The temporary boost gives absolute power but is limited to 3 minutes. Now the Bai Qi is much stronger than the assassin. It attacks him in its new form. The assassin's tactic shifts to waiting. The hope of ending the enemy's transformation becomes the only chance of victory. An attempt to stall the fight is stopped instantly. Bai Qi refuses to give up the fight, stepping up the pressure at the critical moment. He strikes the assassin with his claws and now a multitude of cuts adorn his opponent's body. Bai Qi lifts him into the air and drops him to the ground with force, causing cracks all over the floor. Anger causes the ability to steal other people's skills. The opponent perceives this as an unfair technique that violates the rules of combat. He challenges him to a fair fight. He says there's no point, he'll just kill him here and now. 2 reasons determine his fate: the theft of a soul fragment and the death of a subordinate. Each is sufficient for a death sentence. The second count of the indictment has to do with revenge for a comrade in arms. The desire for retribution outweighs all other motives in this fight. The boy frantically tries to free himself from the grip. His movements are full of despair, but his opponent does not loosen his grip. A sneer resounds in response to death threats. The enemy deliberately prolongs the suffering, savoring the moment. Realizing the trap doesn't take away the man's will to fight. He vows to avoid a mysterious doom just as he did the last time he was trapped. A man remembers an expensive artifact that could save his life. His hand involuntarily reaches for the hidden pocket where his last hope is kept. He picks up the artifact and activates it with a single tap. And at this second, it immediately disappears from under Bai Qi's foot, causing the latter to be very surprised. The disappearance of the enemy is accompanied by sinister laughter. The promise to take a life next time resounds through the void, leaving a disturbing residue. Detecting the position via a space artifact is sarcastic. The enemy's certainty of victory leaves no doubt. The exit from the trap is at hand. Relief mixed with adrenaline, making the hero move faster despite his fatigue. The assassin steps out and sees a huge, beautiful space world in front of him. The strange space around is perplexing. Thoughts of a shadow dimension seem to be the only explanation for the absurd reality. The ominous aura of the artifacts of deep space exceeds expectations. Their unnaturalness frightens even a man who has seen them before. The absence of monsters instills a false calm. The determination to leave this place outweighs the fear of the unknown. Completing the dimension cloak takes the hero by surprise. The last activation of the artifact saves him at a critical moment, leaving the enemy furious. Escape from the distorted space brings relief. A man decides to limit the use of dangerous artifacts after realizing their unpredictability. Bai Qi's name sounds like a vow of vengeance. The enemy grits his teeth, planning to destroy the village the next time they meet. The unexpected discovery paralyzes the man. His eyes widen with shock, his body pierced by Bai Qi's knife. Denial of reality is replaced by panic. Words stick in my throat, leaving only the mute impossible. Invisibility was useless against Bai Qi's skills. The enemy is confused and doesn't understand how he was figured out. Energy trails betray an invisible stalker. Even crossing into another dimension leaves markings. Bai Qi demonstrates absolute control over the territory. The slightest fluctuation of energy reveals the enemy's tricks. Now the assassin realizes that running away is not an option. He takes a primitive sword and runs to Messers to kill. But suddenly he falls to his knees. Weakness envelopes his body due to the effects of the poison. The boy's condition deteriorates sharply, depriving him of the ability to resist. The man explains the use of weakening statuses. Each blow was designed to suppress the enemy's forces in advance. The accumulation of multiple negative effects required preparation. The enemy questioned how Bai Qi had anticipated his movements. Pleas for mercy resound from the humiliated opponent. His attempts to justify himself are met with Bai Qi's cold determination. The offer of compensation is rejected with contempt. The debt of blood cannot be repaid with objects, only with retaliation. Disregard for the life of NPCs causes anger. The hero does not accept cynicism, considering every existence valuable. Denying the existence of souls to NPCs causes outrage. Bai Qi accuses the enemy of meaningless existence and declares retribution. The desperate cry is interrupted by a fatal blow from one of the warriors. The last words of the enemy remain unfinished. Anger over Dina's death turns to rage. The man vows to destroy the offender, leaving no chance for salvation. Some time passes and now the murderer hangs hanging from a tree beaten up. He begins to wake up after a severe beating and slowly opens his eyes. He looks down at the child he killed. The realization of Bai Qi's motive comes late. The enemy realizes that he was left alive for a chance to resurrect Dina. Mockery is heard in response to hope. 3 days have passed. The miracle has not happened, and the child's resurrection is declared impossible. The last day expired with no result. Regrets of failure mingle with the bitterness of the unfulfilled promise to save Dina. Comforting words are heard through the mother's cries. The belief that Dina has found peace soothes the pain but does not erase the guilt. They all watch as everything around Dean's body burns. Now it's all decided. The order to set fire to the enemy's body sounds like a ritual. His death should be a symbolic laying at the foot of Dina's memory. The death threats are lost in the flames. The Dark Reborn's certainty of vengeance only emphasizes the futility of their attempts. He looks down and sees the child's body on fire. It makes him regret all his decisions. Bai Qi walks away from the cremation site with sadness on his face. He now only wishes for the death of the kid's killer. But suddenly he turns around, someone calls out to him and tells him that the flame is somehow wrong. He sees the camo point to a huge spherical flame that is clearly beyond the usual flames. The fire doesn't burn the boy, but swirls around him. Bai Qi looks at all of this and doesn't realize if it means what he thinks it means. Everyone looks up in amazement and sees. The resurrected Dina has risen from the fire. Now he is also resurrected. The boy walks out to them out of the flames right in front of the rest of the villagers. They look at him and ask if it's real Dina. How could he do that? Everyone around him comes up and marvels in shock at his ability. The kid was able to resurrect himself. His mother hugs him and tells him that at last her dear son has returned to her. The debate over the nature of the resurrected soul is heating up. The killer says he may have the soul of an angel or a demon. But the resurrected Bai Qi himself denies losing his memories of his past life. The kid approaches the killer and he replies that he's almost dead. What does he want with him? The pain of betrayal is vivid in the memory of the resurrected man. He vows not to forget the despair and pain, despite his new incarnation and altered nature. He swings his arm in preparation for a fiery strike, and the guy in the coffin wonders how did he manage to keep his memory after being reborn. But he tells him to shut up and feel the pain that Malloy himself experienced. He literally vaporized the former living killer, and now he's just a charcoal in front of him. Before he dies, he talks about how the Dark Reborn will not depart from the small one. Bai Qi's gratitude mixed with anxiety about the Dark Reborn's secrets. The child recognizes that he owes the man his second chance. The joy of return is overshadowed by uncertainty. The softness in Bai Qi's voice masks the fear of the unknown of the child's new identity. Suddenly, the little guy sends a bunch of fireballs towards Bai Qi. The power of the attack shocks those around her. Dina's power level is contrary to expectations, raising questions about the nature of her resurrection. An unexpected attack on Bai Qi throws the village into chaos. The villagers are furious and demand an explanation, accusing Dina of ingratitude. Even Kamo doesn't stay away and decides to teach the ungrateful kid a lesson. The decision not to interfere in the fight is made coldly. The subordinate retreats, trusting Bai Qi to complete the lesson by force. The desire to fight is reinforced by a shadowy artifact. The man is ready to use all resources to prove his superiority. The kid sends a sharp fireball back and Bai Qi says he's been waiting for this for a long time. An unexpected burst of energy interrupts the attack. Bai Qi is already standing in a circle and doesn't realize what it is. Pleas to stop the fight go unanswered. Dina was disappointed that precise calculation prevented him from gaining the upper hand over Bai Qi. The almost successful attack leaves a mark on Bai Qi's clothes. Dina smiles, realizing that his power is growing by the second. Now he prepares another fireball. Bai Qi rejoices at such an endeavor. The final strike is charged with maximum power. He teleports behind the small man's back. Tension is at its peak, but the outcome of the fight is still uncertain. But he didn't expect the Dina on wings of fire to react quickly to the protagonist's feint. But misses as Bai Qi is quicker to dodge that punch. So strong was this fireball that it left a fireworks display in the sky. The praise for her progress sounds sincere. Dina is thankful for the training, feeling her body fill with new energy. Dina vows to become Bai Chi's indispensable assistant in protecting the village. His approving smile reinforces her determination despite her young age. A joke about a left-handed assistant defuses the situation. The competition for a place next to Bai Chi turns into a friendly competition of ambition. An angry tirade about the dangers of playing with fire. Residents remind Dina of the value of the restored village, demanding accountability. The apology to his mother sounds sincere. The joke about the wet bed softens the conflict, bringing the village back to a peaceful rhythm of life. Bai Chi announces the beginning of a new stage of his wanderings. His gaze is fixed on the horizon, where uncharted lands await. The target is the Duchy of Alina. Bai Chi is ready to go there as soon as possible. The scene changes. Someone is writing a letter. The letter is addressed to Bai Chi, reminiscing about the past meeting in the coal jungle. Author Princess Mina mentions a long dream that influenced his worldview. A dream about the first king of the Star Kingdom evokes mixed feelings. The monarch's advice not to sacrifice his personal life for the sake of the goal puts the hero before the choice. The purchase of a house on the outskirts of the capital was made possible by gold coins. Life in wartime exposes the contradictions between ideals and reality. Doubts are growing about the purpose of restoring the kingdom. Questions about honor, the people, and the meaning of power remain without clear answers. But suddenly she takes the letter in her hand and squeezes it hard, and sets fire to it, destroying all his handwritten writings. She thinks about how things would be easier if Bai Chi was here. The determination to become stronger is reinforced by the return of Baron Robbie. The hero realizes that he cannot rely on others alone. Suddenly someone knocks on the princess's door. The news of the Baron's arrival causes excitement. The plan to rebuild the kingdom begins to take shape. The meeting with Baron Robbie is tense. His cold reception casts doubt on the party's willingness to cooperate. The Baron immediately understands the motives for the visit but is skeptical of the ambition. The question about the cost of rebuilding sounds like a warning. The Baron's familiarity with the hero's finances is surprising. His stance is simply a merchant masking an unwillingness to get involved in politics. Baron Robbie openly declares his support for the strongest side. The princess's royal blood does not impress him. Only practical results and profits matter. Respect for the dream is coupled with harsh reality. The Baron calls the princess's ambitions childish until there is real power behind them. The refusal to risk resources sounds definitive. The Baron requires proof of stature before considering an alliance with the princess. The discovery of the holographic projection shocks the satellites. Anger at the Baron's arrogance is mixed with resentment at the royal family's neglect. Recognizing the Baron's rightness cools the fervor. The realization of the need for strength becomes key despite the difficulties of achieving it. When they leave, the old grandfather calls for the foreman. A demon's curse slows the healing of a wound. Physical weakness symbolizes the current position of the heroes in the political game. The Baron justifies the softness of the meeting by his duty to the royal family. The failure of the border mission underscores the danger of the demonic threat. A missed opportunity to expand trade is disappointing. The Baron regrets the loss of time and resources in a risky venture. A couple days later, the events are moved to a dark palace house. The princess locked herself in her room, hiding vulnerability. Outward resilience masks deep doubts after a humiliating rejection. A harsh criticism from a companion exposes the tension. A joke about suicide is foiled, but the truth of the words hangs in the air. The companion urges us not to underestimate the princess' resilience. She needs time to recover from the blow, but her spirit is not broken. Anxiety for the princess's condition grows. The man is confused, looking for a way to support her, but can't find the right solution. Deep sighs give away the inner tension. The princess feels the heaviness of breathing, but does not dare to break the silence. Suddenly, Bai Chi appears in the window and asks the princess, "How is she enjoying the night?" She looks at him with admiration and rejoices that he has finally come to her like a prince on a white horse. The offer of a ride sounds like an attempt to distract from sad thoughts. The girl hesitates but agrees to an unusual way to unwind. She takes his hand. And now the princess is on the horse with him. A firm grip and a swift rush forward. The movement emphasized Bai Chi's determination to show something important. Now the horse grew wings and they flew on. They were flying over a beautiful lake. A magical and fairy tale forest with beautiful pollen around it. Even went very high in the sky, almost reaching the moon. The princess was very happy in these moments. Yes, and Bai Qi was glad that he was able to cheer the girl up. They now stopped at a site opposite a large castle. The mood question sounds soft. The girl thanks for the walk. Temporarily letting go of anxieties, but not completely getting rid of them. The comparison between the capitals is nostalgic. The princess recalls the former heyday of the Star Kingdom, suppressing doubts about her abilities. The description of the peaceful era emphasizes an ideal worth striving for. Without war and sacrifice, only joy, love, and prosperity, that is the ideal of life. Bai Qi's words become a pillar of support for the princess who has lost her faith. Gratitude is mixed with a sense of purpose. The girl sees the man as a guide sent by fate at a critical moment. Bai Qi's skills are impressive even in the little things. The talking horse evokes mixed reactions, emphasizing his unconventionality. The scene changes and now the princess companions are discussing defeating the demon lord. The fear of a man's power is replaced by the realization of the benefits of his support. The question of stealthy entry into the capital remains open. Camo shows confidence by suggesting that transformation can be used. His transformation shocked almost everyone in the room, especially the princess allies. But Bai Qi tells him to slow down. His strong aesthetics might conversely attract even more attention in such an operation. He changed his appearance once more. He asked everyone how they were doing. Bai Qi says it's okay now, but we need to talk business too. Negotiations with the rebuilders have failed. The heroes are forced to find alternative ways without relying on outside help. Finding hidden allies is made more difficult by the lack of connections. Restorers remain a ghostly hope without clear guidelines. The restorers' inexperience makes them elusive. A new plan requires an unconventional approach to circumvent their stealth. He now comes up with a new plan that will cause them to have to join the protagonist's team themselves. The idea of creating a cult around Princess Mina is controversial. Her popularity could be the key to uniting the nation. The risk of revealing the identity of the princess is balanced by the potential rewards. The National Idol project is born in a crisis. Mina's natural charisma is matched by her closeness to the people. A demonstration of strength and kindness can strengthen faith in the restoration of the kingdom. The strategy of revealing the personality of the princess after her elevation as an idol acquires clear contours. The group counts on the effect of surprise to increase the impact on the people. A communication crystal from deep space becomes the key to the plan. Doubts about the success of negotiations with Baron Robbie do not stop decisive action. The impulsive decision to go to the Baron's estate is made instantly. Alternative paths seem too risky despite their logicality. Memories of the game's difficult ending add to the anxiety. The actual battle with Mina and the First King looks even more frightening. Past experience fighting bosses seems insignificant. Even perfect skills do not guarantee victory in current conditions. He realizes that if he doesn't take action on this, the whole action will just turn into a bloody nightmare. The scene shifts forward in time. We now see a castle with a huge soul stone behind it. We see a crowd of people enthusiastically watching the wedding from above. The realization of Mina's reality flips perception. Her presence is no longer part of the game, but a living threat or ally. This is the wedding of Mina and Bai Qi. Moral choice precludes a violent ending. The hero rejects the path of violence, seeking peace even in the midst of chaos. Determination to achieve a happy ending overwhelms Bai Qi. His actions now focus only on resolving conflicts peacefully and saving lives. The path to a perfect ending is full of challenges. The heroes realize that every decision they make affects the fate of the kingdom and its inhabitants. This is where Bai Qi's adventures temporarily end, but the writing team will announce new projects.